Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to IPL Splatoon. We're here finally with the SendouQ Season 10 finale to have for you all. We got to chit chat about it last night. My name is Saf. I'm here with Rissa. It's a crisp 10:04 a.m. here on the West Coast. Definitely a lot later for some people, but Rissa and I get to enjoy the morning. Rissa, what is in your cup this morning to enjoy before we watch some really great Splatoon?
My cup right here, just got it. It's a lavender latte with a newly found thing that I found called Turkish coffee. I don't know, I tried it one day and it was really good, so I got a lavender latte with Turkish coffee. Yep.
Very good. For me, I am rocking Synergy kombucha.
Ooh, okay.
And it is blood orange flavor because the probiotics are very good for my feeble stomach. BlankZ or BlankZ. See, I'm doing it again. I was doing this on the pre-show last night.
We need to know if it's blanks or BlankZ, because that capitalized Z makes me want to say the same thing. BlankZ.
BlankZ, right? The capitalization of it does make it look like it's separate, but also I feel if it was lowercase, it wouldn't look as cool, if that makes sense. There's something about the capitalization that makes it a little bit more I wanted to say strong, defining, but I don't know if that's the correct word I'm looking for. Duck Motif versus Blanks first thing in the morning, and it is SendouQ finals, you guys, so that means it is Splat Zones only. So Ship Cargo Co. on Splat Zones is where we will be starting off the morning and taking you first. And as a reminder, you have, not so much a reminder, or if you're new here, but Blanks, for example, is a SendouQ frequent flyer. They have reached 11th place for the last 2 seasons of the SendouQ finals. They are finding themselves in the 4th seed today among the competition, and we have Duck Motif, who is seated lower than them, although Duck Motif is in my brain, when I think of the NA League, I do think of Duck Motif like a lot higher on the list because they played in almost every single qualifier week. So you have a Titan of Industry versus the German flavor Titan of Industry. I'm hoping for Blanks that they can reach a higher placement this time, and especially with the Moonlights and FT Wins of the world not playing this time, and the Jackpots, the Voilaktis, not playing this time, other than PXG, of course, but hoping that we can see a good rollout here for Blanks, and hoping for higher, reaching higher heights for BlankZ as we're getting started into the first round. And okay, we're not doing Ship Cargo. That was a lie. We're actually on Barnacle and Dime.
Barnacle and Dime, one of the classic Splat Zones maps in Splatoon 3. And taking a look at these comps as well, we see Duck Motif. Actually, they have an E-Leader, but then they also have that Stamper, the Tri-Slosher, and that Dually Squelcher paired with that. And then on the other side, Blanks does have a Junior, that Splatling there, the Tetras, and a Blaster. Very interesting comp to be running. And it looks like it's working out well for them, as we see they are in control of the zone, and they're continuing to hold space in Duck Motif's spawn.
Yeah, you could see Red Shell was about to get started on something with actually playing the Stamper today versus their normal pick of the Octo Brush. So a unique comp change coming out from Duck Motif, not normally what you would see from someone like Red Shell. And Blanks is cascading down into the last 30 units of the zone capture here. The Wave Breaker is not going to really cause much havoc, and they're still going to maintain no penalty on the zone. And it seems to me that Duck Motif has not really been able to find the proper footing so far in this match with Rissa.
Yeah, it took them quite some time, as you mentioned. Blanks got their score all the way down to 22 here. Finally, Duck Motif is able to get control of the zone and give those 60 penalty points over to Blanks. So now it's going to be Duck Motif's turn to be in control of the zone. We're seeing them take space. We see even the E-Leader pushed up, which that's really scary if you are Blanks and there's an E-Leader poking at you in your spawn. That can reach all the way over into your spawn. So slowly, though, members of Duck Motif are having to back up. We're seeing Blanks here push forward, use that bubbler, get control of the zone pretty quickly along with that.
Yeah, and you could see that Red Shell was opting to try to back off here, but that's going to be Maki reaching around the left-hand side there, kind of trapping Red Shell in the corner. But luckily, our friends are here to make sure that we can reach safety before we go down near the zone area there. That's Caden point of view next to the wave breaker, going to be taking the zone back into favor of Duck Motif. It's a very just kind of back and forth story that we're seeing so far. The bubbles for blanks are very helpful in trying to establish some ground here. And especially with the cooler now going out, that could be a huge buff for the folks on blanks to try to move forward. A very small penalty left in the way for Duck Motif, but that is going to change thanks to the Reef Slider pushing it back into blank's favor.
Reef Slider just really quick, while you have some time, while you're right there and can get control of the zone really quick. So we're seeing a lot of just like minute plays that are really just trying to get the zone quickly, but both teams have really kept a good presence around the zone on each side. So it just seems like it's going back and forth and back and forth. And we look on the left and the right side of the map and see members from each team. They're just really trying to play really kind of chaotically and just make something happen with that chaotic play style. Here, Duck Motif with Red Shell taking the charge, able to push forward and then get space ahead of the zone. The way that Duck Motif plays, if they can just capitalize off of whatever craziness that Red Shell is doing, as long as they pay attention to what Red Shell's doing, they can make something happen, and it seems like they have got that down here starting the day off on this.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you were saying about the E-leader pushing forward. Milk Tea was pushed all the way up towards the zone of blanks, and so no stone left unturned for the side of Duck Motif, but finally breaking through the defensive wall. That's blanks coming back in, but Mr. Boss and Red Shell are still so far pushed up that both the heavy edit and the tetras go down, and there still is so much blue on the screen. It seems to me that blanks is having a very hard time trying to find a spot to drop back down and cause something. We are 1-for-1 here in trying to change the lead for Duck Motif, and a little bit of penalty left to go. With less than a minute in the game, this is a very crucial time if you're Duck Motif.
Ooh, Duck Motif here, able to keep the zone control, and then just the way they kind of all just sharked around where the drop is from blanks and just made sure they were guarding that. There, we see that Reef Slider come in really quick, paired with that splashdown, tries to gap the zone as best as they can. They at least got there, and you can see the blaster just left there alone, trying to paint. That is not the weapon that you want to be left there, but they had no choice. They were the only remaining member there. The zone was staggered there a little bit, and there was maybe that little bit of a chance that they could cap the zone, but not quite. Duck Motif able to capitalize around that, get control of the zone, and completely KO that first match against blanks.
And this, to me, is very signature of Duck Motif. I feel that the opening is not their strong suit. The opening is not where we want to really try to flex our competitive muscles. It's towards the end. It's towards the times of when we are 1 point away from switching the lead that we need to really lock in here. And that is very, very reminiscent of how Duck Motif's play style and how it works. Blanks had a really incredible opening, but could not see it through to the finish on Barnacle and Dime. So going on to the next round is Crab Lake Capital. This is a map that I believe team number 1 picked. And assuming Alpha Bravo rules, I'm going to assume that this was a pick from Duck Motif. I think Duck Motif is in the alpha side of things. So Duck Motif is the ones to pick Crab Lake Capital as we're moving forward. Both teams picked Barnacle and Dime as the opening stage. And after that, you see Mahi Mahi Resort was picked by blanks and so on and so forth. So I guess, Rissa, in your mind's eye with what we saw in those final 30 seconds, what would BlankZ need to do to try to change the outcome and to maintain consistency throughout the match to find success here on Crab Lake?
Good question. It's really interesting because if you think about Duck Motif and trying to approach them, like if there's an E-leader looking at you and you know that they can hit their shots, you're trying for one to avoid that E-leader coming out of your spawn that can reach you in your spawn. But also you have to be careful of all the ledges below you because Red Shell is just sharking there waiting to pop that zip caster, waiting to just jump in and get that pick on you. You know, you need to be making sure you stay back, get your specials, and it's almost like you want to not use your specials to push forward to get the zone. You want to use your specials to just clear those little ledges where Red Shell may be sharking, or, you know, someone else on the team may be sharking. It seems like that was their issue. And if they can maybe just make sure they have an eye on Red Shell and not only take him down or just keep an eye on that, I think they might be able to make something happen. Because like you said, they definitely had a strong start in that first match.
But I think that's the thing. Like, Red Shell keeps you on your toes so much that you need to be throwing ink over that wall or off that ledge no matter what. Even if you don't think that they're going to be there, like, they keep you on edge so much that you really have to just be sure.
Yes.
And still, Red Shell will not be switching off of that Stamper. They're actually going to just change flavors of the Stamper. That is the... Oh, gosh, I'm still bad with the new brands, Rissa. Yeah. I'm still bad with the new brands, but there's the newest edition of Stamper coming out from Red Shell on Duck Motif. And once again, very similar story that we saw last time on Barnacle and Dime. An incredible opening coming out from BlankZ. The Duck Motif was going to be the first ones to throw the first punch, but BlankZ is going to be here to stay and continuing the story and continuing their monologue on the zone that they have here, even with the Wavebreaker coming out, which has caused quite a bit of disruption against BlankZ, I would say, in the last match that we got to watch them in. But so far, so good for BlankZ, and there is a couple specials on the way.
Yeah, BlankZ already down to about 30 points here. They're holding the zone. They're making sure they stay back a little bit just to give space for that E leader. And then they're doing the best they can to just kind of poke at anyone else from Duck Motif that's trying to come into the zone. They're down to 15 points here. They are not letting Duck Motif get into the zone. We see Kaden here trying to paint up as much as they possibly can. There goes that Wavebreaker as well, but I don't know if they're going to be able to paint the zone. They aren't. They weren't able to paint the zone. Great guarding the zone there from BlankZ that entire time.
Yeah, it would seem that that was a pretty set in stone match before we even got into it. BlankZ seemed to be pretty confident in their storytelling for that one. So a 1-to-1 matchup as it stands currently. So guaranteed for games 3 and 4 coming down the pipeline. Mahi Mahi Resort is next on the docket. Now, I'm wondering, especially with this ledge play that we got to reference earlier, I'm really seeing a lot of potential from Duck Motif and utilizing that to their advantage. It seems like Crab Leg, maybe they just weren't ready for it. It seems like maybe BlankZ got a bit of a head start. Kind of like the gun went off a lot quicker than Duck Motif could realize, and they were kind of when Mario Kart, when you don't do the boost correctly, you kind of just spin out or your engine explodes. That kind of was what happened with Duck Motif at the beginning there, and BlankZ ran it all the way home. So hopefully Mahi Mahi Resort, it gives us a different result looking ahead here. But to me, it seems like if you let things fall to the wayside, BlankZ will take full advantage of it. But if you're looking to try to play the long game, Duck Motif is going to be your toughest opponent and trying to do that with. So I'm hoping to see a very similar story from Duck Motif, maybe maintaining the same composition. Definitely some comfortability here, though, Rissa, with having one of your strongest players switch onto a weapon that they are not. We don't usually see them playing. Obviously, I'm talking about Red Shell here. So I'm wondering what that is going to entail going into our next match.
Yeah, I know that Red Shell likes to play. Obviously, we all know Red Shell as playing the Octobrush, but he's one of those players that'll play all other weapons that can be really jump scary, like the roller or the stamper, like we're seeing today. So yeah, but it's definitely not his strong suit, that Octobrush. I'm wondering maybe if it's good to be paired with the E leader in particular, since this is myself, I think, one of the first times seeing them play with an E leader. I know they probably have in other tournaments as well, but looking at this too, going into this, I think BlankZ also in that second match, I'm going to be able to tell more for sure in this third match, but it seems like they played a lot less aggressively. It almost seemed like they just stayed back and held their ground a little bit more than they did in the first match, and it really worked for them. But as we go into this third match, we'll see if that is going to be a continuation of a play style, or maybe if Duck Motif is able to counter that here heading into this.
Yeah, and I think another important factor for Duck Motif is Milk Tea and or Kai'Sa on that long-range weapon. Normally, under different circumstances, it's Bandit that is playing the long-range weapon and acting as the backline for Duck Motif. But today, that is going to be Kai'Sa. And it seems to me that the maintaining of a backline of some sort, whether it is a charger of some kind or even just like a longer range blaster, it seems to be super important for the composition of Duck Motif to get things cooking. And so far, BlankZ is taking us down to the 65 mark, but Duck Motif now quickly going to try to flip the script here. But you have a really interesting 1v1s happening on the side over there. Mr. Boss is going to try to maintain just control of the zone until all of the other players get back into the match here. And Benji is looking to try and see if they can get bridge the gap with the blaster that they're using, but not really having enough reach. They do have those point sensors out on the stage. But that is going to be Duck Motif once again switching control of the lead here and still maintaining strong control. Because, I mean, look at that. Feeling confident enough to go in towards the crab tank. The try splashdown is going to be just enough to take Duck Motif 3 members down.
BlankZ doing a great job. They all funneled on that right side. As soon as they had that bubbler ready from the junior, they just used that. The junior drops down, they all rush down, use that bubbler, and then immediately all run through and use the rest of their specials to cap the zone. And the lead is not far off here as they are just about to get the lead. There goes the lead swap. And now it's Duck Motif's turn to drop down and get the zone and see if they can make things happen.
Yeah, and I like Kaden trying to maintain their distance as best as they can, but how are you supposed to do that when Benny is knocking on your front door here? Red Shell is looking to try to clean up the mess, trying to pincer one member off. That's Multi going down, but unfortunately losing another in the process here. Not really looking to find pain, but still trying to take the fight to them. That's 3 members actually focusing their attention on Red Shell, finally taking him down in the Zipcaster form. BlankZ is still holding on to the lead here, with still plenty of time left in the match, and the water level also has now changed, so different topography forces to try to deal with here. Milk Tea taking one down with the crab tank, looking to try to find another, and has easily called out 2 other members of BlankZ as the other 2 are spawning back in. Duck Motif is looking pretty solid here in trying to move on to the next match, hoping to find another win. But to me, it seems like Duck Motif is able to get a really solid hold, change the lead very briefly, and then BlankZ is just back again to take control away. And I'm wondering too, with the special usage that we're seeing from Duck Motif, it has frequently seemed like Red Shell is the last one left standing, and Benny is there to clean up the mess. So that is BlankZ once again holding forward towards Duck Motif spawn.
It's almost like Red Shell is maining that Zipcaster instead of the weapon itself. Obviously, we see him do good stuff with the main weapon as well, but that Zipcaster, man, Red Shell just popping off with that, creating so much space for their team and able to hold down areas, create openings as well with that. Now we're seeing members of BlankZ here trying to hold the zone. They are super close to actually KOing it with 3 members there on the zone. Where is everyone from Duck Motif? It looks like they were all coming back from spawn. Usually there's like at least one person there poking at the zone, but that was a great moment for BlankZ there. They got the members of Duck Motif away from the zone, and they just kind of 3 of them were sitting pretty there on the zone, bubbler and all.
Yeah, sitting pretty with bubbler and all in the middle of zone. That is BlankZ taking game number 3. So a 2-1 currently in the matchup as it stands right now. With BlankZ having a 2-win streak under their belts, they're looking to try to take the last win on Macomart here. And that would move us into the next round, therefore moving BlankZ onto the next round to reaching higher heights, as we said earlier. So still, once again, you have a lot of ledge play here. Duck Motif, it doesn't seem like has been utilizing the ledge play like we were previously predicting, especially with somebody like Red Shell using that Zipcaster on the Stamper. They are calling themselves out much more. So not really leaning towards sharking tactics, but more so leaning towards like the distraction tactic. At least to me, it seemed like those Zipcaster moves from last round were very much meant to like be a distraction and call members of BlankZ out from their hiding places. And so I'm wondering if the same story is going to happen on somewhere like Macomart, but also it's going to be like who it finds it more advantageous to be fighting on the stacks, because you have people that are very good at ledge gameplay. Okay, but what about multi-dimensional wall and sneaking around gameplay that you have to encounter on this stage on those stacks? So I'm wondering who is going to be more advantageous in a fight like that. And to me, it seems like BlankZ is kind of becoming that contender.
Yeah, we saw it in that last match. We didn't really get to talk about it, but the Tetra actually had a moment there. We saw their point of view where they were flanking around behind the E leader from Duck Motif and another player, but they did get called out. But it seems like they're starting to get a little bit more brave with those flanks, with that Tetra in particular. Obviously a weapon that is known for flanking around like that. And on this map in particular, like you were saying, it's flank galore. You could be flanking up a wall. You could be flanking around the zone, on the flat ground. There's so many options that can happen here.
All right, and Rissa, as the crow flies, Red Shell is pulling out the Octobrush. The Stamper
there it is.
Not finding much success in those last two matches. So we're going to go with the old reliable, as it were, with the Octobrush for Duck Motif. And we're going to be switching that to that ZNF Charger too for Milk Tea. That's Kaiso once again. So again, maintaining the long range, but using the tri-strikes as well to maybe blockade the folks of BlankZ back into their spawn. But maybe so far not going to be doing that because there are two members of BlankZ kind of hanging out in no man's land in the middle of the zone. Finally, Duck Motif has got all of their cards in one place. Red Shell's able to break through. And you have the Kaisa getting set up there, and also the tri-strikes were kind of helpful in moving the members of BlankZ away from the zone. But still, no penalty in sight for BlankZ. And as three members finally go down, this could be where Duck Motif turns it around.
And I also want to highlight too for Duck Motif, Mr. Boss there on that slosher. That is a weapon that is fantastic for this map in particular. So I already saw that as they dropped down and got the zone. There's the cooler as well, going to be great for pushes along with Duck Motif. There goes that slosher, able to get a pick. But I mean, man, the way that slosher is able to poke over all the ledges on this map, it's great. It's great for Duck Motif here.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive tool indeed for Duck Motif. The tri-strikes as well, going to be clearing some area there for Duck Motif. Mr. Boss is going to opt to take the high ground, looking in for the assist. It seems like Kaden might have needed some help, but they were like, hey man, no I don't, I got this. Don't even worry about it, I got it, and now I'm going to start going and hanging out with Red Shell. And all four members of BlankZ are now called out, and not an ideal position as Duck Motif is eliminating the penalty that they have set in front of them. And still, there's no members of BlankZ making it out to the zone. Just a couple bombs here and a point sensor there to try to throw out here. And Red Shell is providing the blockade that they need to keep BlankZ out of the zoning area. Even with the Reef Slider, it didn't really change the story all that much. Duck Motif is now in the lead.
Yeah, they had the specials on BlankZ there perfectly to push in and get the zone. Use the Reef Slider, run. The junior runs through that Reef Slider, use the bubbler, but behind them to help them cap the zone. But you saw Duck Motif, they just backed up. There's a complete wipe onto BlankZ here as well. Duck Motif just backed up, let them use their specials, and then collapsed on top of those. They knew the game plan that BlankZ has going into this as they've played them in these previous matches. So they already knew, all right, let's just sit back. We already know they're going to use the Reef Slider. We know they're going to use that bubbler. And then let's just collapse on them after that. Worked out beautifully for them. Duck Motif able to KO this match.
Well, there's something to be said about having your three quote-unquote more frontline players, so Red Shell, Mr. Boss, and Kaden. There's something to be said that those three can that trio can kind of intermix with each other of like who is going to pincer who, and then that Kaisa is pretty much powerful enough to handle themselves. Like, I'm sure like somebody is able to step back off of the front line and help Kaisa if they needed to, like if they had to pivot and change their decision. But to me, it seems like Kaisa's very much like, hey, I got it locked down back here. You three can go and do whatever you want. And that seems to be really working out for Duck Motif. And I mean, that Octobrush change, to me, it seemed like BlankZ was playing maybe a little further back than they had thought, because Red Shell, like we were saying, was up on those ledges. They were watching all of the entry points to see if they could try to catch BlankZ off guard. And it seemed like BlankZ was not being as forward this time, maybe trying to assess the offense a little bit more before throwing all of their cards down on the table. They were holding them really close to their chest this time. But it seems like maybe that change in composition now brings us to a game 5. Like we were thinking that story was going to end in that last matchup, but Duck Motif had something else to say. So now we're at Hagglefish Market. Now we're all the way over here. on the opposite side of the graphic.
We made it there.
5.
I know, and it's something to say too, like you were talking about, when you're all the way in game 4, you're used to playing against a specific comp, and then all of a sudden there's this switch up for half of the comp that you're playing against. The Chargers, the E-Leader switching from E-Leader to Charger, and then the Stamper switching over to Octobrush. You're not used to playing against this, and that can really get in your mind and kind of make you reevaluate what you've been doing previously. So maybe now that they know, okay, there's also these weapons we can be playing against, BlankZ will be able to move forward in this last match here, game 5, maybe a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, a little bit more prepared. Red Shell's going to still be sticking with the Octobrush, but they are going to be picking a new flavor of Octobrush. Just a lot. Red Shell has played a different weapon pretty much every match in this set, by the way. Similar flavor and play style of weapon, but just different specials in tow. They're going to opt to use the Kraken here. The jump in is going to happen, and they aren't going to really go for the jump, but they are going to go for the leftovers of Yushi over on the side there. So Duck Motif is making a strong case for switching over the lead with 2 specials in hand. The Wavebreaker with Kaden is going to probably come out as a defensive tool here in just a second. You have the Tri-Strikes ready to go for anybody that's breaking through the defensive wall, like the Reef Slider there, but Tri-Strikes are going to quickly cover that back up, but it's not going to be enough for BlankZ to come through and switch possession.
BlankZ able to push forward, get the zone there, and with their classic playstyle, that Reef Slider, and then the Bubbler after that. I like too that the Tetra player there, they use the Reef Slider and then they jump back just a little tiny bit to be back with their teammates, just to make sure that they can play together with them. So now they're able to not only get the zone, but get the lead as well. Use that cooler, and then with that cooler, hopefully be able to push forward as we're seeing them do now. Take down 3 members of Duck Motif, and now this is that position where we've seen them in previously. Once they're in control of the zone, it makes it really difficult for Duck Motif to get back in when they're pushed forward this far.
Yeah, and you really have to be utilizing those side pieces to try to go forward. That was Kaden looking to try to take a fight there on the lower left side. But if you leave that unchecked, the Tetra is going to snowball through and take you out from the side. Now in the single digits for BlankZ. There's not a lot of coverage here, Mr. Boss. Kaden and Red Shell are all cascading down with help from Kaiza. That was real close, Rissa. Now 2 members down on the side of BlankZ. Duck Motif, I mean, they just have to hold it the entire time if they want to look for the win on this round.
They really do. They're going to have to figure out, okay, how do we approach this? Do we push forward and just act really aggressive, or do we just kind of stay safe, hold the zone as best we can, and play it a little bit more safe? You can see they're just trying to figure that out right now. Red Shell decides, guess what? I'm going to push forward and be aggressive. Uses this Kraken to kind of single out the members of BlankZ that are pushing down to get the zone. They recognized right when BlankZ was going to use their specials and push forward, and tried to use that Kraken to stop that. But BlankZ here kind of freely pushes forward as they started taking down members of Duck Motif, pushes forward, gets the zone, and now once again they're pushed up in this dangerous position.
Yeah, and it seems like Benny just kind of went unnoticed there, taking out Kai'Sa, and then Red Shell jumping down in the process there. Benny has a solid hold on that left-hand side, and they're going to actually opt to let go of it to move forward into the spawning area of Duck Motif because it seemed like a safe landing at the time. Kaden and Kai'Sa now trying to push up out of the zoning area. There's really good coverage here on the bottom half in the court area by BlankZ. Kaden throwing out the Wavebreaker to clear something up. The Tri-Strikes are in tow. The control will be lost, but now the firefight really begins of who's going to take it back, and it's Duck Motif that is the successor. BlankZ is going to have to be backing off here as members are pincering each other into the different corners and forcing them to be pushed back. But now, to me, it seems that Duck Motif, in order for this to be successful as we round up the last minute of the game, we have to be building special, holding tight to positions here, and like you said, not overextending, not pushing ourselves too far forward. But you know what? Red Shell actually plays his own game, so it doesn't really matter if you're Red Shell.
Yeah, Red Shell said, guess what? I'm going to push forward, be aggressive, use this Kraken. Again, very similar situation to what we saw from the previous push that BlankZ was getting ready. Now the zone is in limbo as we see it painted in both colors. Finally, BlankZ there is able to paint the zone. But man, as we're headed into the last 45 seconds of this match, this is so chaotic. I really think anything can happen here because both teams have really felt like they've each gotten a feel for how to play against each other on this match. So I really don't know what's going to happen headed into the last 30 seconds of this.
Yeah, they got to be super careful about where that penalty is going to stand. Like, you really have to risk assess when the big play is going to happen because you have to keep reinitiating that penalty. So if you didn't see it before, BlankZ had like 23 seconds left on their penalty before Motif took the zone back. When they took the zone back, it added 25 points back onto the penalty. So now they have technically 46 seconds to try to change something here. And 46 plus 1 seconds to do something here. But the game timer is not going to allow for much space to do much else. So that is BlankZ taking us in a 3-2 against Motif as we move on into the second round. BlankZ is finding great success in their first round of the day.
Yeah, that was great for BlankZ there. They, even though that that fourth match, once Motif switched their weapons up and kind of made them reevaluate how they wanted to play against Motif, and in that game 5, BlankZ really had it down and they really recognized how to approach that a lot better.
Right, and I appreciate that BlankZ maybe has some homework to do because consistently you had Red Shell breaking in to their spawning area or trying to topple the defense with the Kraken. So kind of assessing how do we do preventative measures to stop something like that happening in the future. But Motif, it would seem to me that they had their own strategy and game used against them to where in the earlier rounds, Motif was really locking in those last few seconds and when the scoring got really close together with BlankZ. But then we saw BlankZ doing that in this game 5. We saw them really locking it down, coming together and holding fast with their 1 point left with their multiple colored penalty that they had to keep reinitiating and eliminating. So putting themselves in a really good spot to play the long game. Really good flip of the story, if you will. It's like the characters changed. The characters changed their roles as the match went on. So moving on into our second round of pools here, we have ezmd versus Super Fighting Me Team Supreme. And you can't see me anymore, but I did just do like some karate chops in the air because how can you not do some sort of position when you hear a team such as this? So you have Trey, Hayden, Goji, and Tickle making up the roster of Super Fighting Me Team Supreme. This team is also playing in the Ludi season that has just kicked off this week versus ezmd, and you have very recognizable names on ezmd. And Rissa, we talked about it last night. ezmd has gotten 3rd and 4th in the last 2 seasons of SendouQ. So in season 8, they got 4th. In season 9, they got 3rd. And as we have talked about that, a lot of the main competitions that we've seen in previous SendouQs are not playing today. Presumably, ezmd will get 2nd or 1st place. They are projected to be in 2nd place. They are the 2nd seed in this tournament. And with no Moonlights, FT Wins, Starbursts of the world standing in their way, presumably this could be something that is very achievable to them with Super Fighting Me Team Supreme being all +2 players, and they are in the 6th seed for the tournament today.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, ezmd 2nd seed. So going into this, they definitely must have done their work throughout this SendouQ season to be able to get to that 2nd seed. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of notable players, like you said, and we talked about last night on the pre-show. So a lot of players that we're very familiar with, and we know that they're really strong players. So if they are on their game today, definitely they could not only get that 2nd seed, get that 2nd place, but also maybe have a fight for that 1st place.
They definitely are going to have to put up a really good argument with PXG if they want to try to force themselves into the top 4 area here. But for now, we're going to be playing round 2 of pools. We're not there just yet. You have Trey classically on the 52, Goji bringing out that Gigantor tent as it were, and Yoshell actually on the side of Super Fighting Me Team Supreme, playing on the oh no, I mixed it up. ezmd is the one with the E-Leader. Okay, I was like, hold on, I switched my colors here. But you do still have the Snipe Rider with Hayden playing around as well, so you have good supportive weapons on either side. But you have and the cooler for ezmd is going to be coming out from the NZAP. So you have a lot more mobile support weapon versus the Snipe Rider, which is a little bit more in one place, not as nomadic as the NZAP can be. But so far, so good for Super Fighting Me Team Supreme. I feel like I'm gonna call it the Me Team. We're gonna call it Me Team, or Supreme or something. We're gonna have to try to think of an acronym here for this really long team name that has us with ellipses on the side. But so far, so good for Super Fighting Team. Unless you are ezmd, you're pushing Goji into the side here, rendering that Trizuka a little bit useless, and also maintaining control of the zone.
Yeah, ezmd here, push forward, able to get the zone, push forward past that as well. And I was thinking while you were talking how odd it is that I'm surprised I'm actually seeing a pencil, a Snipe Rider. I feel like I'm so used to seeing E-Leaders recently within the meta. So I'm like, oh wait, there's a pencil. Hayden here on that pencil, obviously playing that support / anchor weapon for their team. So we'll get to see how that plays out against an E-Leader. And E-Leader in particular on this map is really, really good. It can reach all the way over to the other side. So as we're seeing ezmd here get control of the zone, we saw Super Fighting there push forward, start trying to cap the zone, but I mean, with the way that ezmd just kind of stayed back, played around their E-Leader, let the other team come to them, they were able to recap the zone and now continue to count down points on their strong starting score that they have.
Yeah, and I appreciate Phoenix on the back end there, just trying to paint as much as they can to throw out that cooler. And then once the fight, unfortunately, the fight was brought to them by Trey and 8 there, allowing for Goji to have some leeway as well. So now in the spawning area, the entire game is just being played on one side of the map here, as Super Fighting is the ones holding on to the zone, and there's nobody from ezmd that's able to jump over the side and try to break out here. And you have Trey playing all the way forward, but actually utilizing that jump off point more than ezmd was in that moment, opting to take the long way down. 3 members going down and back into the spawn for Super Fighting, and now ezmd with Kiki's point of view here and blasting over the top of the side there. It seems to me that ezmd had a really great recovery there with trying to get back in.
They really did. They were able to take their time, get the zone, and then not only get the zone, but you can see they're letting the other team start dropping down and almost kind of baiting them into the zone and just getting the picks onto them that way. We see that Super Fighting did use their cooler, so even if they did go down, they are right back into the action. With that Booyah Bomb getting set off as well for Super Fighting, they're able to push in, get that zone. We're seeing Trey here leading the charge with that 52, but 2 members drop down here from ezmd on this right side, so Trey, they're having to regroup, notice where all those members are dropping in and figure out how to approach that. I mean, it's kind of difficult. Usually you can kind of tell when a team that you're playing against just drops down on one side in particular, but ezmd, they're doing a good job at funneling players both on that left drop and then around that right drop of the map as well. So that's making it a little bit difficult for Super Fighting to figure out how they want to approach that, and they're just constantly scrambled around trying to figure out where the members of ezmd are.
Yeah, it would seem to me too that Yoshell has been pretty present throughout the game thus far, and which is a very major point as someone playing an E-Leader, and also that means that Yoshell is doing the right thing. If they aren't going down, or especially allowing Goji with that longer range Trizuka to try to take them out, Yoshell has been playing excellently throughout this game and making sure that they not only stay alive, but they are providing a lot of pressure to make sure that Super Fight is not really finding solid ground. They have to continuously be moving in order to find success here. But trying to take the fight into the center zone, the Stamper player goes down, the NZAP goes down. Yoshell's finding themselves by themselves in no man's land, kind of towards the spawning area there. Kiki able to get a great pick on the corner, and still maintaining control, even with 2 members of ezmd going down. In the neutral zones, the control is still maintained by ezmd and looking like it's going to be a very solid victory here. And not much else left to say about that. There was nobody from Super Fight to try to paint zone as best they could. They were too focused on where ezmd was going to be. And so ezmd is going to be taking that first round.
That was so interesting there at the end when we saw Kiki use the this way, because they noticed someone dropped down from Super Fighting on the right side of the map. And then instead of rushing forward to get that pick onto that member, they actually said this way and then let the other teammates from their team go and get that right side drop. And then Kiki goes around the back side to make sure that they go around and flank. Like that type of, like at this high of a level in Splatoon, that type of, gameplay and like just the knowledge to know to do that is so cool to see, because I would just be like, oh, I'm just going to run towards the person who dropped. So those little things that players do at this level of gameplay in Splatoon, I think is really neat to notice and watch.
I think it's very unique that because this is a Splat Zones only tournament, that the teams have full autonomy to pick what maps that they want to see and what they want to utilize and play against. So you are correct. That is Hammerhead Bridge. That is Mincemeat Metalworks in the map lineup here that has been picked by the teams that you are watching, by the way. This is not the TOs. These maps are picked by the teams themselves. So you will be watching zones with Mincemeat Metalworks and Hammerhead Bridge. If you don't like that, I'm so sorry. You're going to have to find your entertainment elsewhere. But in my mind, that is pretty entertaining. And it just goes to show that there are some tricks up the sleeves of some of these folks that you don't want to miss if they are picking. There's a reason that Mincemeat Metalworks and Hammerhead are on this docket.
Yeah, it's like
to be picked.
It's like, if you don't like it, just be happy you're not playing it, you know?
Who not watch it though?
Yeah, I'm very happy to watch it. Very glad I'm not playing it. However,
I think that there's something to be said about higher level players picking the less ideal maps and stages that you don't really get to see in normal tournament settings. There's something to be said about that. I mean, and this is for the Bluefins of the world out there. These picks are, in fact, for you. These are for you, and there is a reason why that these are on the roster here. But Hammerhead Bridge is where we're going to start off first for the second round here. Not a lot of comp changes coming out from either side, really. Although I believe actually is the Stamper picks, I think, are
that was different. I had the same question in my head. Same exact question in my head. Okay. Same ones. We got confirmation. So sticking with the same
one. So you have Zipcaster versus Crab Tank for those Stampers there, which obviously I think 2 great specials for something like Hammerhead Bridge. There's a lot of different surfaces to make contact with. There's also a couple higher points in a very linear map, if you will. There's places to hide, but otherwise, like, it's just very long. There's only one direction that you can actually put yourself towards. And so far, Super Fighting is actually the ones that are going to make the most headway here with holding north. That Tenebrella in particular that Goji's playing could be really, really useful for them on this map. So since it is able to go down those long corridors of this map, it's going to hopefully be able to help them to get into the zone, to push past the zone and hold space with that. If you are ezmd, that's going to be one of the main things that you're going to be watching for and constantly poking at when you see that tent shield come out. So right now, quite a bit of a scramble for mid, and I'm almost having PTSD watching this, thinking about playing it, because this is that point where ezmd is right now, where it's like, oh, the zone is right there, but I can't quite grasp it. You really have to figure out how to carefully approach this, but also very quickly approach it as well. Finally, ezmd able to figure out exactly what they needed to do, push forward and get it, and now take down 2 members on Super Fighting. Goji was left there alone in that tent, trying to do what tents do, maybe create some space, maybe create a distraction, but finally was called out as well. ezmd here now pushing forward, acting very aggressively in Super Fighting spawn. I'm really gonna credit this bout of offense for ezmd to that bubble that Kiki was using. Because it was like you said, the zone is right there, but how do we reach it? And as you were saying that, Kiki popped that bubble and everybody forced their resources to the left. And now we're seeing what we're seeing right now, which is Super Fighting trying to break back into the zone and see if they can make headway in the same position that ezmd was in earlier. And sometimes sometimes you get the auto bomb and sometimes you get the bubble that lets you break back into the zone. I mean, you just never know. But for this moment now, the bubble breaking back into the zone is going to be the key to success. ezmd now taking the lead with a few ticks left to go. Nobody in sight. It's just Yoshell kicking it in the center stage there. Now ezmd in a 2-0, putting themselves at match point.
Once they finally got control of the zone, ezmd, it was smooth sailing for them. Almost they had Yoshell there on that E-leader, staying back in the zone. And then if you're an E-leader, you have so much range, you can almost just sit back there and just kind of poke at whoever's approaching you when you're as good as Yoshell and just able to have aim that amazing. And then also you have eyes for the other members of your team, able to call out where members of the other team are dropping since you're pushed back like that, able to see everything. And I mean, just with the way the rest of the members of ezmd were just playing really aggressively too, they really just solidified their win there on that second game.
100%. And I'm hoping that we spend the full 5 minutes at Mincemeat Metalworks. I hope for my sake and for your sake of those people that are watching, I hope we spend our full 5 minutes here and then some watching Mincemeat Metalworks.
I don't know.
It's the presumed last match of the set. But also, it's like, come on, we already know what happens on Hagglefish Market and Barnacle and Dime. We already know what happens there. We're so well versed in it. But I want to talk about Mincemeat Metalworks. We don't get to talk about Mincemeat Metalworks, like, ever.
It's kind of like that last match we watched. It's not a competitive map that we typically get to see played in tournaments. So it's very interesting watching high-level Splatoon players of this caliber approach this map that's not played in competitive a lot. I get what you're saying.
Thank you. Somebody gets me, and it's usually Rissa. It's usually Rissa.
I got you.
That understands why my plight here. And maybe ezmd and Super Fight also have the similar thoughts in their heads as we go into opening statements here. ezmd are the ones immediately going to be taking control. But Goji on the tent here. I mean, one thing about this zone is that it is small and the tent shield flying away will take up half of it if you let it. Which is what happened with Goji there just a few seconds ago, putting Super Fight into the lead and also with specials in tow. All the members of ezmd are just trying to look for a way back in.
ezmd. This is looking very similar to that last match we watched where Super Fighting immediately got the zone. It looked like they were holding onto it fairly well, and then it took ezmd a little bit of time to get back into the zone, but 2 members actually down on ezmd as we're seeing Yoshell here. Oh, gets a pick onto Hayden, and is also just holding down as much space as they can for their teammates to come back from spawn. Also coolered up as well, so hopefully this will be the push for ezmd to push forward as Kiki there leads the charge, gets a pick, and we see the members of their team dropping in here to help continue to push that space that Kiki is creating.
Yeah, it seems to me that Hayden keeps getting called out by Yoshell. They were called out on the center point there and not able to hide.
Speaking of,
called out again, barely peeking out. The timing of Hayden's peeking does not align with how Yoshell is playing the game right now, because that's happened at least twice. But Goji is going to be here to clean up the mess. Don't you worry. That is Yoshell getting taken out of the game. Goji able to push forward. The Zipcaster, though, is going to cause a little bit of displacement, but not enough, as getting pincered out by Trey there. So Super Fights is only 6 points away from trying to change the lead. They're holding on to the zone here. A little bit of penalty in their way, of course. But ezmd is nowhere to be found on the spawning area. They are all huddled up on the right, the left-hand side near the top, if you're looking from Super Fight's perspective. And you can even see that the Stamper went down to try to take a fight, but the other Stamper is going to actually call them out and push them back up towards the top. But even so, it's like if you extend your resources one way, ezmd is going to take full advantage of the other way, now holding it onto the zone again.
And Super Fighting, they definitely had quite a hold going there, and they were doing a great job at just poking at ezmd, not letting them drop down. But ezmd, they got it together. They eventually got control of the zone, and they are still in the lead with very few penalty points here as they're about to go through them. And now they're in a position once again where they're poking at the snipe area from Super Fighting. This is the area where you drop down from your spawn, and it can get really chaotic if you don't have control of it. So you can see they're constantly just trying to get control of that. They try and use that Booyah Bomb as well to push through and get the zone, and it looks like paired with that Killer Whale, able to at least cap the zone, give 55 penalty points over to ezmd, and still be in the game. It was almost over for Super Fighting there for just a second.
For just a second, but in a blink, they're able to take it back, even if just briefly. Goji's point of view here, trying to chase out Kiki, but if you turn your back, then Phoenix is there to stay. That's a wipeout on the side of Super Fighting Me Team Supreme, and ezmd is looking to hold forward here. There's a lot of yellow paint down in the center stage. There is nowhere to step foot. If you are Super Fight, you have to try to utilize all the resources you can. Looking to try to see if maybe the left side is going to be favorable here. But again, if you have somebody like Yoshell that is able to play the distance, you have to rely on Goji to be using that Trizuka to take them out. That's 3 members of ezmd down as we round the corner into the last minute of the game here. Super Fighting Me Team, in order to stay in, they just got to be holding their defense as strong as they've ever had.
They really do. This is like the make or break moment for them if they want to stay in this match against ezmd. You can see they're knowing that they don't want to approach too much because they don't want to accidentally have members go down. This Booyah Bomb here, great use of that Booyah Bomb to use as a big wall against the zone as members of ezmd are trying to come in and get the zone. It looks like they actually, ezmd went around that Booyah Bomb, recognized that that was happening, and just completely flanked around that and got the zone with that. So great, like, just the gameplay and the knowledge to recognize, hey, they're going to use this Booyah Bomb right on our drop. Let's just go around that. Worked out great for them, and it was so close for Super Fighting there. They were so close to getting the lead.
Yeah, to me, it's the one that's been leading the charge for this a lot of the time has been Kiki. It's really been Kiki being like, all right, I'm gonna go this way if you're gonna go that way. I'm gonna use my bubble here if we can't reach the hammerhead zone. I'm gonna use bubble here to extend our reach and get us a little bit further out, and so on and so forth. And ezmd is going to be the victors in this set, a 3-0 win, moving on into round 3. We already were saying it before, they are seeded number 2 for a reason, and that was shown pretty prevalently here, I would say.
I would agree. Absolutely. Getting a 3-0 over Super Fighting. Super Fighting definitely, they like, especially there, like at the end. I was going to say they had moments where they were seeming like they were figuring out how to approach ezmd, but ezmd was able to just quick counter that and just, they almost thought ahead of time. We know how they're going to counter us. So us as ezmd, let's just do the opposite of that, because we can, just having the foresight to know that what's going to happen, I think is really awesome to see at this high level in Splatoon, because I as a player would not have that type of foresight. I'd be like, oh, let me just drop into the Booyah Bomb, you know?
Well, I think the other thing of note is that on the side of Super Fighting Me Team Supreme, there it is. They have a couple of players on that team that this is their first time being in the top 12 for the SendouQ finals. This is their first time being on this side of the competition. And so with it being your first time over here, you know, you have to assess the risk. You have to be like, okay, this is kind of what we could anticipate from something like this. And maybe zones on Mincemeat Metalworks was not one of those things. Maybe it was kind of like we have to put a lot of our practice into stages that we don't really get to play as often, or that we don't really have as much familiarity with in a competitive sense. But then you have people like ezmd that have been doing this for a little while. And they already know kind of how to handle that game pressure and what to do. But that being said, ezmd is the winners of the round 2 matchup that we got to watch. But moving on down the line, we're in round 3 now, Arissa. We have Flow Dragons versus Nala Fanclub. And Flow Dragons is seeded number 3 in this competition. Everybody except Noctis, which, by the way, Noctis being an N on the side of Flow Dragons, is the captain of Black Lotus. So finding a lot of friends along the way to help out and play on the team of Flow Dragons. The other 3 teammates on Flow Dragons, this is their first time in the top 12 of SendouQ. So welcome to the competition for season 10. And then you have Nala Fanclub on the opposite side, which I believe this is a continuation of the saga of Jared plays with mid-level and may or may not be having a good time. So it is Jared of the of Voilakti and back in the day Jackpot playing with the Nala Fanclub folks, which I believe Ryu and Bake have actually been on the winner side of things before. Bake's played with a team called Candon in the past, which is a very high-level EU team that we don't see as much anymore. And then we have Aura Boy, who we also talked about quite a bit last night too.
Aura Boy, 36. Can't forget the 36, right? Yeah, I'm so let me look at this. So Flow Dragons, the 3rd seed, and Nala Fanclub, the 7th seed, excuse me. So getting closer and closer with these seedings, and that's when it gets really interesting, because the closer the seedings get, the more intense the games can be. So I don't know what we're in for here, Saf.
Well, I one thing I think about is that Ryu on the side of Nala Fanclub is from the pickup team Usagi Fanclub, and Usagi Fanclub is a frequent flyer in Crow Battle, which Crow Battle, if you didn't know, is a weekly zones only tournament that has been happening for quite some time now. And Usagi Fanclub is the team with the most wins of Crow Battle. So you have somebody that is no stranger to Splat Zones only and how the flow of a tournament like that works. Not only that, they play it weekly. And so you have a lot of experience on one side, but you also have somebody like Flow Dragons and someone like Noctis leading the charge for Flow Dragons, who also has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, has played in many different settings. So you have various titans of industry, if you will, coming to a head here with Flow Dragons and Nala Fanclub, opening it up on Inkbot Art Academy for the first stage that we're looking at. And actually, similar story from before. Crab Lake Capital is going to be the second one, very similar to the first round that we were playing in. But so far, so good. Going into round 3, Grista, I'm having a fantastic time this morning getting to talk some Splatoon with you.
I am too. We are, going into the top 12 of SendouQ Season 10 with 12 amazing teams. This is going to continue on here as we head into this next match, Flow Dragons versus Nala Fanclub here, getting a start. And actually, looking at the comps, I'm like, is this a mirror comp? Hello? It's super close. Very similar weapons played on each team. Each team has a pencil. Each team has a mini, of course, of different variants. And then each team has a blaster as well. The only difference is that we see that Forge Pro on one side and then that Splash-O-Matic on the other side.
Yeah, and Forge Pro has been a very dominant weapon to be picking in this current meta. With how the different updates have come out, Forge Pro has been really, really strong lately, so a good choice coming out from Flow Dragons with the Forge Pro. It has that it has the Booyah Bomb, Booyah Bomb and Section Bomb as its loadout there. So and Azu's going to make really great use of that. That's 2 members on Nala Fanclub going down there, and they're going to be maintaining more ground on the left-hand side, opening it up for their teammate to run up the ramp there. Not finding too much success, though. Unfortunately, going down, and Nala and Jared are able to drop into the center stage, and there's no chance anybody can get comfortable on the top center of that stage there. But I would think that Nala Fanclub would have been able to do a little bit more to turn it around, but Flow Dragons is going to be taking the lead. Yeah, you could see that Jared and I didn't quite see who else that was who tried to drop in the middle and just take that middle stack in the zone immediately. The members of Flow Dragons had eyes on the back of their head. They saw that, they all backed up and poked at the same exact spot there where they knew the members of Nala Fanclub were trying to get that mid tower, and immediately called that out. So now Nala Fanclub here just scrambling to try and get
their specials ready, try and get in a position to get the zone, but it is not looking great for them. Flow Dragons just continuing to hold the zone, pushing forward a little bit past that as well, and utilizing their specials and weapons to poke at that drop area and really not let Nala Fanclub think about getting their specials, think about grouping up together at all, really just not giving them room to breathe in this first match.
Yeah, and I liked the ceremonial hammer throw as the tape flew across the screen. It was kind of a very good ending there for throwing out the hammer as the game ended. So Flow Dragons in dominant fashion taking us into game number 2 here. I'm not really sure, Rissa, what the keys for success are for Nala Fanclub to try to turn things around. I mean, you have somebody like Jared who has been playing at top level for so long, trying to guide different folks of Nala Fanclub out of the mid-level headspace and think more, okay, if you were a top-level player such as myself, these are things that I would want to look out for and think about as I'm trying to play against my opponent here. But to me, it seemed like Flow Dragons had a very impenetrable defense. As soon as zone was taken, I mean, you saw at one moment there was somebody from Nala Fanclub that jumped onto the top tower, and before both toes were able to touch the landing point, they were immediately taken out. So already thinking 2 steps ahead of Nala Fanclub, Flow Dragons are. And so you have to try to think, okay, how do we outsmart the dragon? How do you fight and combat the dragon? How do you outsmart the dragon?
Right. That's, if I was Nala Fanclub, I'd be like, okay, what do we do? It almost seemed like half of the team was wanting to play aggressively, and then half of the team was wanting to wait and get specials. So if they can meet in that happy middle area, whether it's all kind of waiting to get specials, waiting, or just all playing aggressively and letting their specials come as they are pushing aggressively, I think if they can do either of those, as long as they're just playing together, they can make a little bit more happen. But heading into the second game, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that, because like you said, Flow Dragons was ahead of it. They knew what to do. They were 10 steps ahead of what Nala Fanclub was doing.
And maybe the difference will be that there is less surface area covering the lower level, because on Crab Leg Capital, it's Great City. You can shoot through the floor in various different places on this stage, and that might maybe change the narrative that we're looking for here. But already, Nala Fanclub is going to be taking the zone first. There's a good bubble placement out on the center stage by Ryu there, opening defensively, extending the reach for folks to try to get out and take fights places. But the Booyah Bomb is going to cause quite a bit of displacement, and very quickly Flow Dragons is going to take the zone back into the favor here. Jared trying to get set up on the crab tank, finding no value for it at all. Barely able to get set up before Flow Dragons can collapse in and take them down there. And once again, we're seeing a very similar story to where Jared is trying to lead the charge and get people into position, but Flow Dragons is already so quick on the draw to prevent that.
How interesting. I've seen Jared's aggressive crab work so many times in the past, commentating. Oh, okay, good 2 picks onto Flow Dragons there from Nala Fanclub. But yeah, I've seen Jared's aggressive crab work so many times in previous tournaments, and just seeing him try and use it there, try and crab aggressively, and Flow Dragons completely shutting that down, I think was really interesting. So again, we're seeing Jared there on the right side of the map using that crab. Far enough back, but still pretty up close, and wasn't quite called out there, as now it's Flow Dragon's turn to be in their spawn, trying to regroup and figure out how to get back into the spawn. I mean, the zone.
I think both things are true. Both things are true. Nala Fanclub finally finding the lead here against Flow Dragons, and actually having a really solid foothold too. Ryu is really good on this left-hand side here, allowing a lot of jump space to come in from Nala Fanclub. And I like that the Snipe Rider player is opting to take the high ground. The cooler is now going to be coming out They immediately took down the first player that stepped foot into the lower area. And now you can see Nala Fanclub is finding a lot of comfortability here. Rissa, single digits left to go. They just have to hold on very strong here. The Wavebreaker's not going to find any value as much as they were hoping for. So Nala Fanclub is going to tie us 1-1 here. Maybe we spoke too soon. Perhaps we spoke too soon on what Nala Fanclub is looking for out of this.
Right. That was a complete switch. Now it was Nala Fanclub headed into the second game that did a very dominant fashion there, won that very dominantly. So I'm really just trying to think back and think of what they did differently. And maybe it was that they kind of played more together, made sure that they were using specials together, and they didn't rush things like I think they were in that first game. So just being able to coordinate things and group up a little bit more, take on 2v1s, 3v1s, 3v2s, things like that really were in their favor in that second game.
Yeah, it seems to me that Nala Fanclub needs to take a page out of the playbook of ezmd, and especially with that bubble gameplay. I mean, already I saw Ryu at least once utilize that bubble not as a defensive tool, but also as a territory tool to be like, this left-hand corner is for us. And if you need to extend your reach a little bit further, you can do so, but also retreat back if it looks a little too dangerous. And it seemed like that was a very big opening play in my mind, which allowed the resources of Nala Fanclub to really expand themselves much further and gain a lot more value. Because it was after that play that we didn't really see Flow Dragons get a lot of reach a lot of headway onto the zoning area. So Brightwater Springs coming up next here in a 1-1 fashion, looking for the next win. We are guaranteed a game 4. How exciting. Maybe perhaps we'll go to Wahoo World for game 5. I hope you have your season pass, Rissa, much like California Adventure and Disneyland. We could go hang out at Wahoo World, but for now, let's go and head into the bathhouse of Brightwater Springs. There's no comp changes on either side here. And I'm wondering, already with Nala Fanclub reaching the zone first, there was nobody even in the center. It caused Flow Dragons to have to leave their ramp area to go to the center to take the zone back.
Yeah, it was almost like they were like, wait, they're not grabbing the zone. I guess we'll just go get the zone. And Flow Dragons turned and went towards the zone, and now they do have control of it, but Nala Fanclub is regrouping on their ramp on their side of the map. Finally, I like that they're having multiple members drop down on the right side there, but you can see that Flow Dragons recognizes that, throws that Booyah Bomb right to where all those members are dropping to. And even though Flow Dragons is in control of the zone right now, it's kind of a bit of a scramble still as each team is getting their footing on this map.
Yeah, and I think with the cooler coming out for Nala Fanclub, this could be really helpful in trying to turn some things around. Jared is missing from the action, but still having a special online. That's 3 specials ready to go for Nala Fanclub to try to open it up, and the try splashdown is going to be the first to do just that. The zone is taking out of possession. There's just enough ink on both sides to try to keep it in limbo for as long as possible. Nala Fanclub is going to find success, though, in that firefight. The Booyah Bomb is going to once again put it into a neutral position. It's a very small zone, so you really got to try to throw as much as you can onto it to maintain your status. But Flow Dragons is going to be the victor in that exchange. And having a very significant lead here over Nala Fanclub. Nala Fanclub is being completely pigeonholed into their spawn.
They are, and I noticed too that Ryu was on the right side there alone. Okay, pushing forward, getting a complete wipe in Nala Fanclub spawn. Hello, I didn't even get to talk about what I was thinking about, but yeah, a lot of top teams are, I noticed if someone drops on the right side of the map to come around from the other team to get the zone, they focus on the spawn. It's really interesting. They make sure that they keep an eye on those drops, but they know that the spawn area is the really important area of this map to make sure you're watching, because then that almost distracts the other team from being able to come in and get the zone at all. They have to get these members from the other team out of their spawn. And right there, towards the end, that's exactly what Flow Dragons did. They all took Nala Fanclub spawn, and that has allowed them to end up KOing this third match and winning the third match over Nala Fanclub.
And I feel like that's where Brightwater Springs is such a unique stage, because the spawning area is so small and like mostly you just see what's right in front of you, but then there really is an exit point to get down into the stage, like right next to where you're spawning in from. So it's an immediate decision of like, do I go for objective or do I try to fight what's directly in front of me?
Right.
But if the team that's directly in front of you, if your opponent's directly in front of you and they're not really letting you have any sort of leeway to jump into the left-hand side, it's like, you really are forced into one decision. And so Nala Fanclub, you could see Jared was even trying to do the flank on the spawning area around the right hand elbow. He was trying to see if he could get the flank and find a successful flank there, but Flow Dragons just had eyes 360, looking everywhere and everywhere all at once. So I think I'm wondering, with this moving on into our fourth round here, on Umami Ruins now having a double zone stage to try to keep track of, I'm hoping to see a little bit more stretch of resources from Flow Dragons and Nala Fanclub, because now Flow Dragons, instead of managing what's coming out of the spawn, they have to manage the zones and what's coming out of the spawn. So you're adding a little bit more to the plate here with Umami Ruins.
Okay, so taking a look at these comps, everything looks the same except Jared switching over to the dualies. So that is going to be the one major switch up that I'm seeing, switching from the splash over to the dualies. Still going to be having Crab though as that special, and I feel like that's recently become a special that Jared is like, it's like required for Jared to be playing very good with that Crab. So as this match starts here, immediate trade on top with the minis, and both teams trying to figure out how they want to get control of the zone.
I think, well, Jared switching over to the dualies too, one thing that comes to mind is mobility. There's a lot more mobility in using the roll mechanic with the dualies, and it seems like Jared is somebody that needs to have a lot more mobility in order to find success in the fights that he's taking. And already the lead now being switched over to Nala Fanclub's favor. Jared is looking to try to bait some folks down into that pit area, but I'm unsure if success was found with that. But the zones are now being taken once again, overflowing by Flow Dragons. 3 members over on the left-hand side there. You can see Ryu immediately getting called out. That's Azu on the left side, now looking to go around towards the spawning point of Nala Fanclub in order to help out take another member of Nala Fanclub. And there is no entrance point in sight for the folks of Nala Fanclub to try to do something here, because Flow Dragons keep jumping in, and that's Noctis coming in with the triple splashdown. And it seemed to me that the pencil is unable to also find safety. The wipeout has now occurred. Nala Fanclub is really going to have to like rearrange the plans here. It's back to the drawing board, Rissa.
It really is. Like you said, Flow Dragons, they just keep jumping in. There was a second there where they had 2 members down, but they still were controlling the entire map with the jump-ins that they get. Even the 2 members that were coming from spawn were jumping into those 2 remaining members, and they are not giving up space. So if you are Nala Fanclub, you really have to figure out how to approach that. You really have to make sure you have eyes on all members of Flow Dragons and know that they are gonna just constantly be having members jumping in and constantly having that aggression.
Yeah, and you could see too that Nala was looking to try to help out with the fight with Ryu, and the mini just can only reach so far, so you really need to get a blaster in there to try to get some of that poking damage. 3 members though going down on Nala Fanclub, unfortunately. Flow Dragons having no penalty in sight. They're looking to try to close out this match as quick as it started. And you can see that Nala Fanclub they keep on trying to use all of the different tools in the toolbox, but Flow Dragons has a bigger toolkit at their disposal, taking the match into a 3-1 scenario as we move into round 4.
Wow. They just, like, the way that Flow Dragons just constantly almost utilized that map is so big and the 2 zones, and it had so many areas where if you wanted to jump in from spawn to your teammate, there's like so many areas if you're the other team that you have to be watching. So they really utilized that almost distraction tactic of being able to do that, and great job on them. They were really on fire that round, I think.
Yeah, it seems like the recovery efforts from Flow Dragons were executed much better than what Nala Fanclub was trying to do. It kind of seemed like Nala Fanclub had one really solid plan in the works, and then as soon as that plan was obliterated or toppled, there wasn't really much recovery effort that we could see coming out from Nala Fanclub. But Flow Dragons, to me, it was like, okay, well, this doesn't work, so now we're moving on to plan F. Plans A through E didn't work, so now we're on plan F, and now Flow Dragons, we're gonna find success with plan F. So I guess moving forward for the folks of Nala Fanclub, don't feel discouraged, don't sweat it. There's still plenty of tournament left to try to change what's happening, and maybe we'll get them next time. Just take all the notes you can, and we'll get them next time. We'll reformat the gameplay as we move forward. But round number four in these pools that we're looking at here, I think we're still waiting for a couple of matches to get ready and to get settled, I think, before we go into our next match. But Rissa, I think that's a perfect time for us to talk a little bit about what's happening in the LAN scene of things. The LAN Championship Showdown 2026 has been back again, in case you were not aware.
Yes. So it's going to be a tourney where the winners of 12 LANs complete to see who's the champion of all champions. Keep an eye out for more news Splatoon tourneys on Splatoon tourneys socials, and tune into their stream on Sunday, April 26th to be able to watch this. And you're going to actually be representing one of these lovely LANs, right, Saf?
Yeah, I'm one of the organizers for Sea Battle. So Sea Battle will be happening on April 4th. If you have any interest in coming, we would love to see you there. We'll be at the University of Washington. It's also our 2-year anniversary for running as a LAN, so you don't want to miss it. The games, Salmon Run, Cake 2. Come and celebrate with us. But for now, we've already gotten to see the folks of Toronto Roca, SoCali, and Booyah Bay just last weekend get to flex their muscles. And so for the next LAN Championship Showdown, LAN on the docket, you need to be looking at Gatorland. Gatorland being the winners of the last LAN Championship Showdown in 2025, but they are going to be next on the tour stop, so you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss these LANs, folks. They are so much fun, and the stakes could not be higher because you get to watch players that you know and that you've met and hung out with before at LAN. So it feels a lot more personal when you get to watch the winners of your LAN play in the LAN Championship Showdown. So you don't want to miss it. Gatorland is coming up next for the broadcast of LAN Championship Showdown, but also April 26th is going to be the final tournament. So you don't want to miss it. It's going to be a really fun time. But that's enough of LCS. We're here with SendouQ. You thought that we were talking about LANs for longer, but no. We're gonna stay online. No. We're gonna be playing more of the SendouQ Season 10 finals now that we're in round number 4, which is exciting. We're nearing the end of the pools round. And Rissa, perhaps while we're waiting for our teams to get settled in and get ready, we could take a brief break ourselves before giving you guys more action.
That sounds lovely.
Okay, stay tuned. SendouQ Season 10 finals will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we are back here for the SendouQ Season 10 finals that are happening here on IPL Splatoon. My name is Rissa, joined by the lovely Saf, and we are still waiting, as if you might have heard before we headed to this very short break, that we are waiting to go into round 4. We're waiting for some sets to finish up in round 3, and we were kind of sitting here behind the scenes looking at the bracket and just kind of going over some of the interesting sets that have been happening not on stream. So we kind of wanted to go ahead and take a look at those.
Yeah, from what it is looking like, so in the round 3 realm, if you will, right now. So we have Bet versus BlankZ at the moment. Bet is up 2-0 against BlankZ currently in round 3. And we are waiting for the Hypernova and Sun Eater set to finish, which, by the way, Sun Eater is seeded 12th in this competition. They went 3-2 with PXG right at the beginning of the day. They took PXG to a 3-2 and unfortunately losing to 2 against PXG. They beat BlankZ at 3-0, and the success has now been decided between Hypernova and Sun Eater. So Hypernova and Sun Eater went to a game 5, and Sun Eater won of 3-2 over Hypernova. So there is some really interesting storytelling happening with Sun Eater, and I'm wondering, who is Sun Eater? Because according to the Ludi division, Sun Eater is in the Division 1 realm, as Hypernova, PXG, and the BlankZ of the world are in the Division X positions. So Sun Eater is doing some crazy work today, finding success over Hypernova and over BlankZ. That currently, with standings, puts them in the number 2 spot in Group A to be moving on to Top Cut, which is fascinating.
Crazy. Yeah. Like the first set of the day, you're up against the first seed as the 12th seed, and you take them immediately to a game 5. Like that's crazy work. I feel like, you know, that's the set where you're really warming up, getting used to the tournament, getting ready to see how you're going to be playing that day. And you're not only taking on the first seed, but you're taking them all the way to game 5. That's crazy. That's crazy work.
That's pretty crazy. And so perhaps maybe a warm down against Bet going on into the 4th round for Sun Eater. Would really like to see a little more from Sun Eater and what's going on over there. Maybe we can get some eyes on one of the next sets with Sun Eater if we're really lucky. But for now, we're going to be taking Hypernova under our wing after that 3-2 upset. And Hypernova is going to be playing against Motif, who we got to see earlier in the day against BlankZ. Motif, unfortunately, losing in game 5 from 3-2 against BlankZ earlier. But now going to be getting a chance to play against Hypernova. These are your 5th and 9th seeds in the tournament today. And one thing I want to point out, which we got to talk about a lot on the pre-show last night, on Hypernova's roster, the newest additions are Prosper and Fling King. Fling King being a mainstay with Hypernova. Prosper, I think, just was maybe playing with Hypernova in SendouQ, but Prosper will be playing with a different team come the Ludi stuff things. I couldn't think of another word anyway. And I think Prosper's also included in the Healbook team, which is another Division X team that's playing in Ludi. But I don't think Prosper is playing with Healbook in Ludi. But either way, that is to say, Prosper has a wide net of companions to be playing the game with. So a lot of experience coming out from Hypernova, going against Motif, which both of these squads, by the way, also played in the NA League and also played against each other a couple times in the NA League. So finding familiar faces once again in this season 10 of SendouQ. Which actually, Rissa, we're finally seeing a little bit of a change of opening. We're going to be going to Undertow Spillway for the first time today. And I don't know what it is with people having Crab Leg Capital as second.
I know.
There's some sort of recipe there that is beyond my little pea brain to understand.
I know. I feel like when I'm active and playing in the scene, playing scrims, playing SendouQ, you know, you really get, there's like, it's like a map of the month almost. Like there's a specific group of maps that are constantly played. So this must be one of those Crab Lake Capital that we'll see in game 2, since we're just seeing it so consistently throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it seems like Crab Lake Capital has been one of the fixtures in the map list, if you will, so far today. But Duck Motif, what we got to see earlier, they had their player Red Shell running a Stamper a lot of the time, until we kind of got to nearing the end of the set with blanks. Did Red Shell switch off and go back to tried and true on the Octobrush? Wondering if we're going to see a similar story here on Undertow Spillway to try to open up with the Stamper. And we haven't gotten to see any gameplay on the stream from Hypernova today. But from what I was seeing in the bracket, Hypernova has been kind of having a tough day today, Rissa. Their only victory so far was over Bet in the very first round in 3-1, finding PXG in round 2 and not really finding much success there. And then round 3, thinking they were going up against the 12th seed, actually got taken to a game 5 and ultimately lost the set. So Hypernova is looking at 1-2 currently in the pool stage, and hopefully looking to find another victory against Duck Motif. Duck Motif also having a bit of a hard day, also finding themselves in a 1-2 scenario as well. So very similar scoring happening between them, but different teams being played through the day.
Yeah, it's something to say when you're Hypernova here and you think you're like, I've been in this situation so many times in tournaments where you think you're up against, a low seed, but like it's one of those things where you can't take a breather. You really got to keep your guard up, because like we were saying, Sun Eater taking Hypernova all the way to game 5 and then winning that game 5. You go into the match with a specific mentality and thinking, okay, this should be easy, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, wait, this is not easy. We have to turn our brains up to 1,000,000 thinking power and really be on it. So Hypernova headed into this next match against Duck Motif. Surely these two teams have been around for a little while within the Splatoon hemisphere and have played each other a multitude of times. So that's always a fun part of the storyline when you get to see teams that are familiar with each other, because it's fun seeing teams who haven't played each other, seeing how they approach each other, but it's also fun to see teams that are familiar with each other and they already know what the other team is cooking up and know how to approach it. So they're going to have, each team is going to have a specific game plan headed into this match.
And one thing to note too is that some of the folks from Hypernova have found themselves in the top 4 previously. So I believe it was in season 5, you had the pickup team and also LCS 2025 champion team, My Little Henlo, playing in the season 5 of SendouQ finals, and they found themselves in 4th place. But needless to say, very familiar with how the format works, very familiar with the competition that's playing, because it was also in season 5 that you had a myriad of pickup teams playing, but it was the pickup teams were made of like the FT Wins of the world, the Voilactis of the world. Like it was made of a lot of top level players in different configurations of pickup against My Little Henlo. So you have a couple folks from My Little Henlo playing with Hypernova today, Henlo being one of them, obviously. So hopefully going to be finding some success against Duck Motif here. And one thing I found interesting looking at the bracket is that Hypernova beat Bet at the very beginning of the day 3-1, but then Bet beat Duck Motif in round 2 3-1.
Interesting. So
it's and Hypernova is seeded a little bit higher. They're seeded number 5 in the tournament. Duck Motif is seeded number 9. But Bet is not much different in caliber, as they are seeded at number 8. So different things cooking there between Duck Motif and Bet in that second round. And then Duck Motif finding PXG later on in the day and losing 3-0. But finally, now with Hypernova and Duck Motif getting their hands clean and moving on into a fresh start for round 4 here on Undertow Spillway. Fling King is going to not be opting for the Flingza roller, as you might have guessed. Incorrect. We are going to be playing with a Dynamo roller, and I feel that of all the rollers to try to find success here against a Snipe Rider, Dynamo is probably the one that is going to struggle a little bit unless Flinking can also play at range, much like the Snipe Rider can.
Oh, I'm so excited to see a Dynamo right now. I love the Dynamo ever since the update has happened with it. So getting to actually see it played in comp is going to be really cool to see. But regardless of that, I was looking too on the other side for Hypernova, having that Splatling. Same team. Sorry, excuse me. Having that Splatling, I think, is really interesting too. We haven't seen that played yet today here on the stream. Prosper, of course, on that Splatling. So getting to see how that will play out against the other team that has a Pencil, a Mini, a Slosher, and a Dually Squelcher, I think will be really cool.
Yeah, and Hypernova so far is going to be toppling the lead here very briefly. And you can see that Duck Motif is going to try and see what they can do with the amount of space that they have. They are playing very patiently here as Hypernova is really collapsing in space-wise onto their spawning area here. The Stamp is going to try to come out and make some headway, but Synapse is already there behind, going to take Red Shell and Kai around the same time and going to try to back up and still maintain a lot of the space on the back end here. There's a lot to work with for Flinking and Prosper to feel very safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Synapse able to use that wall to guard the zone. Prosper and Flinking are able to play safely behind that. And if you look on the bottom left screen of the screen too, Synapse and Flinking are really making sure that they're playing together. That type of team play is going to be super, super crucial against a team, especially like Duck Motif, that really likes to play aggressively. So just making sure you're making team plays like that, like we saw Hypernova set up, is going to be really crucial. But in a turn of events here, Duck Motif now has gotten control of the zone. It's going to be their turn now to make sure that they're doing those team plays, getting positions to guard the zone. And there's so many different avenues that you have to be watching since this is a double zoned map. So it's really interesting at this high level of Splatoon to see where the teams set up, where they decide they want to set up areas to guard the map, where they want to set up areas to push. We're getting to see that from perspectives on both sides here.
Yeah, and it seems to me that Hypernova has the keys to success currently, as the Duck Motif has kind of been sitting in the same position for most of this match here, just very much shoved over to the right-hand side and not really finding much success in other areas. And maybe that's due to the Wave Breaker just really holding it down on the center stage. Maybe it's due to Prosper not overextending themselves and playing in the back end very strongly on the glass up there. But Red Shell is able to break through, which Rissa, Red Shell is in fact using a mini Splatling. I did see that correctly. Really wanting to flex a different muscle here for the side of Duck Motif, and I'm a little concerned that the composition is maybe just not what they were prepared for.
Yeah, how interesting is it that Red Shell, the Octobrush player that we all know him to play, is not playing it, but someone else on the other team that he's playing against is playing Octobrush. That's, you know, you look at the screen, you think Octobrush, and you automatically think that's Red Shell, but nope, that is, their name is Change It right now here, playing the Octobrush instead. Interesting.
Very interesting indeed. And due to this type of matchup, Hypernova is going to find success in the first round here. And one thing I really noticed, and just right up front, Rissa, that we talked about, is that there was I didn't really see Duck Motif in very much of the map at all. I didn't really see them leave that corner area and find much success other than that corner. It seemed like that was the only position they could really effectively hold. And and it was kind of challenging to try to even consider flanking over to the right-hand side of the stage. So I'm wondering if that is going to be the ticket for success to Hypernova, to just be like, hey, this is the only thing that we will allow you to do, and this is what you have to work with, so deal with it. But perhaps, once again, Crab Leg Capital being into our next matchup for map number 2, perhaps, once again, having more availability to shoot through the floor is going to be helpful for Duck Motif, which I believe that we went to Crab Leg with Duck Motif in the very first round against Blanks. And Blanks completely toppled game number 2. I don't even think that Duck Motif got very many points on the board of note because it was Blanks all the way down. So trying to reassess here against Hypernova. How do we do this differently to where we don't completely get toppled like we did against Blanks?
I know, and especially if you're against Prosper playing Splatling, Fling King on the Dynamo. Say that 5 times fast. No, I'm just kidding.
Fling.
But yeah, you're against a Dynamo and a Splatling on Crab Leg. They're going to be able to get in safe positions to utilize those weapons and utilize the range that those weapons have. I'm very curious, like you were saying, how Duck Motif is going to approach that. I mean, the one thing I could think of is that Red Shell can go over to that Zipcaster that we previously saw him do so well on and just try and get behind that Dynamo and that Splatling, try and use that special to scramble them a little bit more. I don't know. I'm curious too, just in the back of my mind, why Red Shell went to Mini in that first match as well, but that's something we can talk about later. Let's go ahead and head into this game too. Red Shell sticking on that Mini. Interesting. I'm so curious. I need to know what's going on in Duck Motif's mind.
Yeah, there is something to the conversation that we are totally missing with why we're maintaining the Mini versus using the Octobrush again. Because I agree with you. I feel like Zipcaster from Red Shell is what we saw here last time we got to watch Duck Motif on Crab Leg Capital. So the difference here against Hypernova is really interesting. And I'm wondering if where Mini finds its success against a team like Hypernova, especially when Hypernova has been so good at expanding their reach with utilizing the weapons at their disposal. But Duck Motif is going to be the first ones to be holding zone down here. Synapse is finding themselves almost between a rock and a hard place on the left-hand side, able to narrowly escape there and actually provide enough support to take the zone just ever so briefly from Duck Motif, but it is still Duck Motif's game.
Duck Motif still in control of the zone. Change It here is using that Zipcaster to do what we were talking about, what Red Shell does, use that to scramble up the other team. But of course, Duck Motif, they know that game. They were able to single out that Zipcaster and put a stop to that. So looking at this, you know, I'm wondering maybe if Red Shell is going to try and use the hammer a lot to throw at those more stationary weapons. That's going to be one of the things in the back of my head that I'm going to be watching here to see if Duck Motif plays around that a little bit more. But regardless of that, heading into this, Duck Motif down past that 30 remaining point marker, and it is now Hypernova's turn to try and get into the zone. They are able to take down 2 members of Duck Motif, able to solidify pushing around Synapse's 52 gal there, push forward, get the zone, and now push up past that.
Yeah, and Kaden finding themselves called out between Fling King and Synapse there, unfortunately, unable to do much damage. But Hypernova find themselves with only Prosper left alive, and with a point sensor out to just try to locate the members of Duck Motif as quick as possible. But Prosper is going to have to leave the center zone because there is nobody there to help with any follow-up. So Duck Motif now feeling quite confident in their position at the 21 mark with still plenty of time left in the game, but still, where are the folks of Hypernova trying to go here? Synapse is going to try to take the fight to Kaden. Kaden finding success, looking in to see if they can take a fight with Prosper, and Prosper almost being down in the process, if you will. But Hypernova is still trying to look for an entry point. This is a very big scramble if you're Hypernova.
Yeah, Hypernova has to do everything they possibly can to just get in and paint the zone. We see Synapse there just push forward, tries to use that killer whale, tries to use the main weapon there that they have to paint the zone, was really close to capping the zone and at least getting it capped to keep the match going for Hypernova, but didn't quite get there in time. So Duck Motif taking this game 2 against Hypernova.
Yeah, really was looking at Kaden this match. Kaden really had some impressive gameplay and kept on taking really key positions away from Hypernova to utilize, more specifically the right-hand side of the map where the grate meets that first corner. Caden consistently was taking that position away from Hypernova, was not allowing Prosper to really push forward and get any high ground in the middle section, which I think is super important, especially with Prosper using that heavy splatling. So not finding too much success in that regard. So Duck Motif was able to take game number 2, a very different story from what we saw with Duck Motif and BlankZ in round 1 just a little while ago, where BlankZ completely 100-0 took Duck Motif out in that game. So Humpback Pump Track, this is the first time we're seeing Humpback Pump Track today, and let me tell you, Fling King on that Dynamo, gonna be a really good pick here if they stick with that.
That is definitely going to be really good. That's going to be able to paint so much ground, be able to just stand up on those ledges of the map and paint over the zone, paint over the ledges, get anyone sharking under those ledges. So if you are on the other side on Duck Motif, that's going to be one of the things you're really watching to make sure you're not going to be around when those dynamo swings are happening on this map. I mean, that dynamo swing is going to be able to cover so much ground. But that is one of those weapons where if you're able to catch it off guard, it's a little bit more slow moving. Maybe if you figure out how to approach that a little bit, you can, counter it. But we'll see heading into this.
I'm wondering if our Splatling users are going to make a change here. Splatling is not nearly as effective on Humpback Pump Track as it was on Undertow and on Crab Leg. So I'm curious if that is a weapon pool that's just going to be switched out entirely for something like this, where the topography is just very strange. It's almost like we're at a skate park or something. But it's as soon as I say it, it would seem to me that I'm going to eat my words, because Prosper and Red Shell don't care what I have to say, and they're going to keep playing Splatlings regardless. But Kaisa, Rissa, interestingly enough, is going to be changing off of the Charger and using the Rapid Blaster as their long range of choice, which on something like this, I think could be very, very strong here, especially if Duck Motif is really quick to pick up on the chip damage.
Yeah, imagine if you're that Splatling, that Dynamo, and you're just trying to slowly, hold the space that you have. You're a little bit more of a slower weapon, and then you're just getting poked by a Rapid Blaster. That could be really, really annoying if you are up against that. But as we're seeing this game unfold here, Hypernova still in control of the zone, and they are making sure they're watching where Duck Motif is dropping down. Duck Motif, of course, dropping down on this right side, but only has 2 members up. It's just Mr. Boss alive. Mr. Boss gets called out as well with Caden. So now we're seeing Change It here. Use the Zipcaster, push forward, get another pick onto Duck Motif. Another pick at that. Gotta go ahead and get Caden again. And this is looking like a really dominating start here for Hypernova. It might even be a complete KO.
I love when the Zipcaster is utilized as like a slingshot. You just literally fling your body at the opponent and just hope that the explosion that comes afterwards is going to be enough to take them out. And surely enough, Hypernova in dominant fashion takes the third match quite easily, which we thought that a lot of the Zipcaster and Octobrush gameplay was going to be coming out from Red Shell with Duck Motif. We really thought we were going to be lacking in that. No. Don't worry. Hypernova's got us covered. And especially on that Humpback Pump Track game, Zipcaster was really the MVP special of all of that.
Yeah, totally. Able to not only take down the push, but then use the Zipcaster and continue to just completely scramble what Duck Motif was trying to do in their spawn. And Duck Motif knew it was like one of those make or break moments where you have to get your specials together. You have to go to the zone. You have to at least cap it. And then when there's a Zipcaster just coming at you in your face, that just totally shuts it down. Great timing for usage of the Zipcaster as well.
Moving on down the line, Inkblot Art Academy is coming up next. We got to see this one a little bit earlier, I think in like round 2 of what was going down with us. So we're back to school again. Spring quarter is starting very shortly here. And I'm wondering in my mind's eye, especially with what Hypernova has been doing, it seems to me that this Zipcaster from Change It is quite a problem. Like this needs to be shut down right away. Especially with how many surfaces that are at their disposal with something like Inkblot Art Academy. You really got to be shutting that down as soon as you can. And especially with Duck Motif utilizing different specials here, I'm hoping that the stamp coming out from Red Shell could be a very good projectile weapon to try to combat something like that. And I'm also wondering, now that Kai has switched back to the Snipe Rider, there's going to be a lot more paint coverage as well coming out from Hypernova, which, especially in something like this, and when you find yourself in the match point seat, you want to be having as best coverage as you possibly can. And one thing, Rissa, I totally meant to talk about this earlier before we started. Hypernova is also running a composition with Dynamo and the Heavy Splatling, which I don't think would have been possible with past renditions of updates until this one.
Totally. This is like a very new thing within the meta that we're not typically used to seeing. So getting to see it now, I think, is really cool, and we're getting to see it in action. And maybe this will be part of the meta shift and the ever-changing meta of Splatoon. So as this match starts, it was initially Hypernova who was in control. Duck Motif now in control of the zone, though.
Yeah, Duck Motif finally finding some footing here with multiple members of Hypernova going down. Change It is going to be shut down. That is the second time in a row that their Zipcaster has been immediately shut down, and it's like they were in my head, Rissa. They were listening that Zipcaster has got to go, or perhaps maybe I'm projecting what they were talking about. Either way, really good success rate here from Duck Motif with keeping the Zipcaster out of the gameplay. And Mr. Boss, there is the ledge camper themselves. Mr. Boss is able to take not one, but two while going down in the process. Once again, Change It is finding very minimal value in this matchup here, and to where Duck Motif is now 30 points ahead.
I'm wondering if Mr. Boss switched from the Tri-Slosher over to the regular Slosher to add a little bit more aggression to counteract Red Shell not playing one of the more aggressive weapons. So seems like so far for them within this match, it is working. But if Hypernova adapts to that little bit of a playstyle change, they might be able to counter that. However, for Duck Motif, as we see, they are in the lead. It seems like it is working for them initially. And like you said, that Slosher able to just camp under the ledges where you're trying to drop out of your spawn can be really, really deadly, especially with the support of their team.
Well, again, it seems like Change It has been trying to do the exact same thing, but again, I am seeing Change It getting taken out of the process more than I'm seeing what they are trying to cook with here, because again, like, trying to camp the ledges and immediately called out from camping the ledges. But you can see they are on the back end behind Duck Motif currently, which toppled the offense right away. You could see Kaden had nowhere else to run, so being taken down on the middle of the zone here. Duck Motif now finding themselves in their spawning area, looking to try to find an exit route. Kaden is going to try to opt to left enter on the left-hand side there. Prosper is going to be calling them out. The Tri-Strikes are there to try to follow up. And almost enough ink to get on the zone here to take it out of possession. It's been in neutral for quite some time, but Hypernova is going to find success very briefly in continuing to make sure they don't have a penalty. But when you get taken out and have two members go and disconnect Bristol way past the mark here, that is looking good for Duck Motif.
That is looking very good for Duck Motif. They were doing a great job starting to dominate in this match in particular, but not only dominating in the match, now they're going to...
I don't know if Rissa disappeared for just a brief moment. Oh, no, there she is. Yeah. Okay. Oh.
No, keep going. My net is being sus.
Okay. I thought she was gone forever, but in fact, she's still here. We still have her. We're in single digits now here for Duck Motif. A very unfortunate loss for Hypernova to try to push the set into a game 5. Duck Motif wasted no time to utilize that disconnect, pushing themselves into now the tied seat once again, 2-2. Hoping to take another round off of Hypernova into this game 5 here. Hopefully no more disconnects moving into this game 5. Unfortunately, though, according to rules, way long after the timing of when we could have reset the game. So Hagglefish Market is where we will see the set come to an end.
Yeah, at least for Hypernova, even though they had that disconnect, at least they were up in the set and they know, okay, we still have game 5 heading into this, so we're not completely out. That would just the mental of knowing that you have a disconnect and then that is the match that makes you lose the set in particular could be really, really discouraging. But knowing that they at least have this game 5 going into, I think, you know, they at least can take a breath and know that heading into this. And in that set, that last game as well, Duck Motif, even though they did win that and there was a disconnect on Hypernova's side, Duck Motif really seemed like they were still on their game before that, and they were really just figuring out what they needed to do against Hypernova. So Duck Motif were doing really, really good before that disconnect as well against Hypernova in particular.
Right, and hoping to find success over on Hagglefish Market. You have another very similar linear map, but you have very significant flanks here. Hypernova especially very keen on the flanks, especially on Inkblot Art Academy. You had Kaden looking in both directions constantly to see where the entrance point was, so I think Hagglefish Market is going to hold a very similar story. Hoping though that Hypernova is able to fix their net and just make sure that everybody can stay in the game through the entire time, because like you said, it's a really unfortunate loss to come from a disconnect, but at the same time it's like you can't be mad at things that are out of your control when stuff like that happens. Easier said than done, of course, but you kind of just have to roll with the punches at that point, and so that very much handed Duck Motif the win for that last matchup. But hopefully Hagglefish Market holds a little bit of a different story. But regardless of the interesting, to go back to the comp change that Duck Motif has been working with Red Shell staying off the Octobrush and using Mini more, even with a very significant weapon change such as that, Duck Motif has still been very strong in holding their own against Hypernova and against BlankZ as well when we saw them earlier in the tournament. So all it takes is a lot of practice, and if you want to talk about a lot of practice, if you look in the dictionary, Duck Motif is right there. So
right, exactly.
I mean, I just think about their run in the NA League, like just seeing them every single week for the pre tournament leading up to the main one. Duck Motif was like very intentional about making sure that they had enough points to move on into the next round. And so talk about spending hours and hours and hours of time playing the game and just honing the craft and trying to transfer that over into the SendouQ finals. No strangers to playing the long game.
Yeah, they are no strangers to the grind. Absolutely. I mean, you said it perfectly. They're just used to that. They know, okay, we held it together this long. We're in a game 5. Don't let, even if you're the team against the team who got the disconnect, sometimes you can really, there's a mental of like, I don't know. There's a certain mental where you have to still keep it together yourself if the other team disconnects, because it's just like, I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking, but you're like, okay, are they going to DC again? You know, I don't want to go into this, you know, thinking that they're going to DC and it's like an easy win. I don't know. There's so many different levels of the mental heading into this from both teams that you really have to be on. And like you said, they're just used to this type of long game, and especially against Hypernova, they're another team. Like I was saying before this started, they're both within the Splatoon hemisphere. They're both used to playing each other, playing the long game, playing all these tournaments, so they are familiar with this game. And headed into this game 5, let's go ahead and take a look at these comps and see what we're working with.
I like that Prosper changed their name to Morningstar. I really appreciate that. A very good weapon of choice. If this game were to be in the medieval realm, what a Morningstar would be a great weapon of choice. So right at the start here, Duck Motif very briefly holding the zone. Hypernova very briefly holding the zone. Back to Duck Motif's court for just another moment. We have a lot of moments to be giving to these brief zone holds here, and Duck Motif is now going to be the ones to continue the hold as we keep moving forward into this Hagglefish game. It's a 2-2 set, so whoever wins this one is going to be the successor of round 4 as we go into round number 5. But so far, so good for Duck Motif. Fingers crossed for no disconnects from Hypernova. Okay, and additionally, it would seem that Rissa's net is also disconnecting from the realm that we're currently in, and so it's me out here telling you again, Duck Motif. When now with Cooler out, here comes Caden, and completely juiced up, looking at the left-hand side here, not finding anybody, but they're going to take the fight to them in the center court area. That's Synapse going down in the trade. Change It still having a little bit of damage locked in before they could try to find success with a different pick. So Hypernova very much on the back foot here, and hoping to maintain their morale as they move on into the 5th round, because they've had a very devastating loss 3-2 in their last set. And it's looking to be a very similar story here against Duck Motif, who is seated just a couple ticks lower than they are, and finding no ground to stand on, with Duck Motif completing the circuit with 3-2. So looking at if you were thinking about the bracket again, that is Hypernova going down to the 8th seed, which is Bet previously, and now going down in the same Game 5 fashion to Duck Motif in the 4th round. So Hypernova, I would imagine morale is a little bit tough at the moment here with moving on into the 5th round. But if you're Duck Motif, oh man, it's guns blazing. Like, you are hyped as heck moving on into the 5th round here. To go against your next opponent, and also looking pretty good standing wise here. However, even regarding the standings of what we know right now, Sun Eater is still number 2 in Group A to be moving on into the top 4. Bet is right on their coattails, because in round number 4, Sun Eater took Bet down 3-0. So Sun Eater has done that with BlankZ today. They've done that with Bet today. And they did that very narrowly against Hypernova in round 3. So your 12th seed is sweeping through the group stage right now in Group A, and looking to now fight Duck Motif next in the round 5 spot. So Duck Motif having super duper success against Hypernova 3-2. Sun Eater also beat Hypernova 3-2 just previously. So now it is Duck Motif's turn to try to see if they can push Sun Eater into the back seat. However, Sun Eater is finding great success so far in this group stage, and Rissa has now returned from the Shadow Realm to join me and talk about this. Rissa, going into the 5th round, it's PXG versus Bet. It's Hypernova versus BlankZ, and now Duck Motif versus Sun Eater. Sun Eater is looking to take the 2nd seat in Top Cut from Group A, which is so exciting, and there's a lot of analysis that I need to know about, especially that they took Bet and Hypernova into a Game 5.
Oh my gosh, I'm back, I think. Let's see here. I'm readjusting and seeing what I missed, because Duck Motif winning over Hypernova. Okay, I'm so sorry, everyone. My internet is poofing. But, wow. I was talking about, like, previously off stream, I was saying how, like, the seeding for SendouQ finals, it's like, do some of these teams just kind of play to at least get in the top 12 and maybe not necessarily care about their seed? Like, the fact that Sun Eater is the 12th seed, the last seed, and is getting so far in this tournament, making so many amazing set wins against strong teams as the 12th seed, is really interesting. So it's making me wonder if teams just kind of play to get in the top 12, but not necessarily care about what their seed is.
Right. And so now we're gonna take a break from Group A. We're taking a break from Group A. We're taking a long, solid break from Group A. We've seen enough of what's going on over there. So now we need to come back over to this side of things and talk about ezmd and Nala Fanclub. And surprisingly, Rissa, if you just, and for those of you following along in the bracket, if you just scroll down a little bit and look at what's going on in Group B, your 2nd seed is projected to not make it to Top Cut, which would be the first time in 2 seasons for ezmd to not make it into Top Cut, which is pretty astounding. So Flow Dragons and Nala Fanclub are looking at those next 2 spots from Group B to get into top 4. Nala Fanclub now against ezmd, which I believe they need to beat ezmd in order to even have a chance at staying in the top 2 seats here. But also Ascension from Group B has also been making a lot of waves. They lost 0 to the only team that they have lost to so far are Nala Fanclub and Flow Dragons, which is why they are in the 3rd place spot, looking to knock on the door of Nala Fanclub and Flow Dragons to try to topple them off of their spot here. But between Nala Fanclub and ezmd, it's looking like maybe ezmd could have a shot at trying to get into that top 2 spot if they are able to find success against Nala Fanclub, which unfortunate that Nala Fanclub had such a hard time against Nala Fanclub had a good time against Super Fight, which is who we saw like earlier in the day. So it was Flow Dragons I'm thinking of. They had a really hard time fight against Flow Dragons, but otherwise have been having a good time in the tournament so far. So hopefully against ezmd, this is where Nala Fanclub is actually going to really put their foot down and say that we are a contender for the top 4.
Absolutely. So heading into this, let's go ahead and take a look how this is going to play out. Looking at the comps as well. S+, we haven't seen one of those yet on the stream today. So ezmd rocking that S+ for that, paired with an E leader, NZAP and a Stamper. And then on the other side, Nala Fanclub does have that pencil, the mini, the blaster, and that Splashomatic, of course. Jared, we saw Jared last on the stream switch over to the dualies. That does have the crab that the Splash has as well, but now we're seeing him here switch back over to that Splash.
Yeah, so opting for a little bit better of a fire rate with the Splashomatic versus the mobility that the dualies had previously. Maybe there's been a little bit of a conversation with Nala Fanclub and trying to switch up the gameplay so Jared could stay on that Splashomatic and rely a little more on the teammates to try to pick up some of the legwork here. Ryu's point of view is up high with the mini Splatling. They are trying to get a bird's eye view of what's going on down below here and opting to launch the bubble on one of the zones so that they can try to maintain it for as long as possible, and getting a double pick as well. I didn't even see where the original one came from, but I did see Phoenix going down right in front of Ryu there, which allows Nala Fanclub to hold on to the zones and get some points out of the way here. The pencil player is going to push up for a little bit further because you can see that Phoenix and Silver are very firmly trapped on the right-hand side there, and especially with 2 folks watching the left-hand flank, you can see that Kiki and Phoenix are going to try to infiltrate. Kiki goes down in the process. Phoenix also maintains enough damage for Ryu to try to finish the job there. So Nala Fanclub holding on to zone, even with 2 members going down. There is still no threat in sight coming from ezmd. But as we say that, that's 3 members going down for Nala Fanclub. ezmd now holding on to the zone very firmly. Kiki's going to be launching that Booyah Bomb over on the right-hand side there. Jared has been trapped in that corner for just a few seconds, but in terms of Splatoon time, that is quite a lot of time that you don't want to be trapped there. But still, no sweat off of his back because ezmd is holding firmly onto the zone here, just a few ticks away from trying to switch the lead. But unfortunately, that player goes down in the spine area there, with Ryu and Nala trying to follow up with the pencil player. And now firmly taking control once again. Silver trying to take the fight over to them with Zipcaster too, but it seems like there's some people are just really keen on making sure that Zipcaster gets shut down when it needs to be. And in addition to Zipcaster going down, I'm so sorry, Rissa has once again entered the Shadow Realm, and so her net has been crashing. So you just have to listen to me yap about the game, I guess, which I hope you're fine with. But anyways, Yoshell finding a pick off of Ryu. Ryu unable to gain a lot of ground there. A jump is going to come in, and Yoshell has to abandon them. But even with Jared coming in after that jump, they unfortunately go down in the process. Nala Fanclub is only 2 points ahead of ezmd, with the firefight happening so close to their side of the zone at this point, and no penalty in sight for Nala Fanclub. This is looking very dominant for them here, and especially when you have Silver coming up on the Zipcaster, they're going to try to displace Jared as much as they can and go for Ryu in the corner, but Ryu is just far enough out of reach to get the splat and reject the Zipcaster from coming forward here. A little bit of lag, it looks like, actually, and in an insane turn of events, once again, Nala Fanclub has the lead in the game, but unfortunate, there is a disconnect on the side of Nala Fanclub. It is now ezmd's chance to try and turn it around here and take the first win of the game. If Nala Fanclub can really hold together and keep their defensive tactics strong, then maybe they can utilize keeping the lead in their sails. But now with the penalty being down, and it's basically 3 members off of the screen here, ezmd is going to take full advantage with the manpower that they have to take the lead and force Nala Fanclub into the wipeout scenario here. With just 7 seconds left to go, there's not much left for Nala Fanclub to try and accomplish here. ezmd winning the game due to a disconnection, and I will say due to a disconnection because Nala Fanclub was in the lead for the entirety of the last few seconds of that set. ezmd finding success due to the disconnect happening, so we might have to take a little bit of a break while the player that disconnected gets themselves resituated back into the lobby. But you don't want to go too far before we can do that, because Umami Ruins is coming up next. Nala Fanclub definitely deserves to have a rebuttal against that disconnect here. So don't forget, you are watching the SendouQ Season 10 Finals. We will be back just after a brief break. Don't go anywhere. Hey y'all, finally, I have returned back from my fellowship to retrieve Rissa from the depths of disconnection dimension, and Rissa is now back with me. Kiki is now back with, or no, actually it was Ryu that disconnected from Nala Fanclub. Ryu is now rejoined us as well. I have grabbed them both by the back of their the nape of their necks and shirts, and I've pulled them back into the SendouQ Season 10 finals with me.
Thank you so much.
ezmd, yes, you're welcome. So not all heroes wear capes, and I certainly don't. ezmd and Nala Fanclub back here again. ezmd finding the win over Nala Fanclub originally because of that disconnect, because Nala Fanclub was very much in the lead. And very quickly, Nala Fanclub is taken down mostly to just one member left. ezmd is like, okay, if this is the net that we have to deal with against our opponents, let's just play even stronger and faster than we have been before. And we're not even through the first minute of the game, and ezmd is completely toppling the points.
Yeah, ezmd here, controlling the zone, making sure they're watching all the areas that Nala Fanclub can be dropping into the zone. Nala Fanclub actually doing a great job. They did a great pinch there. You saw two members, Nala and Jared, there drop down on the left side, but the bubbler come out on the right side and then just collapsing around the zone, completely shutting down what ezmd had started there. So even though ezmd did start out really strong, Nala Fanclub here now is the team that is looking very strong, as we're seeing them not only control the zone, guard these ledges, and just make sure they are on their game, making sure they're avoiding too that E-leader from Yoshell, just making sure they're staying in safe positions to avoid that.
And sometimes I wonder too, with the bubble that Nala launched a little bit earlier, if it was intentional for it to be small. And sometimes I wonder that with bubble launching that people do defensively. It's like, do you want it to be under this grate and be teeny tiny? Perhaps that you do, but there's going to be plenty of opportunity for bubble gameplay, because Nala Fanclub is not running one but two different bubble weapons in their composition and finding themselves very far into the lead here. But now ezmd is looking to try to have a similar story, as Kiki is looking on the left hand side here, launching different strikes from that S blast over the top there. Ryu is going to try to meet them though in the corner and find success in the fight there, and two other members of ezmd went down on the left hand side as well. Just enough time for Nala Fanclub to take zone back in position.
I really love that both teams, just seeing both of their blaster gameplays, Nala and Kiki there, both on different blasters, but also doing the same exact thing, going to that left side of the other team's drop and just poking with that blaster consistently, and just utilizing that main weapon as best they can, and seeing it from both sides is really cool to see. Now the zone is in control of Nala Fanclub. They're doing a great job here, just making sure they're guarding everything. Do we see jump-ins here coming out from ezmd, but immediately collapsing on that is Nala Fanclub. They are still in control of the zone. You can see they're painting to get their specials ready. Cooler's out as well, so even if they go down, they had one member go down. If they have their other members go down, they're going to be coolered up and ready to fight right away.
Yeah, and that bubble gameplay coming out from Ryu, it was like the perfect placement of it to not only maintain the jump within the bubble, but now there is no paint for them to stand on and actually utilize to try to get out of harm's way. So great bubble gameplay coming out from Ryu there. A lot of jumps happening over on that one spot. Silver's able to take out the opposing force though and save their teammate in the process. Phoenix now looking to try to get a little bit more paint on the ground, trying to take the fight to Nala inside of that bubble, removing the defensive structure off of the center stage there, which allowed a lot of space for Phoenix and Yoshell now to take a lot of ink on the back end. It is ezmd's time now to change the lead back into their favor, but with two specials in tow coming out from Nala Fanclub, the crab tank completely opening that wide open, taking briefly back into the side of Nala Fanclub, but still plenty of onslaught from ezmd here as Zipcaster flies in to save the day, to try to take back the lead once again.
Yeah, ezmd is set up really, really nicely here. They have low penalty points, and after that, it's only 10 points after that to get the lead. So they are doing a great job here controlling the zone. They pushed up a little bit there to distract Nala Fanclub a little bit from getting to the zone, and they are so close. They just needed to hold a little bit more paint. They did a great job at poking at Nala Fanclub trying to come into the zone, but it's almost like Nala Fanclub recognized that, and they were just like, let's just paint the zone because, you know, why not? And they did that, and that has allowed Nala Fanclub now to be in control of the zone once again and super close to winning this match.
Yeah, and I think too, from what I'm seeing on the bracket here, I'm not sure if the win is super important on this at this moment, because Nala Fanclub currently is ahead in terms of wins against Ascension, who is in the 3rd spot for Group B right now. So I think this game actually might have a little bit more at stake than we think. As we enter the overtime phase, there's only 1 point left in separation here. ezmd is able to hold it down and take us into a 2-0 into set point here against Nala Fanclub. So back to what I was trying to gather my thoughts on the bracket, and then I realized we were 1 point difference away from the win here. But I'm pretty sure, Rissa, currently looking at the bracket for Group B, Ascension is in the 3rd place spot. Nala Fanclub is the ones that stand in their way. But I think if Nala Fanclub loses this match against ezmd, I think that puts them below Ascension. And Ascension will be able to take their spot and usurp Nala Fanclub from the top 4.
Interesting. What an interesting...
ezmd, I think, has to win this in order for Nala Fanclub to get knocked down a peg.
Super interesting.
Is interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and Nala Fanclub has actually been, like, that last game that we watched, they were playing really good. So it's like, man, it's really all at stake for them right now if they want to stay in that top 2 position.
And I think also looking at the Group A phase of things, Hypernova has now usurped above Bet. Bet was originally in the 3rd place spot to try to get into top 4. Hypernova now finding himself in the 3rd place seat. And I do think it has to do with Sun Eater. If Sun Eater, I think Sun Eater is mostly secured in their spot in the 2nd place area. And Hypernova has mostly secured their 3rd place spot. But I do think that if Sun Eater loses to Duck Motif here, currently they're in 2-0 against Duck Motif, and Duck Motif is winning, that could also impact the chances of Sun Eater maintaining their spot, which could also be interesting. So there's some very crucial moments here in round 5 that'll determine your top 4 coming forward. Which is exciting nonetheless, and hopefully no more disconnects. No more disconnects affecting our top 4. Please, casters included. We don't want to leave you hanging here. But now at set point, we are back at Hagglefish Market. Okay, this is all on the line, all the cards on the table, all of the marbles are now rolling for ezmd and Nala Fanclub. Nala Fanclub has a very big mountain to climb here, especially if they want to try to maintain their 2nd place spot in order to get into the top 4. ezmd might be changing that narrative for them here, Rissa.
And looking at these comps, I see one major switch up. It's Jared actually switching over to that Splattershot Pro Forge. So I'm curious about the reasoning behind that, since we've just seen Jared consistently play a crab special. So we're seeing Jared here using that Booyah Bomb, maybe going to use the longer range of that Pro compared to the dualies or the Splash that he's previously been playing. Maybe going to be utilizing that Booyah Bomb a lot to help the team push in and get the zone like we just saw happen. We saw Jared use that Booyah Bomb, a Bubbler come after that, and then the rest of the team has pushed forward past that to get the zone. So maybe that is going to be their ticket here for this. We'll have to see how that plays out with that one major switch out on the board from both teams.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, because just based on like previous matches, it seemed like Nala Fanclub had a very good foothold with Ryu and Nala being able to push forward and cause stuff on the front end. So Jared was like, okay, maybe the midline is what we need. Maybe you just need that like little extra bit of support and somebody that can see more than you when you're up on the front line. And especially because it would seem to me that the pen player's just fine. Like they're doing just fine. They don't need a whole lot of support with what they're doing. They're playing at range, which is exactly what you want to be doing. And Nala Fanclub is finding success with this. They're down to the 36, even with 3 members of ezmd there to try to cover the zone. Twice they have been thwarted now with the no man's land penalty hold there, and ezmd having 3 members down, having to start from scratch again. Now trying to claw their way to Nala Fanclub, now in the single digits of points here, but 2 members go down on the zone. That's 3 members of Nala Fanclub now going down. Really unfortunate timing there. A large penalty being set now for Nala Fanclub. ezmd, it really has to put things together, put all the puzzle pieces in the same place now to try and maintain the force that they have at this moment.
And then if on the other side too, if you're Nala Fanclub, the mental of knowing you were the win was in your grasp. You were so close to just winning this game, and now you have 66 penalty points added onto your 3 points that were close to winning you the game. Just being able to have the mental of knowing, okay, don't worry, we still got it. There's still 2 minutes left of this. We still got it. We started out strong. We can still do this. That is something that's really, really important at this high level Splatoon gameplay. So being able to just do that, we saw them do that. They're able to push in, make sure they're at least able to cap the zone. But the zone right now being consistently controlled by ezmd, as we saw them utilize their specials and push forward into what Nala Fanclub was doing. But both teams had 2 members down, so as there's kind of a scramble here for mid, let's see what happens. ezmd does have 2 members down. This is going to be the opening that Nala Fanclub was hoping for.
Yeah, there was a really intense risk assessment there coming out from Phoenix. From their point of view, you could see they have the end zap, so they have the firepower to work with. But when you have 3 different players coming up the middle section there, it's like, okay, is objective even worth it at this point? Because really, my life, I think, is more important with trying to do what we want to do. Kiki is able to take 1 pick and jump back into the firefight over on the right-hand side. And with the help of the Wave Breaker and friends, ezmd is able to take the zone back into possession. That's 3 members going down very close together on Nala Fanclub now, finding the high ground to reassess how they want to enter into the map. And they got to do it fast, Rissa, because that penalty is now gone.
Yeah, they really have to do this fast, and they got to be careful too, because ezmd, they have 1 special ready, but the longer that Nala Fanclub waits, the more specials that can get ready for ezmd to be able to guard the zone. Jared here uses this Booyah Bomb paired with the bubble. That should help them push forward and at least cap the zone. We're seeing them kind of stay in this bubble to be a safe barrier to allow them to cap the zone. That works out perfectly for them. They are able to cap the zone and stay in the lead here. Give those 44 penalty points to ezmd. So this is so chaotic as we are headed into the remaining 20 seconds of this. If Nala Fanclub is able to keep the zone, they could win this game. But with the way ezmd seems to consistently be holding the zone, it's looking tough.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb covered it quickly, but ezmd covered it up just as quick. Now holding on to the zone here that we're going to have to be going into overtime, but there's not enough people there. It's just Yosho! It's just Yosho on ezmd to try to provide coverage, and it almost was actually enough for the jump for Silver to come back in there. A really, really close call for Nala Fanclub to hold on just a little bit longer into this set. Yosho, the amount of time, like, it was like 3 seconds, but like the amount of time that Yoshel just had to be like, okay, this is what I'm doing now because there's nobody else here that can help me.
I'm an E-leader, tap painting the zone. Like, really, yeah. That's all you can do.
I'm on it. Don't even worry about it. I'm on it. Not quite enough there. Not enough firepower. Not quite enough time either. Nala Fanclub narrowly escapes the match point with gaining at least 1 win under their belt. And yeah, are we going into the sky? Are we shooting ourselves into the heavens? No. The surprise here is Brinewater Springs. The great reveal here is Brinewater Springs. We just wanted to keep you on your toes just for this match specifically. So now the reveal has happened. You're in the know. You're welcome. Anyways, Brinewater Springs is going to be the next map that we find ourselves on. I'm wondering here if there's going to be a little bit of a backline change. I think that the pencil working out for Nala Fanclub is something that needs to stay, but I'm wondering if ezmd is going to change it up a little bit and use a different backline weapon here, especially something that maybe has a little bit more reach, and perhaps something that can delay a lot of the jump down mechanics that we see very often on a match like this, a map like this.
Yeah, it's interesting. People who play pencil are typically like someone who was a charger player or someone who was like a classic support NZAP player. So we'll see here heading into this, looking into the comps, going to be sticking with that pencil. So, but like you were saying, you know, when you're against Yoshell on the E-Leader, on this map in particular, this is a known E-Leader map. That E-Leader can sit back, poke at you from the complete other side of the map, as we get to see Yoshell's aim there poking at the other side already. So just something you have to be really cautious of if you are playing against that. Let's go ahead and see here as ezmd initially has control of the zone, and they are continuing to put on this pressure, pushing forward as they do so.
Yeah, I really appreciate the Zipcaster gameplay coming out from Silver. There's just been so many successful landing points with taking out opponents, but also providing just a very big distraction tool that ezmd's been able to utilize very flawlessly. Phoenix narrowly escaping the Booyah Bomb. That was 2 different Booyah Bombs right next to each other, and Phoenix barely escaped just for to fall into the clutches of Ryu with their bubble down below in the center there. Nala Fanclub now, no penalty in sight, holding on to the zone. There's a couple different subs coming out of bombs to try and see if they can displace and or put some paint down. Not going to be quite enough. Nala Fanclub is like, hey man, if you really want to try to win this fight, you got to come down to us.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. A lot of times we'll see teams push forward into the other team's street area, ramp area, and just act really aggressively. But this time, Nala Fanclub is just deciding to stay back, guard the zone, maybe get their specials ready. And it looks like ezmd recognized that as we saw them push forward into the zone, take down members of Nala Fanclub, and they weren't quite able to get as much control though as it seemed like they were hoping to. It seemed like the plan from Nala Fanclub to just stay back and guard the zone is working out well for them, as they are still in control of the zone, and they're doing once again the same plan, getting their specials ready, just staying back and playing safe.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you would think with someone like Yoshell being on the E-Leader and having the furthest reach in the game that there would be a little bit more success with that. And to me, it seems like that Nala Fanclub is very much like, we have to make sure that Yoshell is as displaced as possible so that there isn't an E-Leader that's like, there isn't a second force that I have to be worried about other than like the NZAP or Blaster that's right in front of me. So it would seem to me that Nala Fanclub is very much like, okay, if you really want to try to fight and win the fight, you have to literally be in close contact with us. We're not going to let you just set up your long range and use displacement tools to try to push us out of the way. You have to try and come and fight us directly. And now that ezmd is able to do that, especially with Kiki being so far pushed up there and ready for the response time of Nala Fanclub to come down the ramp, they're able to not only take the zone and the lead, but also using the playbook of Nala Fanclub against them and trying to force them out of the spawning area and bait them away.
That worked out really nicely for them. Using a play of the same book from the other team worked out very well for them, as they are now in the lead. But it is a scramble here as the zone is back in control of Nala Fanclub. Nala Fanclub, however, does have 2 members down. We're seeing Silver here use the Zipcaster, paired beautifully with, I think that was Kiki there, able to just tag team that Zipcaster play and get a complete wipe on a Nala Fanclub. So if you're Nala Fanclub, you still have some time left within the match. The lead is fairly close. It's not a huge gap, but just the mental of knowing, okay, it seems like the other team is playing really well. Are we able to counter this in quick time? You have to have that mental of knowing, okay, don't fumble this. We still got it. There's still time.
Yeah, and I appreciate, too, whenever there is a Booyah Bomb that comes out from Nala Fanclub, Phoenix is very, very quick to respond to that, because more often than not, that Booyah Bomb has been thrown onto the zone, and Phoenix is like, okay, I'm going to cover that up very, very quick as much as I can. But ezmd finding themselves with 3 members going down, so a huge response time happening up top there as Nala Fanclub takes the zone back. No penalty now standing in their way to try to reverse the lead here. And again, the similar tactics. Yoshell trying to get set up. Nala Fanclub immediately shutting that down. Silver is going to have to break through here and cause a little bit of havoc to change that, but it's not going to be enough, Rissa, because now that's the lead being taken in Nala Fanclub's hold here. And dare I say it, dare I jinx it with my own words, Nala Fanclub wants to lock in for a reverse sweep.
They really do. You can feel it. They are not letting go. Like I was saying, you know, that mental of feeling that the other team's on their game. Nala Fanclub has not let that get to them. They are still on it here. They are currently in the lead, but with the lead, oh my gosh, we're headed into overtime with ezmd in control of the zone. They have 2 members down on the side of Nala Fanclub. They just need to do everything they can to get to the zone and paint it. We see Nala and Ryu drop down, bubbles coming out from both sides, and just like that, at the last possible second, with members just spawning up at the last possible second, jump-ins happening. Nala Fanclub able to take that. That was insane, Saf.
Yeah, I just, so I have the stream up open on my other monitor, and I had to like look at the last couple seconds again. There was huge decision making happening in the corner there. Phoenix opted to choose somebody that was jumping out on the side rather than painting the zone, so that left Nala with the blaster to fight 2 people on the zone, and Phoenix had to take the fight to Ryu inside the bubble. Phoenix ended up going down. Ryu went down over on the side, so a trade cancellation happening over there. But then the blaster, Nala having to try to fight with 2 people on the zone, and even still, those 2 people got splatted on zone. It painted it, allowed for possession to go back in with just a second left remaining. Yeah, Nala Fanclub is still very much in this, folks. Don't even think otherwise.
Yeah, they having that mindset of not letting little things get to you is so important. That's one of the things that I'm constantly trying to adapt and learn as a player myself. So just wow, insane. Headed into a game 5, Nala Fanclub
Our
versus...
third one of today, by the way.
Wow, that's crazy. And taking a look at these comp sets, looks like Jared actually going to be sticking with that Splattershot Pro Forge. That must be working out well for them. But other than that, both teams here sticking with what they've been playing.
Yeah, and quite honestly, folks, the entirety of Top Cut and the progression of Top Cut is riding on this match that you are witnessing right now. This is not only the match that we need to wait for, but also I think this match will determine whether Ascension, who's in the 3rd place spot, and Nala Fanclub, between the 2 of them, who is going to be making it into the top 4. Because ezmd will not be making it into the top 4, which, by the way, they have been in the top 4 the last 2 seasons. They have actually progressively gotten better the last 2 seasons when they placed in the top 4. And this will be the first time in 2 seasons that they do not get into Top Cut, which is astounding. So it is between Nala Fanclub and Ascension, but Nala Fanclub needs to win against ezmd here. But within the constraints of the time, ezmd themselves have a disconnect, and we are well within rules for the set to be restarted. So Rissa, no disconnects are keeping us down here because we have plenty of time to restart. And of freaking course, we're ending it all on Crab Capital. I mean,
it's only fitting.
It's only fitting. It's like I have a magic ball. The orb is telling us that Crab Capital is the way.
It's really, we were talking about how this map is suddenly up, seems like it's appearing in competitive Splatoon right now within the current ever-shifting meta. And ending this, our commentary set here on Crab Lake Capital as a game 5 at that is, it's only fitting.
And another thing, I keep talking about the bracket. There is a 1-point difference between Nala Fanclub and Ascension in terms of score. There is a 1-point difference between them right now. And I find that to be really astounding that if Nala Fanclub wins this, then they are able to stay in the top 4. But if ezmd wins this, I believe they get knocked out of top 4. And Ascension takes their spot. So there's so much riding on this here, and we want to get started so bad, but then ezmd disconnected and made us wait even longer than we want to. So once again, everybody's ready to go. We have to play all the same things because we disconnected. You cannot change what you are playing. So this is what you get for this game 5 here today, folks. Top 4 is just well within our grasp.
All right, I was still recovering from that last game we saw against these two, so that disconnect kind of gave me a second to regroup, breathe myself, and see, come into this a little bit more of a fresher mind here. So heading into this, Nala Fanclub, they immediately take the zone. They are in control of the zone, a trade happening from both sides. And with Jared still on that pro, like I was talking about before, not going to be having Crab to take this top right area, instead going to be able to use a Booyah Bomb to help defend the zone. You can see Jared uses that Booyah Bomb to throw at the area that ezmd is funneling into the zone, but now ezmd back in the zone. Kind of a stagger happening on each side as both teams trying to get the upper hand. But as this is all happening, Nala Fanclub still in control of the zone, still counting down those points.
Yeah, Nala Fanclub has had a very solid start to this. It's barely past the first minute and we're already down to 10 seconds. What is even happening here? It's crazy the difference between the morale of teams that can happen when a disconnect happens. It was, remember, ezmd that had a member disconnect during the last matchup. Now they are finally finding themselves and being like, oh yeah, that's right. We're playing a game right now. We're playing a tournament right now. We totally are ready and awake and alert for this bout to be happening. So no penalty points now in sight. We are down to the 65 mark here. And there's nobody from Nala Fanclub in the center stage either. So this is looking pretty good for ezmd to maybe turn it around.
It is. They're counting down their points. They have their members that went down, jump back into mid to help defend the zone. Nala Fanclub here, they are coolered up. They use that bubbler. I think that bubbler added to Nala going down. A bomb got thrown at the shield there and got that pick onto Nala. So even though the 3 members of Nala Fanclub went down there, we're coolered up. So we see them right back in the action. A couple of them had their specials ready. We see that Booyah Bomb come out to try and aid to Nala Fanclub to coming into the zone. It looks like it's working so far as we see Ryu and the pencil there painting the zone. It works beautifully for them. Shout out to the cooler, because without that cooler, they would not have had those specials to help them come back into the zone. Whew.
It's a defensive tool and an offensive tool. Defensive tool in the sense that the person that drops the cooler can in fact hide behind it. Just a little bit. True. Offensive tool because you get to help out your teammates be really, really fast and get the zoomies and do all the other cool things that they can do. 2 specials now online for Nala Fanclub, both of them being deployed. The Booyah Bomb's going to go out somewhere, but Jared still gets lost in the process here. There's nobody standing in the way of zone. Phoenix trying to go and fight with Nala, lands just enough damage for Kiki to clean up and do the rest. Now in control is ezmd here. It's going to be a super close match, Rissa. I have a feeling we're going to delve down to the very wire. We're just going to be seeing little bits of penalty points getting re-upped and re-added to the current scores now.
I completely agree. Considering, too, that last match we saw and the way that ended, woo, okay, feeling themselves there. That Zipcaster comes out. There's a complete wipe onto Nala Fanclub. Right as Nala Fanclub was actually getting their momentum, we saw them getting their specials ready, starting to come into the zone. But ezmd had some momentum going there, used it to get a complete wipe onto Nala Fanclub. And now, again, we're at this position where Nala Fanclub has to do everything they can to get into the zone. The lead swaps over to ezmd, and the specials are not quite able to come out in time. The picks happen from Nala Fanclub as well, too. I think that was 2 members that went down. ezmd winning this once they got their momentum there at the end of that game 5 and going to be taking the set.
Okay, so Rissa, just like many, many times before, I was wrong. ezmd winning this set only puts them ahead of Ascension. So they knock Ascension down a peg in the group stage. Ascension is now 4th in their group. ezmd taking 3rd. Nala Fanclub, this matchup did not matter as much as I thought it did. It did not matter as much as I thought it did. Nala Fanclub is firmly secured in their spot moving into the top 4. So your top cut, folks, is going to be PXG, who we expected. Sun Eater, who we did not expect at all. That is your 12th seed in this tournament, and they are in Division 1 in comparison to your top cut folks. They are moving in to top cut. And in the Group B side of things, you have Flow Dragons and Nala Fanclub. moving into Top Cut. So this is a very, very interesting Top Cut. And unfortunately, Rissa and I do not get to cast it for you. However, OBT and the lovely Siren get to take you the rest of the way through this tournament. And there's a lot of things to be considering and talking about for this Top Cut in comparison to last season's. And I encourage you to do some research, as I did yesterday for quite a while. Like I said, ezmd, I have cat claw clippers in my hand as a fidget. ezmd, we're in the top 4 for the last 2 seasons of SendouQ, okay? In season 8, they got 4th place. In season 9, they got 3rd place. And now that like the Moonlights, the FT Wins, the Void Lakti of the group are not playing in this season, I was convinced that ezmd as the number 2 seed was in fact going to be able to take that 2nd place spot. And they're not even remotely close to being into Top Cut, okay? They're outside of the club. They're hating from outside of the club right now, which is so interesting. It's so interesting. And Nala Fanclub, that was seeded number 7 in the tournament. Seeded number 7 in the tournament is finding themselves into the top 4. And this is Jared plus some Freds from the upper mid-level side of things. So, folks, you don't want to miss this Top Cut. It's just going to get more and more interesting as the day goes on. I'm telling you right now.
You said it beautifully. You said it all beautifully. I don't have anything else. I'm ready to see this top 4 myself as a viewer. So, Saf, do you have anything else to say before we go ahead and close this out?
Please don't find me. Don't find me. You don't need to. But if you must, I'm on Blue Sky. I talk about Splatoon a lot on these different broadcasts. You can find me TOing at Sea Battle. You can find me tomorrow night on Ludi Tonight, hanging out with my best pals, Keon and Falco. That's about it. Otherwise, please don't find me. I'm out there. Rissa, where are you at? Anything else you want to share? Closing arguments.
Nothing else for me besides I'm really excited to watch this. And you can find me wherever my name is, somewhere over here at Rissa High on Blue Sky. That's about it for me. Let's see some awesome Splatoon. We're going to go ahead and take a break, swap out commentators. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SendouQ finals for season 10. What a day it has been, OBT. I think everybody has been in absolute shock. What are your thoughts so far on everything we've seen? I know we were kind of half watching, half playing, but do tell.
Honestly, man, craziest thing is definitely Sun Eater, bro. Oh my God, what is that? The 12 seed making top cut? Like, I figured that, you know, one of the top 4 teams would not make it, but I never in a billion years thought it would be Sun Eater, man. They just had an incredible run so far. And then also, man, ezmd not in the top 4 is crazy. I know Saf was talking about how they've pretty much been in the last 2 that they've been in for top 4. So for them not to be here, pretty crazy. Glad Jared's team got in there, even though they did lose that heartbreaking game 5. But man, what a top 4 we got going on today, Siren.
Yeah, Sun Eater is definitely going to be that standout pick from this top 4, and quite the performance they've had going into this as the 12th seed, because they came in with the lowest amount of points. But even on top of that, just looking at the rosters, I don't think anyone, probably except for Sun Eater, could have predicted this. So today we are going to be looking at both matches of semis and following the storyline of these players. So the other match with Sun Eater, which we have been discussing so far, is going to be on hold for now. They get to take a break, have a snack, watch what's going on, while we get to indulge in PXG versus Nala Fanclub first.
Yes, and that is Nala Fanclub, not Nola Fanclub, like I mistakenly thought it was. Thought they were big fans of the Pelicans, but that's okay. Nala Fanclub going to be coming off that heartbreaking Game 5 loss. They worked so hard, lost it right at the very end, unfortunately. But man, PXG going up against the 1980 Chicago Bull of Splatoon teams for the SendouQ finals with, again, man, just some absolute heavy hitters. Great Goss, Soldier, Noah. So man, just absolutely stacked team, man. So really excited. We're going to hop right into it.
Yeah, we didn't really get to talk too much about the other team, but we did just come back from watching them a second ago on, I forgot the name of the stage, but anyway, we're on Undertone now. We were up at the surface, but now we're underground. Both teams coming in with very heavy painting comps, and we're seeing the E-Leader coming back from the side of PXG once again, which is going to be an interesting pick from this map when there is a lot of coverage going on here, but I do trust the judgment of all of these players this far into the tournament.
Yeah, you know, like I was saying yesterday in the pre-show, man, like if you're picking E-Leader and you're here, man, you are good at leader and you trust yourself. Unfortunately, Aura Boy 36 going to be taking them out with a clean blaster shot. Make that 2.5. It is just going to be, believe that is Trey on the 52. They're trying to escape there. I don't know if they're going to get away. They actually fake up the block and get the kill out of the blaster siren.
Yeah, very, very good early pick. And we do see that bubble getting deployed by that mini there. Ryu here pushing all the way up on the center spine. Soulja is able to spot them out, but that control is still being very well held by the members of Nala Fanclub here, getting the picks consistently onto the side of PXG so far. However, with the tear that PXG has been on so far in this tournament, I don't know how long they're going to be able to keep up this facade. Jared sitting here on that bottom left, holding on to that Booyah Bomb. So many people swimming around Jared. And absolutely nobody knows that he's here. Is going to pop that Booyah Bomb, prevent them from taking him out right away. And that's not going to get too much done, but it is going to manipulate the players on PXG to moving over to the right side of the zone and forced to pop those strikes. Still, nothing is really going on here as far as objective flips.
Yeah, you know, it is a little challenging. PXG hasn't played in quite some time compared to Nala Fanclub, literally just coming off of a Game 5 set. They are definitely much warmer, and I think you are seeing that right now. As, yes, they still have not been able to cap the zone. It's just going to be Aura Boy 36. They do get the pick. Can they get more? But no, unfortunately, it's going to be the flip over to PXG. But, man, I feel like PXG is not coming into this feeling good right now.
Well, I mean, I think you have to feel a little bit good when you apply a large penalty like 52 onto your opponents. You do have that freedom to count down your points very quickly here. As long as you keep getting these pushes, you keep getting these picks, getting the pencil out of the way is a huge one right off the bat. Getting rid of that mini is effectively getting rid of a bubble, and that is going to be a very clean intercept from the other members of PXG. They're getting that full team wipe, proving why they're here to begin with. And now we are very much in the range of getting another lead swap. Soulja going to make a smart choice here, jump away from a bad fight, and is still staying alive, still applying this pressure. Specials are still consistently going out, and advantage switches back to PXG as the members of Nala Fanclub slowly leak in towards these zones.
Oh man, they don't see it. This is going to be the 52 player coming out, going to get a pick onto Ryu here. They did not see them. It is 2 versus 3 right now, but they do need to find a way to actually get the zone flip. They are only 1 point behind, trying to not make it worse. They get the zone cap there, and I believe that's going to be Trey again just on this bottom right, trying to survive. His members of Nala Fanclub are trickling back in here.
Yeah, Nala Fanclub moving in as a solid unit together. We see Aura Boy here popping that bubble, giving himself that support to stay on that left bottom side there as Ryu stays back, paints these zones, avoids these strikes, and you can see how important objective players are for this particular zones map, because it is so hard to just micromanage these zones and manage all these fights at the same time. Look at both sides of the map. So having somebody like Ryu here in the center of the map, just keeping both zones painted, applying specials, keeping area control is so integral to holding things down here. And I think that's been the biggest difference between these two teams' play styles. As you see here, that once PXG gets in, they go in really, really far. They don't really feel the need to have somebody doing that. But it's just a difficulty to get in that position in the first place. So you can see that they're struggling a little bit to get back in here, while the members of Nala Fanclub have much more firmly planted roots. However, are they going to be able to keep this up long enough to burn through that penalty, get closer towards that knockout, or are we looking at a situation here where someone like Jared might run in, get another Booyah Bomb down, and perhaps switch the tides of this game?
Yeah, it's been so hard, man. I feel like every time one of the teams is really close to getting a breakaway lead, somebody is taking a fight, and then like 2 members go down. And even right now, it's been a really big skirmish to try to get the zone. But even right there, PXG wasn't able to push past their 31. And they are still in the lead. But man, 1 point lead against a team this good does not super feel awesome right now in SendouQ finals. But hey, man, Gray with the cooler coming out here. I feel like, again, members are starting to warm up. They're starting to kind of find their footing here as Gray gets taken out by Jared. But again, no major anything has been happening. I feel like it's mostly been a slobber knocker right in the middle of this map right now.
A slobber knocker, that is, and eventually one team is going to have to fold, and it looks like it actually is going to be PXG for now. They don't really have too much further to go to get a lead here, but Jared, you can see playing a little bit cautiously towards the spawn of PXG. You don't want to run in too fast when the only thing to lose is that zone, but we see, I believe that's Trey 52 running in there, getting 3 and just finishing that game right in its tracks. You saw how much momentum that Nala Fanclub was building up, and you saw how hesitant they were there towards the end. And I guess you could say that that fear was very much justified when you don't really know where Trey is sitting around. And unfortunately, it was the one place they weren't looking in that instance.
Yeah, I know we were talking about like how to end the game, and then Trey just killed 3 people, and I was like, okay, well, that's going to be the end of the game, unfortunately. Man, all crazy that came down to a 1 point lead there for PXG. But hey, I mean, I feel like, again, that was the one kind of like, you know, we're coming off of a break here, but I feel like they're back in. It does not feel good, though, if you're Nala Fanclub. You now have lost 2 games straight in a row. Very, very close games, but just weren't able to close it out, unfortunately. And again, had they been able to either flip the zone right before they got that 1 point lead, or been able to, like you said, kind of push up a little farther, get into their base. Because, you know, it's right, like, you don't want to go down there, but I feel like they were able to capitalize on it, especially because they just did not know where Trey was, like you said earlier.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing there. I'm kind of not with you there in the this must feel bad logic in this. You're playing against the first seed in the tournament, and you have a very, very close game, and obviously that part is not going to feel great, feeling like you were so close to winning and not getting it, but it's also, if you're an optimistic person, you see that as, okay, we were that close to winning, we can definitely take this set, it's very winnable. Now we're in a position where we can counterpick the stage that we play on for this second game, so we can potentially build ourselves some kind of advantage starting here and now. Winning the first game is always going to be the best thing you can do in a counterpicks situation. However, they now have a spot where they're like, all right, we got Undertow out of the way. If it wasn't our favorite stage to play, we can now get that out of the way and maybe go to something else like Scorch Gorge. I don't really understand the logic on playing this one in particular. Yeah, it's you might be trying to avoid the angles on the E-leader. I know it's still going to be rough, but there is still that giant pillar in the middle of the zone, so breaking in is going to be difficult, but once you're there, I think it's a very, very solid stage, and that's probably why they're moving towards this one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a, solo nightmare zone, but I feel like when you're playing with the team, especially one of this caliber, I feel like if you can just get the hold, man, it's very, very challenging, like you said, to come in on that one. And this is, pretty much every map is available for zone, so it's really whatever the teams want. It's kind of like the Imaginations map list, if you will. So we're going to hop right into it. But again, very interesting pick for game 2. Going to be Scorched Gorge, looking like my home state of Arizona. I know Siren likes to make fun of me for that, but I love it here. Let's get into it.
Not enough cacti here, I think.
Oh yeah, this is straight up just rocks the desert, bro.
So we actually, okay, I'm just looking at these comps getting into the start of this game. We see Ryu here sticking with that mini on that bubble. Jared staying on the Forge as well. Both of these teams feel very confident in their zones comp, and I think that's probably the best way to look at this one, especially when you were so close in that last game here. So we can see a couple players moving up on the right side. I love the strategic bubble placement from Ryu here, gives coverage over to Jared as well in this team fight, and not quite getting player advantage numbers out of it. However, capping the zone very early on, do choose to back up a little bit here and allow PXG to move in. Don't really want to get Soldier on this top mid area, but then again, like we're playing it very safe. We're trying to find footing.
Keep seeing members of both teams actually cooler jump out to the side there. Really nice stuff. Going to save them alive, and now they're not down a person as they are stepping into mid here. Jared, unfortunately, going to be on the wrong side of Gray's Zap. We were seeing so much of that earlier, man. They just delete people with this gun. And right now, man, looking like it is actually a PXG counter pick as, man, their E-leaders in mid. Gray's set up, not the best spot for Nala Fanclub right now.
Yeah, definitely a worrying position if you are the members of Nala Fanclub. You do have that E-leader set up on top mid, and that was my main concern when they went to counterpick into this particular stage. They're going to have a very, very hard time breaking back in here. You see Ryu here has to pop that bubble basically off of the zone entirely, and that's not really the position you want to pop a bubble in if you're any kind of bubble player. Ideally, you're moving up on the grates, you're popping that bubble to get you some distance, but in instances like this, when that timer is ticking down and you really need to move back in, you do have to make these decisions where you pop that special just to break back in a little bit. And it does seem to be working out very well for the members of Nala Fanclub. Moving back in here, has that zone capped as well, and you can see PXG moving in together as a unit on that left side, is able to wrap around and take out each member of Nala Fanclub one by one. Only a couple people left. Looks like we're painting around, maybe trying to spot them, build more special, and we do have this killer whale at the ready, but are we going to use it to move forward, get under these grates? Feels like we're pretty comfortable just sitting on top of the zone right now, OBT.
Yeah, I want to highlight all of that entire hold was really started by Trey on the bottom right there. They put down their wall, waited for the members of PXG to come to them, and they were actually able to hold and get the zone flip. And even though, again, it is going to go back in the control of Nala Fanclub, that definitely ate into the time a little bit. But man, crazy that all of that started out with just the 52, kind of highlighting how much a good place wall can really support your survivability on this very survivability heavy gun here. Again, team fight coming out here. I feel like Nala Fanclub just has not been able to get that really solid hold that I'm sure they're looking for with a very lockout heavy map like this one, Siren.
Yeah, it feels like both of these teams are looking for something a little bit more ideal than what they've been looking at right now. Soldier here getting a great pick. Now we're just sitting under these ledges here. It seems like both of these teams don't really want to take any unnecessary risks, and I can't really blame them. Not really seeing any distance much further than this, but you can see that E-leader has such a great reach into the base of Nala Fanclub here. We're seeing all these floating heads on our screen. We see Ryu, Aura Boy, and we see Jared, and I feel like the E-leader can reach every single one of them. There's not that much coverage for Nala Fanclub to work with here, and it's just going to be Ryu left. With 25 seconds left on the counter, they need to be very careful about how they move in here. That cooler has been popped. There's people jumping in, and unfortunately for them, 2 of them are going to be going down. Ryu is going to be the last one able to even paint the zone at all, and with Ryu going down, that's just going to be an easy victory for PXG.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like it is good for your comp, but unfortunately, I did think it was better for PXG. Having that leader with just that little bit of extra range and a little bit more visibility and kill power. And also, honestly, MVP that I felt like was Soldier, man. They just got up on top mid every time and just killed everyone. And then on top of that, at the very end, you were seeing they were consistently sharking those ledges. Soldier playing Bucket has a lot more access to like pretty much all sides of their side of their plat. They can get onto snipe, they can shoot over towards the bridge, they can shoot over towards the left, and I feel like that was really taken advantage of. Unfortunately, Nala Fanclub not able to do what PXG did to them, and now Siren, they are on the cusp of a potential either 3-0 and a handshake or trying to get that reverse sweep. We saw it happen in the last set. It went to game 5, but hopefully Nala Fanclub got something deep in their pockets for this one.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that synergy between the E leader and Soldier was key for closing out that game. Obviously, we didn't see many snipes coming out from that leader on the side of PXG. However, that communication between team members probably indicated to Soldier where people were going in general. Okay, I see Jared, I see a couple people moving towards the right. Just slosh under that ledge and you're bound to get somebody, and that's evidently how that worked out. So I think in situations like this, you have to go for something maybe a little bit more flat. So I do understand the counter pick going into Umami here. It's still going to be a very charger heavy map. However, moving into this one here, we'll see how they approach this. I don't know. How do you take out a leader that's this strong and this dominating towards what your team is doing?
I feel like it's challenging because, I don't like this map as a bucket player, but granted, Soldier's way better than I am. I really agree with the flat map. I mean, they have mini, they have pro, they have a pencil, and there is a lot more cover to hide behind in terms of just map geometry. So again, Soldier doing what most bucket players would do, just taking top mid immediately, although they are going to be joined by 2 members of Nala Fanclub here. Hammer coming out and trying to get out of there. That should be a dead Soldier on that one, and it's going to be looking like the Nala Fanclub might have the first advantage here for the first fight.
Yeah, Ryu doing some great movement around that player who tried to flank them as well. Neither of these teams able to cap the zones so far. When one goes down, the other goes back up. So Jared having to pop that booyah. Unfortunately for him, a couple people around there to shred. And still, the consistent situation here is that neither of these teams are able to hold any side down in particular. Well, they can, but just not the other one at the same time. So it's going to come down to which team can get basically a full wipe first. Gonna end up being PXG. Very, I would say coincidentally, both teams had 2 people down at that point in time, but getting the first advantage is pretty big. I would say in Umami, this is kind of a lockout heavy map, and it's not the situation you want to be in for the members of Nala Fanclub.
No, especially, man, when the camera's on that E-leader player, that is not what you want to see when you're down, 2 games, and also that took a minute of the match. A full minute to get even the first control there. Ryu with a nice hammer throw going to be at the end of that player, and the end of Soldier over there, as you're starting to see members try to push up that they are blocked by the 52 wall, going to wisely jump out, preserve their life because they got the cooler happening there, and just, again, not able to kind of get into their base like I feel like the other team just did to them. And Jared going to go down on this left side as Soldier is trying to find more picks, joined by the 52 player.
Yeah, Ryu has been playing very, very well aggressively as a mini player. I feel like a lot of the player expectation is that the mini is going to run around a little bit, paint a whole lot, pop these hammers, and then stop interacting the moment that special is over. But you can see that it's definitely not the case for Ryu here. They have been very much in the faces of the members of PXG, regardless of what's going on in that particular game, and that is something that is very commendable as a player. However, that is a little bit concerning when the members of PXG start getting back into this position here that they really want to be in, running back up into the spawn of Nala Fanclub. You can see here Jared popping another booyah, but being so out of range of the members of PXG, they are actually going to have to back off here and allow him to pop that booyah. Not going to do too much for these zones here, and how are they going to reapproach this, OBT?
They just sneezed and that booyah bomb just went away there. I feel like they were unable to capitalize on it. Ryu was like, we got to start making a play, man. Boy 36 going to find a pick here. They do need to neutralize the zone, as you're seeing members of PXG collapse onto the zone. If they get the flip, that should be curtains for them. 2 members going down for Nala Fanclub. I don't know if they got it in the tank siren. It's going to be just Boy 36. And unfortunately for Nala Fanclub, that is going to be the end of their run there. PXG going to take it 3-0 to start our top 4.
A very clean victory for PXG in these first set of semifinals. Unfortunate for Nala Fanclub, one of our top seeds of this event, did perform extremely well, but maybe lost a little bit of steam towards the end of that group stage. Was able to make it up to top cut here and still performed incredibly well, especially against such a powerhouse team. However, it is what it is at the end of the day. You put your best effort into it and you work so hard to get to this point. And honestly, like, tying for third is not shabby at all. This is a great performance.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff, especially since I know that they weren't seeded to make top four. So still making it there. And honestly, man, the 3-0 does not tell the story, especially that those first two games I feel like were closer. So unfortunately, just not able to find their footing against the super team that is PXG. But honestly, like you said, very commendable performance from them. So I look forward to seeing all those players in future events. I know Jared's playing Ludi. I'm sure some of those other players are as well. So nice stuff to them. But it is going to be, again, man, PXG, the person we really, really thought was going to be in the finals. They are going to be in the finals there. I wonder who is going to oppose them, Siren.
I wonder too. I guess there's only one way to find out from here, OBT. We're going to be watching Flow Dragons versus Sun Eater, and I'm sure if you are Flow Dragons in this situation, you might be passively watching the tournament when you're not playing your sets, or maybe you have it on in the background, something like that. You might be looking at the bracket on the other side, the other group stage, and going, what is happening over there? How did this happen? They're probably in the same situation as you and I are, OBT, where they're looking at it and they're going, how? So honestly, if I'm the members of Flow Dragons, I'm doing my homework right now. I'm doing my research, and maybe I'm a little bit worried about what's to come.
Honestly, man, I feel like this is really Sun Eater saying we deserve to be here if they are able to beat Flow Dragons. Flow Dragons, you know, half JP, half EU team. I think members of Black Lotus joining them. Very, very strong performance. I feel like every time the camera was on them, we were watching them, they were just slapping up whatever team that was in front of them. So, but Sun Eater's saying, hey, man, we honestly only lost to the first seed. And now they're going up against seed number 3. So saying, I do think that they were able to at least put up a good fight there. Honestly, I don't know who's going to win this, and the only way we're going to find out is by hopping into there, y'all. But man, Sun Eater definitely feeling like they got something to prove the SendouQ finals.
Absolutely. Flow Dragons, look, they could still prove that they belong as that second seed going into this top cut. However, this is a absolute monolith that they're dealing with here. Sun Eater just completely unfound position that they've been in, and definitely, like, I'm not saying that in a way like they don't deserve it. They absolutely deserve to be where they are right now, and it was proved by that group stage. And what I think we'll find interesting is, like, maybe I'm getting a bit of ahead of myself here, but if Sun Eater is able to win this, they are going to play against PXG once again, which was one of the closest rounds for PXG during that group stage. And that could or could have not been a fluke for PXG. Maybe they weren't quite expecting to have 2 games taken off of them by quite literally the lowest seed of the tournament. So maybe they weren't, maybe they were playing with their pinkies and not their whole hands, but we'll see. We'll see what goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because, like, for those of you who don't know, Sun Eater took 2 games and almost took the set over PXG on their first round. That was like literally round number 1 for them. And then I think their second round was them beating BlankZ 3-0. So, I mean, they're playing really, really strong today. And again, if I'm Flow Dragons, I just got to say, look, man, we are the non-American team, man. We deserve to be here. And I think that, man, they're clean. So it's kind of like it's the unstoppable object versus immovable object versus the unstoppable force there in terms of both of these teams coming up there. But, man, I just cannot wait to get into this. And especially because I think this is like multiple continents and multiple countries facing off against each other. One of the really cool things about the SendouQ finals, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very long-running thing, and you don't really see as much interaction in these tournaments between regions like we did back in the day. But when you have such a big event like this, people will make the time. We will schedule a tournament so that it works out perfectly for both regions. A lot of the weeklies and stuff that North America participates in nowadays happen at a time that isn't really feasible for most European teams, and the same applies to your paddling pools and other tournaments like that one, where can't really participate that if you have school or anything like during the day. So it's always good to see these weekend tournaments and these big events where a lot is on the line for these players, and more than just physical earnings or anything like that. It's honor, honestly. Like winning the SendouQ finals is like top 10 flexes in Splatoon.
Yeah, and it's hard because like it is one of the more consistent events, but also, man, it is one of the harder ones. Like it only happens at the very end of the season. Like you got to qualify, and even if you qualify, then you got to be one of the top 2 teams in 2 pools, which is really, really hard. I mean, go ask what is it, BlankZ and the other top 4 seeds. Like they didn't even qualify. Especially ezmd, man. I mean, they were slated. Everyone thought it was going to be PXG, ezmd finals, but I mean, they're nowhere to be found in the semifinals right now. So very, very tough thing. It is, I mean, like you said, one of the highest level Splatoon things I think you can win, especially in terms of like just regular bragging rights, especially region to region, player to player, country to country. So yeah, man, just a really, really big event. That's why we're so excited that it happens every few months here, and we're just kind of getting everyone in the lobby ready to go here. So just give us a few more minutes, y'all, and we'll be right into it.
Absolutely. I don't know. Are we going for a little? We're not going for a break or anything like that, it seems, but yeah, we're still waiting on a few people to hop into this lobby. If you're watching this, stop slacking, hop in that room. I'm ready to see some Splatoon action.
You'd think by like this point in the bracket they would know how to join the room quickly, but I mean, hey, you know, they're up there and I'm over here, so they clearly know what they're doing. But plus, it might be hard. I don't know if there's like a language barrier or anything between those two, but we are working to get them in there as fast as we possibly can. What were you saying? Sorry.
I mean, I was saying they were probably anticipating that last set to take a little bit longer than 3 knockouts for PXG.
That's probably pretty fair. I'm not gonna lie. So maybe they were playing open or just they had a scrim ready. I have no idea, man. But just trying to keep Warren there. But it might be one of those things of like, hold up, we're in the next game.
My teammate, he has parental controls.
Sorry, I feel like one of the things about this is you do have to qualify through SendouQ. Man, I don't know what happens when you join SendouQ, but some of the stuff that people say, they're like, actually, my grandma's house is on fire. I can't play the set. I just can't.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. It sounds like we're going to be starting the game soon enough, at least. We have all the players back into the lobby. Not much more I can say about both of these teams going into this one. But I guess we can go into quick theoreticals here. OBT, what would you do if you won the SendouQ finals?
I'm going to Disneyland. I'm just kidding. I won't do that. I would definitely flex that. Well, first of all, man, I feel like the best thing about winning a bracket is definitely putting the Twitter post down or whatever, the blue sky post. You got to be like, we won the SendouQ finals, bro. You know, we did it. And then everyone puts their like crazy names in there. So that's probably the first thing. But I don't know, man. I just want to flex. And also, it's like, what do you do from here? Like Gray's won pretty much every SendouQ finals they've been a part of. And I feel like it's at that point you're just trying to repeat stuff. But it's challenging because like, what do you do after winning? Like, what even event is there? Like the Smash World Tour, maybe the NA Champs or something. But there's not necessarily another really big hurdle outside of like some like international level, like they ever bring back Worlds for Splatoons. So I don't know, man. Very, very tough about if you won.
Yeah. All right, well, we're finally getting into the game. We'll see how either of these teams proceed if they do win this set, how they take that W. But looking at the loadout here, we have blasters again on both teams. Kind of shocking to see in the big 2-6, but I guess not that much after the buff. Actually, double blaster on the side of Flow Dragons, so they're going to have to make up with it with a lot of that turf coverage, which is going to be coming out from that pencil and that mini. So we'll see how that works out for them so far. However, very quick, explosive opening from both of these teams, and not quite a zone. Oh well, okay, never mind. OBT, you go.
Yeah, man, I feel like double blaster looks a little suspicious, but I feel like, man, it's really just the Splatoon 3 classic of double paint, double kill things. And double blasters, I mean, S Blast is still really disgustingly good. Regular blaster now also disgustingly good. So it does make sense there, although they seem to not be finding any success there as they are unsuccessful at trying to get the zone flip. Aces might go down here to the blaster. They're saying, I don't want to take that fight. They do get the zone flip, but I also still feel like Aces is alive. They're just kidding. They are now dead. As you're seeing the S Blast here kind of like spar each other here in their bottom freezer. Look at that big old fridge. Siren, what's happening?
Well, what's happening is the members of Sun Eater getting back into that zone here. Keto doing a great job of moving back, getting that bubble deployed, and getting amazing picks onto the side of Flow Dragons here. That is going to be 3 down subsequently. I believe they were cooler in that fight because everybody has already respawned. But now we have to find out how we're going to respond to this because we need to get back into zone. And I mean, look, Ace is going to go down there, but that is just one little drop in the ocean. They still have to break through here. They're worried about Keto, who's still kind of floating around this zone here. We do have a splash out at the ready, but if this doesn't work out for them, I don't know how they're going to proceed with the last 30 ticks.
Now, luckily, they are going to go from the top ropes there. They did get the cap there. But, man, being held at 6-7 while the other team pushes to 32 does not feel good. It feels bad. There's Bubble coming out there, and I also feel like it's interesting running Bubble into this double blaster comp. Yes, they have Splashdown, but it is going to be kind of challenging for them to shred the Bubble. I mean, granted, if they are alive to even do that, Kaito going to be trying to take out some people here on the right side. A crazy zone flip, including the Sprinkler there, as Kaito tries to jump back to their teammate there. You're hearing and seeing a lot of this waves coming out. This is a bad spot to be in if you're Sun Eater. They do get the trade on the hammer, but man, look at the zone. And again, man, look at that. It's going to be 2 down. Boople's going to try to drop here and try to paint the zone.
Yeah, Boople's dropping in, getting that cooler deployed, is going to pop onto that zone there. Almost taken out by that S-Blast, but very abruptly did not get that second AoE shot towards their direction. Keto going down as well, but they do still have that zone capped. That is going to be a great position to be in here. Ace is sitting on that bottom left corner, is going to back up, is missing the support from their teammates right now. Does spot somebody lurking on these bottom right alleyways, but decides to reapproach this from a different angle entirely, which I think is a great idea. You have a very, very small penalty right now, so you don't really need to take any risky journeys. You know the position that you're in is going to be one that forces Flow Dragons to run back in the zone towards you. So take that area that is safe to you. You don't need to move up too far here. You can just kind of stay where you're feeling natural. And speaking of natural, Keto once again getting a great pick onto that stack. 3 seconds left to go, and Sun Eater just barely holding on, not quite able to cap with just an E-leader on the zone, and that's, I mean, expected behavior. But here we are. Flow Dragons is still in this game 1.
Yeah, unfortunate, man. There's so many worlds. I feel like this game is over. We're already talking about how Sun Eater took the first game, but right now we're seeing this wipeout come out from Flow Dragon saying, I'm mad, bro. I'm down at 55. I want some blood on my hands. Their S-Blast player is going to get taken out, though, by the Charger, as you're seeing. Again, I believe that's Noctis on this lower left side, kind of holding on to that triple splashdown, saying, you got to respect this, even though it is triple splashdown. And I think they're going to use it right here, Siren. They're going to take out Booples and not going to take out Kaito, unfortunately, as Kaito's alive there. But they still need to get back to the zone. No penalty on the side of Flow Dragons right now.
Yeah, no penalty at all, so time is ticking for the members of Sun Eater. They're going to have to break back in here. All they really have to do that, though, is going to be that killer whale. Getting some people taken down with pure manpower alone is just going to be that pencil left alive on the members of Sun Eater. Flow Dragons. Assist getting a great pick on Ina Dragon into their spawn, and is going to back up a little bit here. They have been able to hold on to that very, very tight lead, but with just 1 point of a margin, it's going to be more of a game of the actual game timer here from now on out. Who can be holding the zone at least at a minimum neutral at the end of this 30 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, man, I was so clenched for that last. So I was like, I don't know if they were going to cap it, but luckily they were able to get the manpower lead. Flow Dragons looking like they're going to be able to hold the zone going into overtime. They do have a decently sized penalty, but they all are cooled up. They got specials on lock here. Blaster going to survive here. It is just 2 members alive for Sun Eater, with now going into overtime. 25 ticks left. I just hope they are able to mount something. You're seeing, man, look at that map, almost entirely yellow, Siren. What can the members of Sun Eater do right now?
Well, it looks like Ace is taking the off angle on this, which is a risky play when you don't really have that much time to get back in towards the zone, and it looks like Flow Dragon just barely able to clench it out. You can see how much turf from the members of from Sun Eater was able to get back in there and cover that zone, but not enough to at least ply that neutral. First game going to Flow Dragons, but for sure, if I am them, I am going to be shaking in my boots.
Yeah, I mean, that was not close. That was not a definitive game by them. Like, it really was very, very close. I mean, multiple times you saw either the game end or the lead almost switch there. And so I feel like they are saying, look, you may be the higher seed, but we definitely deserve to be here, being Sun Eaters. But man, I just cannot believe how close that game was. And it's so close, like you said, the zone almost flipped there at the very end. It was just so much back and forth there. I don't know if this is going to go the same way as the last set, where it was kind of a close game one, but then it was kind of a wash after that. Granted, Flow Dragons is pretty good, and I feel like Double Blaster is a strong comp, but I just don't think it's going to be a 3-0 and a handshake again like that. Hopefully, I mean, commentators curse. Hopefully that doesn't happen, because I want, more game 5s, as commentator, spectator.
Okay, well, we just got word that the counter pick for game 2 is going to be Wahoo World. Is this the secret sauce for the members of Sun Eater? I'm not so sure. However, they're surely cooking something that I don't know what it tastes like quite yet. Maybe I'll be the devil's advocate here and not even a meme. I actually do like Wahoo Zones a decent bit. It is like a flat thing that's kind of weird, and I don't know. I feel like it fell out of favor for a lot of players when it didn't really need to.
I also agree. I don't really mind. I always call it Wahoo World, but I don't mind Wahoo World zones, honestly. Like, I actually think it's a decent map. I think it fell out of favor when they started adding more maps, and people were kind of like, we really don't need this map. It kind of went the same way of like Rainmaker, Mahi Mahi. I know that was kind of a popular pick at the beginning of the game. But like, I feel like there were just better maps. But honestly, Wahoo World, definitely not as bad as Scorch Gorge for the last set. So I will take that one. Also, shout outs to this beautiful background for the counter pick one. Normally it's like a big question mark, but we are no question about it getting into Wahoo World for game 2, Siren.
Wahoo World it is. Those coasters pass by, and both of these teams opting to switch into the Splatana, not Splatana Wiper, but oh my gosh, my brain is having the biggest fart. The one with the booyah. The Stamper, yes, thank you. Stamper with a booyah. Stamper stickers. They had stickers. Yes.
I think you mean stickers with a Z, and that is exactly what they're going to try to do. Kaido going to take this cooler, going to be trying to pop up on the right side. Man, a lot of booyah bomb this gets said, Siren. I feel like I'm watching early Splatoon 3, man. Dragon gonna get the pick on there, gonna throw the hammer down and find 2. It is just gonna be Ace on this left side. Momo Dragon does not see them. Dragon gonna be able to take them out there. Sorry, Noctis, and then Booples and Kaido gonna be popping Booyah Bomb and kind of overkill. They're gonna throw it at the plat, try to get something cheeky there. Not gonna find it, unfortunately. But man, I feel like it's so hard. Either one of these teams in both of the sets we just watched, Siren, have had a chance to really try to get like a really dominant first push. I feel like it's like someone caps the zone, and because everyone's so dang good, just like Ace is hitting the shot, man, they are able to come back into the zone very quickly there. And now look at this, Sun Eaters taking the lead in game number 2.
The funniest thing about that was just Ace just looking at that vac and then just turning away and sniping somebody else. Like, all right, I can't shoot there, better go over here. Keto here now moving up on that top right. Everybody's got that cooler applied to them now. That hammer is going to be coming in from the members of Flow Dragons, but we had a lot of time to prepare for it and get away from it. Every single special from the members of Flow Dragons is getting applied to that zone here. It's going to force Sun Eaters away at the very minimum, but they do get away from that with a couple specials in hand. So coming back into this should be pretty simple for them. That whale is going to be coming out first, spotting out where the members of Flow Dragons are sitting right now. Booyah Bomb's going to be coming out to follow out as well. However, going down in this entry is not going to be ideal for them here. A couple people collapsing on one person on that bottom side here, but now they've successfully diverted attention away from the zone, and that has allowed Flow Dragons to sit on top of the zone and reclaim that lead for themselves.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be trouble with the one member of Flow Dragons on the bottom right there, but they were able to collapse on them successfully. And even though they did that, they still aren't going to be able to touch the zone. I unfortunately think because of the size of the map, they're not going to be able to get there. The really smart vac coming out, and that's going to be, again, another Game 2 W for the opposing team on their team's counter pick. I feel like that always kind of feels kind of bad when you're picking the map and you lose on your own counter pick. But man, showing the danger of trying to counter pick a map with a really, really long distance from spawn there. Once they kind of got taken out in mid, especially on their retake like you were talking about, they just did not physically have enough time to respawn and get back in there, especially not when there's a vac coming at your spawn.
Yeah, it feels like Sun Eater has been playing around games where they force their opponents to run into them, and when they do, it's very explosive, and they basically play like a trap style where it's just like, all right, we're gonna make all this space for ourselves, and if you run into it whatsoever, you are probably going to explode. And I think they kind of made the error in this game where they weren't really able to set up a strong enough base for themselves to do that. And that may have worked against like a lot of their earlier opponents, but Flow Dragons has done a very good job at dispersing the members of Sun Eater around the stage. They got a couple people to move away from the zone. They were able to recoup enough time to build specials once again, which basically got them the checkmate position that we saw there at the end with the VAC pointing towards the base of Sun Eater. So our last ditch effort to stay in this bracket is going to be Museum D'Alfonsino zones, which is a toughie. It's definitely, in my opinion, it's more of a risky stage. And I've said this every time I've seen this one. It's like, all right, you have a huge base for yourself. And the moment that you drop out of it to play in the faces of your opponents who might be on the zone, you are now in a position where you cannot safely back up without moving a little bit more forward first or just hard jumping out. So it's risky, but momentum is easily swayed on this stage, I find, and not in a good way.
Yeah, honestly, you pretty much summed up exactly how I saw. I went like, ooh, when I saw Museum, just because like I feel like, for me personally, when you're trying to come back into a map, and maybe they feel like super comfortable on this, I have no idea. But when you're trying to come back in a set where you need to literally 3-0 now, man, I feel like you're putting yourself in a mentally precarious spot. Like, let's say like the match starts going bad, like you said, you have to commit to dropping, and that leads to sometimes people dropping early by themselves, getting picked off, making the stagger worse. So again, if it was me, I would not pick it, but they clearly know more than I do, and we are going to hop right into it. This is going to be game number 3. This is the last ditch effort for the Cinderella story that pretty much has been Sun Eater's Siren.
Yeah, absolutely. I think perhaps part of the decision was fueled by the fact that they have a great E-Leader player in Essus on the members of Sun Eater. So I think they're relying on the idea of setting up that E-Leader on top mid. And once that E-Leader is positioned there, it's going to be really, really difficult for the members of Flow Dragons to move them. You could see a couple players going for the flank on the side of Sun Eater, but Flow Dragons opting to have 2 people drop on that bottom left ledge, and that did put them in a position where they had to reevaluate and come in from a different angle here. Both teams finally approaching the zone, and with Sun Eater having 1 extra man on the field, that is going to give them that very early cap.
And luckily, like you said, it's all about trying to get set up there. And even though they have been able to win some of these fights, they've not really been able to get the zone flipped for them. As you're seeing again, people just kind of hanging on to Momo Dragon, jumping into them when they are down. Again, they are going to go down there. One of the members of Sun Eater in the corner there, as I feel like, man, this is almost exactly what you don't want to see when you are down, man. You aren't able to get control there, and you're having to now to defend your spawn from the other team on your counter pick, Siren.
Yeah, this is probably not the position that Sun Eater was looking at when they picked this particular stage. Flow Dragons is in a spot where they don't even really need to run into the spawn of Sun Eater right now. They can play the intimidation game, sit on the ground here, take out a couple, and as long as they keep just 1 extra man on the field, they are likely to keep this zone capped, because we're not really looking at the heaviest paint comp from the members of Sun Eater. They are relying on winning these fights, and the moment that they lose man advantage, it's probably going to crumble a little bit for them. So if they're able to get something out of this hammer, they might be able to cap, but unfortunately, maybe Commentators curse, maybe something else. That is going to be the quickest win for Flow Dragons so far in the set, and that is going to close it out for them 3-0.
Maybe that was my fault, but I'm telling you, I just have seen this happen so much with myself and also just commentating, that you really just it's hard to ignore the mental effect of you are down 3-0 or 2-0, gonna lose your potentially finals opportunity in the SendouQ season finale. Like, I feel like that does weigh on you a little bit, honestly, and I feel like they just weren't able to string it together. You kind of saw Kaito on the hammer. They started to almost go to that team fight, realize they needed to go to the zone, and then kind of just split off on their own and get taken out, and that was kind of curtains after that. But yeah, unfortunate they were not able to get set up. And honestly, just in broad general esports terms, it's really challenging when you are down to have to rely on a strategy where you have to get set up to win. And you're right, I feel like they were able to get their leader on there. It would have been so different of a match, but that requires them to actually win the fight. And pretty much, honestly, that was like almost a 1 push KO. I think they were able to flip it 1 time. but they just were not able to at all get any kind of mid control looking onto their plat. So very, very unfortunate. Honestly, really sad stuff for SunEater. They just worked their butts off there. But still, man, like you said, third is absolutely nothing to shake at here in the SendouQ season finale, especially coming from literally the bottom seed. All right. I feel like I didn't expect that on the pre-show yesterday. I don't think anyone did.
No, none of us did. I believe Saf wrote down all of our predictions, and I just don't even think they were on the radar for any of us. So I'm looking at all of you now. I don't know if they're going to keep playing together as a team after this, or if they are just like, if this was just like a stint for SendouQ. But I think everyone has the same idea in their brain right now, which is, oh my gosh, if they are not continuing to play together, they really, really should consider it. But I think they are. I saw the team tags. I will be looking at you, SunEaters, from now on, and I'm a little afraid because I think these are all players that could be pulling up to lands in the next year or so. They have been up and rising players for quite some time, and I think a lot of them haven't been able to break that quote-unquote mid-level curse until now, and I think they just found that secret sauce together. So really happy for them, happy that they made it this far, and can't wait to see what's next from them.
Yeah, I do believe that they are. I think I remember hearing Saf say yesterday they're playing Ludi together, because I think like that's like a legit team. Also, I don't know, they got some branding. They at least had a logo. I don't know what the logo was, but they had one. I was like covering my camera. I was like, what is the logo? Like, I don't even know what it is. But anyway, good stuff, SunEaters. I'm sure not where they wanted to finish, especially with how close that game one was. But man, it's crazy that both sides of the semifinals matches went out the exact same way. Close game one, and then just progressively just a wash into game three. So honestly, I think that speaks to the talent of both of our teams in the finals, which is pretty cool. But man, there's going to be two absolute titans in terms of each other's teams. PXG, again, the favorite to win this match, the favorite to win the event, the seed number one, versus, I'm going to say, the other strongest team, clearly in the bracket, which is Flow Dragons. So again, should be an absolute just brawl, man. I just cannot wait for it, Zion.
I'm very excited to see this as well. Bit of a clash of these regions as well here. You have a majority Japanese team from the members of Flow Dragons going into the matchup against, I believe, PXG is like a good mix of like, isn't it EU or is it mostly NA? I think it's like Solja, I believe, is NA, and
no, it's definitely, I think it's like 50-50. I think it's like half NA, half EU. I also wanted to say EU technically has the advantage in the finals because there are EU players on both sides of the team. So I remember watching earlier and I kept hearing French, or at least somebody with a French accent on the side of PXG. So good stuff to Europe. But yeah, pretty much been still an East versus West kind of clash there. But yeah, man, just good stuff. Also really cool that it's both a multinational team, multi-region team in the finals. I think that's also really cool to see the collaboration there.
I was gonna say, like, it's cool that both of these teams are collaborating as far as the regions go, when at the same time IPL and Area Cup are collaborating right now. For those of you who can't see this, we're looking at the Discord here, and in the VC directly below us we have a couple of amazing Japanese commentators, Razi, Hemi, who are also casting this from Japan, which is super cool. I just love seeing these regions work together a little bit more, especially after all of the western side of Splatoon got washed in that one region tournament. So obviously we have a thing or two to learn from the Japanese side of the player base. So it's always exciting to see this kind of collaboration happen.
Yeah, especially because if you really think about it, it's a pretty extreme distance in terms of like physical time zone and the language barrier. So the fact that we're able to collaborate at all is like super cool. Because I mean, historically in any esport, it's been really hard for places in the West to communicate and even just collaborate with places in like the East Asian area. So that's super awesome. But yeah, man, super cool that we have people. I don't even know what time it is in Japan. I'm sure it's some crazy hour tomorrow, especially for me in MST land. Although I'm moving, Siren, I only have a week more in MST until I get back to PST. I think it's on the 6th, daylight savings time.
Yeah, I didn't even know that daylight savings like desynced us. I thought we all like kind of switched at the same rate, but
no, I hate it, bro. I really like being, I really like doing being an MST.
Okay. All right. So I think we are going to just do a quick little wrap up here. I think we're going to take a quick break before grand finals here. So I will happily do this a wonderful mention for the LCS. So I don't know if we're going to pop this graphic up onto the stream. Thank you. So the LAN Championship Showdown returns for 2026. Just like last time, it'll be a tourney where the winners of 12 LANs compete to see who the champion is of all champions. Keep an eye out for more news, Splatoon tourney socials, and tune into their stream on Sunday, April 26th. Yeah, so I know you're a local of the wonderful LAN Sunset Surge. I had the great opportunity of playing at Toronto Roca here in Toronto. I say here as if I'm in Toronto. I am not in Toronto. So I traveled for that one. Go out to your locals, even if you don't think you have a chance at qualifying for the League Championship Showdown. It is a great time to bond with the community, so I highly recommend it. Any thoughts from you, OBT, before we wrap this up and take a quick break?
Oh yeah, I just think, man, the LCS is cool because it's even more people than last time. Multiple new lands have kind of sprouted up, being Toronto Roca and Anarchy Nova and Don't Flounder at the Function. Super cool that we're going to get even more teams into this event, so please check it all out. Their local streams. There's multiple things happening between now and I believe Sunset Surge New Inkling is the last one. Like I think it's the 18th of February or 18th of April. I apologize. But yeah, man, check it out. But please don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back, y'all. We'll be right back with the grand finals of SendouQ Season 10 season finale, y'all. We'll be back.
We're not going on a break.
Oh, oopsie! I thought we were. My bad.
No, I made it seem like that. And I'm gonna blame Pipe Dream, who cannot defend themselves on the stream, except he probably can. They said wrap up and then do the ad read. I thought wrap up meant break. But
I also thought that meant break.
Yeah. So never mind that. Putting people on blast here on the stream, but that's good. I didn't even want to go on break. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha. Yeah.
Anyways, we're gonna get into our long-awaited grand finals. This is gonna be PXG. Like I said, the Chicago Bulls, 1980s of the Splatoon scene versus Flow Dragons. Really, I mean, we've already talked about them so much. If you're just joining us, y'all, this is going to be an absolute just brawl of the Titans in terms of people they have fought their way through. I don't think they've lost literally a single set, either one of these teams.
That is how seeding works at BT, yes.
I know, but sometimes maybe they'll be taking off a game there. But no, they are literally just two teams that are 6-0. Most of them having hardly dropped any games right before this. So,
well, pretty soon after this, one of these teams is going to lose a set. So we'll see which one that's going to be. Obviously, we have just talked about these teams. It wasn't even that long ago. I'd be surprised if a lot of people had just tuned in now. But I suppose if you're the two teams that just lost, this might be the first sets you're watching on stream today. And I hope you have decided to join us. If so, thank you very much. We're glad that you're here. We have PXG versus Flow Dragons. As we've said before, PXG, a region mashup of North America and Europe, playing against Flow Dragons, another region matchup of Noctis from Europe plus Japan. We are going to hop right into it. What a great place to start Inkblot for Zones Game 1.
Absolutely certified hood classic Inkblot zones here. You're going to see again pretty much classic comp. You're going to stick with the E-Leader coming out from the side of PXG and a pencil coming out from the side of Momo Dragon there. And again, it's going to be Soldier on the bucket. All classic things you've seen them play a lot. Let's get into it. It's going to be Soldier going to do what he's done best, which is taking that time and trying to find a pick there, as two members of Flow Dragons do try to swarm that person. They are taken down on the left side. And again, it's so even, man. Both double eliminations coming out the side. That is going to be the first cap for PXG, as Soldier pretty much just kind of makes that his home up there.
Yeah, you can see that Soldier might have a little bit of hesitancy early on in this game because they've been just chucking so many point sensors at him. They don't want to leave Soldier in a position where they can sneak up on the members of Flow Dragons here. We're finally getting into the side of the zone here, but once again, we have to be very careful. Soldier, like you said, has made top mid his home, so we kind of have to dislodge that position before we can confidently move up. And unfortunately, a few people taking that right angle, getting taken out by these strikes together, and you can just see how comfortable PXG is right now.
PXG really just chilling, man. I just look up and we're at 30 ticks remaining, Siren. Man, Flow Dragon's really got a amount of response here. The vac coming out there, gonna whale right into that vac. Whales go through the vac, no need for any worry about that. Splashdown gonna come out, vac gonna come out, and that is gonna be the cap for Flow Dragons. As there's still Gray behind them, they're cooling up. They're saying, I can die here, it doesn't even matter. They're looking for a trade there. They are gonna find not one, but two, Siren.
Not one, but two it is. It is just going to be Dragon here, forced on the bottom right. Well, Knock Dragon, of course. Is going to sit around and Shark for a little bit here. It does make me a bit nervous because this is the exact same position Flow Dragons was in earlier when they had that team wipe happen to them. And those Ink Strikes, history does repeat itself. A couple people going down here. Not the ideal situation for Flow Dragons as we move into the last few minutes of this game here, and potentially even shorter than that if they're able to burn through this penalty, which unfortunately it looked like it might happen at this point. Mini does have a special at the ready, but is taken out before they're able to pop it. We are just going to have to use that Ink Vac. However, that is not going to work out too pretty for them either. It's just going to be that splashdown going out on the zone, and with those mines, it's just going to be a double whammy. We're not going to be able to get back in here. When your worst painter is the last one there, it's like you're poisoned and the drowning music is going on.
Well, the drowning music is for sure happening for the side of Flow Dragons. They have not given up. They've been able to keep it neutral, but the wipeout there is going to seal the deal. Man, all of that, Siren, coming back to Gray's decision to stay in with Cooler and suddenly flipping their advantage on their head when they're two down with the other team in control. I mean, that was just crazy. Really great stuff for Gray to take such a high level, calculated risk there in where it all matters. Grand finals of the SendouQ finale, man. What great play from Gray coming out there.
Yeah, a very, very great push from the members of PXG, and unfortunately I just think Flow Dragons didn't recognize their error trying to get back into mid the first time around well enough, and unfortunately did repeat the same mistake going back in the second time around, and you just can't mess that up the second time. With the delicacy of this mode and getting back into any kind of good position for yourselves, you need to find a very, very quick way to reapproach, and you just, I don't know, it's just something you can't do. You just can't do it, especially against a team like PXG.
You just cannot flinch in front of them. By the way, that is the second game that Flow Dragons has lost, like the entire just straight up event. Like, that's just to kind of show you how good PXG is playing. Like, they have not, that was their second game. That was the other half of all of their losses so far across, oh my gosh, 6 rounds. So really good stuff to them. The counter picks gonna come out as nothing. They're counter picking to nothing zones.
I'm gonna hop on the stream real quick. We don't have a graphic for Urchin right now, but it is Urchin Underpass.
Okay.
No one was gonna pick this map. We just, I'm just kidding. So
man, what a rare pick, Siren. So rare they don't even have the graphic ready.
Well, I guess it is the newest stage added to Splatoon 3, and one that I find a lot of range weapons struggle with. So I think if you're Flow Dragons here, you probably just don't even want to look at an E-Leader anymore, don't want to fight it. You just got rid of Asis from the side of Sun Eaters, so it's like, all right, do we really have to do this again? Just let's move to the stage where we don't have to deal with it. My main concern here is just, all right, like, let's just say you win this game. Now what? Now you're in a position where PXG can pick like the best E-Leader map in the game. They can just throw you on a whatever they want, and they're still in a better position here. So going into game 2, let's see how both of these teams approach it. Thankfully for me, I'm going into this blind because I did not see any Urchin Underpass while watching this tournament earlier. It could have happened, but I just was not in the know when it did.
Oh, very interesting that we're seeing almost like a turf war comp coming out from the side of PXG with that reflux there. But honestly, I'm always a big proponent of when you are down, bro, you just need to get momentum back on your side. So I'm okay with them burning this counter pick, although they really do need to win on it right now. And again, PXG got the first zone cap. Maybe not the best start to there, but again, very interesting comps coming out from both sides with the Dynamo Reflux versus the Dapples and Blaster. And Dapples and Double Blaster coming out from Flow Dragons. Just kind of saw that last set. But man, really showcasing how easy it is to flip the zone when you do have a Dynamo just kind of flicking at it.
Yeah, super easy, and it's going to be super hard for the members of Flow Dragons to approach the hills of PXG as long as that Dynamo is still up. So they're going to have to rely on maybe a special moving them in there, perhaps the heavy dislodging that Dynamo in some shape or form, something to get them back in here, which looks like it hasn't been too much of a problem so far. That trade is actually going to be very beneficial for the members of Flow Dragons. It's just going to be that 52 gal left standing alive there, and with that being taken out, that is going to be a delayed wipe in favor of the members of Flow Dragons, which now have a couple specials at the ready. They're going to sit here and just wait for a couple members of PXG to run back in a little bit before they decide how to approach this. However, I like this slow but steady movements that Flow Dragons have been making towards PXG.
Yeah, really kind of just wasting time saying, I got the zone in our favor, bro. You got to deal with me. Soldier going to drop down, trying to find someone on the zone. You are able to get a pick, not get the pick there, but they do get the flip. Soldier kind of just trying to find anyone around him as they're getting collapsed on by members of Flow Dragon. Gonna take out the Blaster matchup. Hate that matchup, but man, gonna get taken out by the other one afterwards. It is just gonna be the Dynamo player alive for PXG. And I kind of showing that maybe this unconventional comp, maybe not the best at getting in against Double Blaster Siren.
Yeah, perhaps not the best with dealing with it. I mean, on paper, I would say that the comp that PXG has is a little bit better, but I think maybe Flow Dragons was gambling on the fact that they were going to go with something like this, and they could just play more of the aggressive route into it, and you really just have the heavy there to make this paint output and make it more zones viable on its own. But I think they just wanted to say, all right, we're going to throw you off of what you normally play, and we're going to stick in our own comfort zone, which we feel better fighting in, and this will give us a position where we're able to win the fights, and we can cap the zone not off of our painting capabilities, but off our ability to move you off of it and just run in and keep your space to ourselves.
You kind of saw what happens when you are off on kind of a side adventure and then your teammates get taken out. As again, PXG, you saw the Reflex player take that top left and pretty much just get nothing and then realize their teammates were dead and then die. And now, I mean, look at this, 10 ticks. I honestly think that was not the super best move when you really need to get a cap there. Strike's going to come out, Booyah going to come out, but I don't, actually is going to be enough that was able to work the last time, is going to work this time. But man, not the highest penalty from the side of Flow Dragons, and PXG did just lose a member. Maybe not what you want to see if you're a PXG fan right now.
Yeah, probably not. We did have some penalty applied. We're not going to quite look at that knockout just yet. However, Flow Dragons, you can see how well their plan has been working out for them so far. And hopefully I'm not cursing things by saying that. But we see Momo Dragon once again moving up on that right side. A lot of these point sensors have been coming back into play for these members of Flow Dragons. I don't think there's any fight that they've been running into where they feel unsafe, because they have a very good, solid amount of knowledge going into each and every one of these fights. They know the angles, they know how many people they're going to be dealing with, they know if they're above them or below them, and that's really allowed them to take these shots like this one. And you can see S-Blast back on that zone. We don't even really worry about capping it because we see Soldiers right here, another opportune jump in, but unfortunately missing that first shot. We're going to have to rely on that Booyah Bomb to keep ourselves in there. The 52 is going to be dropping that wall, and that's going to keep them alive for now. Still with 44 seconds left to go, this has to be the push for PXG. They have to get it down to here. They have to basically get a knockout, or they risk getting themselves into a position where Flow Dragons caps it once, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah, man, so much to commentate as you're talking. I literally was going to make a point, and then like something else happened. I was like, gosh, this is just crazy. But I really unfortunate for the member, I think it's Azu right there, not able to find the pick on that jump in. But honestly, doesn't matter. I really thought PXG was set up to kind of hold this correctly. They had the map control, they had members alive. But right now, man, it is tough. They don't have hardly any paint past mid. They do need the zone cap to even initiate overtime. They are going to get it, but 2 members down. I don't think they're going to be holding it for very long.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the exact thing that I prophesized. I saw in my crystal ball there. They needed to make that last push count for them. Otherwise, they were going to get into a spot like this where, all right, Flow Dragons, has a lead. They're in overtime. They pop that Booyah Bomb. Zone is theirs. That's the end of the game. Who cares, you know? But once again, I do still have that concern. We've won Urchin Underpass. We won the stage where we don't really need to deal with that crazy E-leader that PXG has. But now we're back into a spot where PXG can choose what happens. And if we go to a scenario where it's back and forth and each team is getting a game and it gets to the last one, well, the pattern is in favor of PXG.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is you brought up really greatly, but just like it's so hard when losing that first game is so challenging when you are doing a counter pick set specifically, because God forbid we go to game 7, like PXG is gonna have the advantage there. I just have seen that so much. Honestly, really enough with high level melee sets, melee is really stage dependent. And I just, the commentators always harp on, man, it is so important to win games 1 and game 3 in a best of 5, or probably game 4 in a best of 7. It's so challenging because that determines if anyone gets to the determining pick on game number 7 there. And like you said, man, honestly, that was not a really good map for PXG. And if I'm PXG, I'm just gonna say, look, man, I know that map was terrible. Maybe the gray Dynamo pick wasn't the best from us. And we're just going to dust ourselves up and say we still now effectively like a best of 5 set right now.
Yeah. Basically, we can just like blink and pretend that it's now a best of 5 set. However, it is going to be starting with that counter pick from the members of PXG, which we are still waiting to find out what that is. And hopefully they will decide and get to what they want pretty soon. I'm at the edge of my seat trying to figure out what they might go to here, and I can't say that I'm shocked that we're going to Undertow, especially after what happened in the last set for PXG. I believe this was one of the games that they took off of Nala Fanclub very dominantly. Well, it was close, but it was still like, it was clear who the winner was going to be.
Yes, it was very clear who the winner was going to be. I'm mostly curious, Sarah, did you expect Double Blaster as a Blaster player yourself to come out from the side of Flow Dragons? I feel like that's a pretty unconventional one, especially using both of the, I'm going to say, top Blaster picks right now in the meta. I'm very surprised, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
If you asked me yesterday, I would have been a little bit shocked, but after seeing that last set with Sun Eater, I don't think I can be surprised anymore. It seems like it's been a very viable strategy for several teams at this point in the bracket to just have a couple weapons that just do a very good job at splatting and getting these kills and clearing the board. I don't quite, I guess the thing about it is one blaster is one blaster, but the second that you have two, it's just a lot of AoE, and there's no area on the stage that is safe anymore, and there's no corner that you can lurk in. It's very good at spotting out folks and getting these picks, and that's why people play together. I think 2 is better than 1 in that regard. I think you're spreading yourself too thin without it.
Yeah, like you said, man, it's really like, as we talk about that they switch off the double blaster comps, it's so funny. But I do feel like that is a very valid point. It's almost like we're looking at 2 of the same person. But yeah, it is going to be Noctis sticking with the Luna blaster there, and everyone else going to opt for a more traditional, probably honestly just more paint heavy comp. You're seeing basically one shooter, one weapon that paints a lot, and of course the pencil, which really paints a lot. Really just trying to get its operation get Noctis into the match, and you're seeing Noctis going to try to take out that person left. They are going to get picked off by the backline. Strikes coming out as Dragons kind of biding their time, contemplating what their next move is, trying to hold down this left. There's going to be 2 members from the side of PXG hopping on this left side. Dragon going to pop a booyah here. I keep saying Dragon. I'm right there with you, Siren. That is not even going to even tickle the zone there, as we are down to Flow Dragon with no specials on their side of the map.
Yeah, Flow Dragons gonna throw a lot at it, but not quite get too much out of it in return. And I think a lot of it can be attributed to the openings of these games. Flow Dragons just having a bit of a weaker opening than PXG did at the start of this game, and that can amount to a lot of points at the start of this. We're finally seeing a cap coming out from the members of Flow Dragons here, is able to burn through that penalty, has that Booyah Bomb at the ready, and is going to push back a couple members of PXG into this corner here. It is just going to be Solja fighting one-on-one with Azu Dragon. Is somebody going to come here and help Azu Dragon fight? Not really, so we're going to back off of that, which I think is going to be the smarter decision, especially when you're so close to this lead. However, how do we move forward from here?
Yeah, one thing I'm constantly been impressed with the entire SendouQ season finale is how close the games have been. I feel like when you're watching other zones tournaments, it goes back and forth a while, but then there's like, you know, really big push to like single digits or something, but it has been pretty much just back and forth, especially during this set, where teams almost get a really big advantage, but then they're just not able to capitalize on it. Like you see Noctis going down there, Whales coming out from the side of PXG, but again, they are down to 30, but they have not pushed past that. They're not in their spawn camping out, waiting for the match to end. Multiple members on Flow Dragon's gonna go down here. This should be the zone cap for PXG. Soldier almost gonna die to the bomb. Had enough time to get out of there. Strike's coming out, gonna try to shred the Booyah Bomb, but Azu able to throw the Booyah Bomb before they get shredded there.
Yeah, a very consistent back and forth between each of these teams. I do like how Ina Dragon has been playing on this right side here. We talked about in the last time we saw this, how they had one specific person just sitting in mid, and that was Ryu during that set, who was just sitting on that mini, painting up both the zones and allowing everybody else to run in here. And I'm going to be bold and say that Noctis may have not been seeing the success that they hoped for so far in this match with that Luna Blaster. I think every time we've panned to Noctis, at least, that exact thing has happened where the Charger has taken out Noctis at a very far distance. And I guess that is the drawback to the Luna Blaster, is you have absolute T-Rex arms, and I don't think Noctis has been able to use that T-Rex mouth that the Luna Blaster has, unfortunately, so far at least. So far, asterisks.
You know, I was thinking about it. I feel like this is not the best blaster map, really, obviously, because it's PXG's counter pick. I feel like it's hard to funnel people into one direction. This is very much a bi-directional map, so it's not always like likely like people are going to be standing in kind of like one area or one like part of the map. But that being said, I mean, Flow Dragons only has 10 ticks here remaining. The strikes are come out, not going to be onto the zone. If literally anyone goes down for PXG, I think that's going to be curtains. But man, so far, more strikes coming out. They're going to back up, and that is going to be the zone cap. 54, not the worst, but not the best penalty coming out for the side of PXG. But man, they still have just not been able to find their footing farther forward onto the map here. Soldier taking this bottom left side. Going to have an entire Booyah Bomb thrown at them. Gonna jump out there. Another really great use of cooler jump. Noctis is alone, Ina Dragon is alone, but they are able to get the pick on the bottom right there, as it is almost complete chaos in mid Siren.
Complete chaos it is. We do see, I believe that is Trey52 getting a pick onto Noctis, once again going down there. 40 seconds left to go on the counter for PXG. With 30 seconds left on the timer, we could be seeing a very similar scenario to what we did in Urchin Underpass once again, where we are getting close to the end of the match. If Flow Dragons is able to cap the zone even close to the end of that timer just once, they will probably seal the deal with this game here. But with these jump-ins coming in for the members of PXG, this could very well be a lead swap back to them, and I say it in a blink of an eye. Flow Dragons is able to cap the zone once again. 10 seconds left to go, but two members did go down there. Can they recuperate this unfortunate penalty application?
Honestly, man, if I'm PXG, actually, if I'm the side of Flow Dragons, I'm so mad, because had that hammer found the two people it was looking at, that would have been super curtains, and the game would be over right now. Unfortunately, kind of showing the, I'm going to say, not precisionness of the hammer right there. They were able to get picked off there. As again, now you're seeing multiple specials come out, but no absolute zone flip coming out from the side of this double zone map. Noctis is going to be able to find two, saying, commentators, eat your words, bro. Flow Dragon's going to go up 2-1 in the set.
Look, I did say nothing yet with an asterisk, so it was bound to happen that Noctis had something good happen for him in this game, and thankfully for Flow Dragons, it happened at the right time. So shoutouts to Noctis, you really kept me on my toes there. I thought things were not going to pan out for you, and I am very pleasantly surprised right now.
I feel like this is like that post. It's like whenever I give my friends advice, I always say, but that's just like what I think about it in case it like ruins their life. That's exactly what I feel about the asterisks. It's like, you know, hasn't worked out for them yet. Could work out, might work out, just saying. But man, good stuff to them. They were able to find it when it really mattered most. And man, double hammer, I feel like it's so interesting. And one thing that I thought was so cool, Siren, that I've seen happen in this tournament multiple times, is that hammer players have realized that when they are in a situation where they aren't able to really get a pick by going forward, a lot of times they'll just literally 180, throw the hammer on the ground right next to them, and the hitbox will kill the person that's killing them, and it'll end up being a trade as opposed to a potential trade with actually going for the stamp hitbox, which I think is pretty dang cool innovation that I'm seeing right before my eyes.
Yeah, man. I think it's pretty cool. I feel like over the years, the hurt box, at least for the stamper, has changed quite a bit, and that's forced people to change how they play against it as well. I don't think it's in the best position it's been in, but I think it's a similar thing to how when you play more than one blaster, it makes the blaster effect even better. I think having more than one hammer in any game is actually really good, because what hammer does is it forces you to look at it in a very quick, short period of time, and the moment you have two of them, you are kind of forced to look at both, and sometimes you just can't, and sometimes it'll split your attention and they absolutely get great advantage out of it. I don't want to go as far as to say that they had great advantage during that game. For most of it, it did not look very pretty, but they were at least able to hold things down long enough to secure the win, which is good. What does worry me a little bit is now PXG counterpicking into Eeltail Alley. They know exactly what they're doing by selecting this stage. I see you. It's devious. However, Flow Dragons have already won on a PXG counterpick. So I think it could happen again, OBT. What about you?
Yeah, like again, on paper, I see how this is like super crazy strong for PXG having the E-leader. But again, just like the last set, you gotta get the E-leader in. And I also feel like having double blasters, there's just so many areas where they can just pop out and just try to immediately laser somebody that's not paying attention or is like looking at another fight. So I think, honestly, I know this is a PXG counterpoint. It does favor PXG, probably like 60-40, but definitely I'm not the most unhappy to see that if I'm on the side of Flow Dragons. I feel like, man, we could just pick them off and just try to hold there. And the other thing that they're going up against is this is a really hard map to flip the zone. Like if you really need a zone flip on top of like everybody being super good in the lobby, like it is really large. There's a lot of stupid map geometry in the middle of it, so it's going to be really challenging for both teams when they really need a crucial zone flip to get it. So I'm very curious to see how this pans out. I also feel like this is kind of the quirk of the SendouQ format, where they can pick literally any map. And I said it yesterday, man, there will be really important matches on, I'm gonna say, maybe not the most favorable map, looking like an X rotation. Let's get into it.
Yeah, looking like an X rotation, because that's probably the only scenario where I would ever voluntarily play this stage. However, here we are, SendouQ finals, playing Eeltail Alley zones. As long as it's zones, it's okay, right? Well, we're going back to the blaster comp, but with just one blaster on the side of Flow Dragons. And again, I'd like to be proven wrong. I think they have good enough AoE to make this work. Noctis, once again, not starting the game in the best situation for himself, but now we kind of see Gray stuck in a spot where maybe doesn't really want to move up without the awareness, but we have gotten Noctis out of the way, and I think that's a huge roadblock for them.
I mean, Noctis got deleted by Gray, the great deleter on the ENZAP. Man, I don't know what that guy's drinking, what that guy's eating to just delete people like that. But it's going to be kind of interesting. I did notice during the team preview part of the map that multiple members on the side of Flow Dragons are wearing, what's it called, LDE. So I feel like, yes, they may not be in the best spot now, but as the match continues to tick down, I do feel like that is going to be a potential clutch factor for the side of Flow Dragons that they might be counting on. And look, double strikes on the zone, didn't even neutralize. Oh my goodness, it's a bloodbath with that one particular strike, leaving just Momo alive to try to fight it out. They are going to hold it knowing that Noctis had jumped into them, and all for naught as Noctis gets taken out anyway.
Yep. Well, we do have PXG still holding it down on the zone. The whales are going to come out, and you can just see Trey following the flow of those whales, is able to get the pick onto Ina Dragon X, and we can see that Solja is forced to jump out here, and it's just a very calculated way of playing. You can see how many times Solja across this set has jumped back just to get in a better position, play with their teammates, and reapproach things, especially when they have the control. It's never an action done out of fear. It's always something done with the intent behind it. So that's something I really respect out of all of these players, and you can still see that Flow Dragons is able to approach pretty well. Ina Dragon not moving back too far, despite the fact that they do not have anything close to a man advantage right now, but they are both very patient teams, just working out a little bit better for PXG, kind of as we expected.
I mean, this is like what the last set really wanted to happen. I mean, their E-Leader player literally has free range over almost their entire side of the map right now. Booyah Bomb is going to force them to move, but again, they do have to get the colossal effort of flipping the zone. They do get the zone flip, but not before PXG was able to take it down to 8. And again, that should be almost pretty dang close to full LDE from the side of Flow Dragons. You're going to start seeing that more active as multiple members of Flow Dragons are going down. Their strategy of just trying to jump to Momo as much as possible seems to be almost working out for them. I say as they almost die to another strike, but I just feel like, again, they just have not been able to really solidify their side of the map and really start moving on to the enemy side. When you have the whales, you have the E-Leaders, so many things you have to avoid at all times on top of the high amount of paint coming out from people like the 52 and Gray.
Yeah, it is one of those comps, as we've said before, that relies on getting in first and then dealing with everything after that. And I feel like PXG doesn't even need to worry about finding a position for that E-Leader. That all exists within their spawn. It's a matter of dislodging the E-Leader for the members of Flow Dragon. So it's a matter of doing that, and can they even manage to catch that E-Leader off guard when they don't really have anything that can crawl into its range very quickly like that? Probably not. This Wave Breaker is going to do a great job at least at the minimum, pressuring the members of Flow Dragon to move back. And we do see a great fall off pick coming out from Azu here, but now once again we have eyes on Azu. We know which angle that they're coming in from. We see a couple people sitting on that zone here. We don't have very much time on the timer left to go before this becomes a knockout, and thankfully for the members of Flow Dragons, they were able to at least apply a little bit more penalty, but they do have to make this one push count. We have 1 minute left in the game, and I just don't feel like that's enough wiggle room to make a very confident push. You have to be playing a little bit nervous right now.
Absolutely. They are able to find a pick on the E-Leader, finally doing what they have done to them for the entire set. As we approach the last 30 seconds, it is going to be, again, the Flow Dragon successfully defending that zone from a PXG push there. Gray going to get deleted himself there. And now, man, if I'm PXG, I'm really starting to sweat, man. We got 20 seconds. They hardly have any penalty. They are able to flip that zone, and we don't have any specials. We're going to start trying to walk in there, trying to get some picks there. Solja and Gray going to delete one person on the right side. But again, they need to cap the zone, Siren. I don't know if they're going to be able, even though there's only 2 people alive, will PXG be able to flip the zone here?
PXG will be able to flip the zone, and they don't really have that much penalty to worry about. 30 seconds looks like a lot, but it burns through very quickly. We're already down here into the 20s. They just need to hold on to the zone, and that's going to be the challenge of having an E-Leader here. They've relied on having that manpower this whole time, but when it really comes down to it, that pen can paint like nothing else in this game, and we all know that as Splatoon players looking at this one. So once again, a very narrow win for the members of Flow Dragons, and we are looking at match point against what we thought was the team that was going to very dominantly take the entire thing.
You know, I'm sure at one point the Chicago Bulls stopped being good, and maybe this is happening for PXG right now. But man, I really do feel like it was super clutch for the side of Flow Dragons. Not on top, not just excluding how they were playing, but having double LDE at full at the last like 10 seconds, I'm sure helped them paint that. And like you said, man, it is challenging. On the terms of the paint matchup, you had that E-Leader versus the Pen. I feel like there were many times where, when the Pen was struggling initially, but once they were set up and they were able just to kind of paint the zone, it really became PXG was relying on kills picks to really try to help them there, and they just did not have the paint support in the end. I really think that was the deciding factor there. But man, so close. And like you said, man, it's crazy. We're on match point for what was looking like, again, a almost flawless PXG tournament to I'm suddenly down 3 games in a row. And how do you feel, you know, when this is like your potentially their championship grand finals on the line and you have lost on 3 of your counter picks in a row? Sorry, 2 of your counter picks in a row. I mean, that just is challenging. Like, what even maps do you take them to now?
Yeah, I feel like that's like their textbook stage to go to, as well as Eeltail is like, all right, we're in a bad position right now. We better go into Eeltail. Well, now we've expended that resource. So what do we do now? What do we do now? What could possibly be chosen? I think for PXG, if I'm just theorizing, I would probably go into a stage like Umami just to try and get more out of the for one, they've been really, really good at moving into the spawns of their opponents. And I think they could probably still accomplish that into Flow Dragons. And I think on top of that, they've been really good at manipulating the movement of their opponents. The thing that they've been struggling with the most has been just getting that turf down at the right time. So they do rely on getting knockouts off of these really strong pushes, right? They rely on people staying off of the zone. And keeping them off of it. But with a stage like Eeltail, where it's so close to the center and it's pretty easy to drop into unless you're getting quite literally spawn camped, I don't think they can accomplish that. So Mako is a choice. It is a choice. I think if there's any stage to rely on your laurels and go, all right, how, you know, what are we comfortable in? It's probably Mako for most teams on the planet Earth, at least in the North American region. I feel like we're very biased towards it. What are your thoughts, OBT?
Nah, man, Mako, I mean, I talked about Hood Classic. This is like the World Star absolute Hood Classic map. And I like you said, man, we're down by a lot. What map do all of us know how to play it really well on? Mako Mar, gotta go for it. On the flip side, though, Flow Dragons, I feel like they've been playing really scrappy. They're feeling confident, man. They're able to take those off angles. It's going to be challenging to protect their E-Leader and really try to get everyone set up there. But hey, I mean, when you're down, man, this is your Hail Mary. I say, why not go Mako Mart? But man, quite the mountain to climb is PXG, because even if they win this is going to be their last counter pick if they win regardless. Like, they have to survive on 2 of Flow Dragons counter picks to make it even to game 7. So man, match point here for Flow Dragons. I'm gonna say the underdog in this set gonna be taken out here on Mako Mart.
Yeah, all right. Well, looking at this, both teams switching up things a little bit. Noctis going back to that Luna that I have started to develop a bit of a love-hate relationship with. And Gray actually switching off and going into the S-Blast. We're moving that NZAP position to somebody else on the side of PXG. And honestly, I trust Gray with anything. I would let him perform brain surgery on me. So look, go for it, man.
Yeah, and I feel like Gray maybe just saying, look, man, I feel like I know what to get done. Someone else hold the ends out. I'm going to go in and try to just absolutely just dog on him, man. But right now, that is going to be the first and now second fight going for the side of Flow Dragons, the team that is up. Momo in a very, very dominant position here on this left stack. Going to try to basically block out that left side. You're seeing Azu kind of here. Pop Booyah probably going to get shredded right now. And that is going to be a shred. And also the Stamp going to try to use that as kind of like a smoke screen. Not going to work out for them, as this is going to be just Ina Dragon left alive. Not able to jump out. Might go down for that failed block jump there as we're trying to bail him out. And Nidus is not going to be able to get a pick on there. Going to still lose Ina regardless.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Noctis going down under the sledge. The last thing you want to see in any given game is a blaster underneath your ledge that is going to be difficult to move. I think they do rely on Noctis a little bit to dislodge both Solja and the blaster player from their side here. And thankfully for them, it is at least going to be a trade that is going to give some peace of mind to Ina Dragon a little bit here, though that S-Blast using the absolute maximum range possible to take them out as well. It is getting very worrying for the members of Flow Dragons if you're in this position here. Noctis able to somehow escape from spawn. I don't even know how we did that, but we were able to get the cap while we had that NZap's attention pulled away from that for a moment. So we've bought ourselves another opportunity to run back in here. Specials are getting popped from both teams, and that Fizzy Bomb has spotted Solja. So now we know exactly where we're sitting, but the challenge becomes how do we get rid of them?
It's so unfortunate they lost the zone. I mean, the camera was on, I think that's Trey on the NZap. And Trey, if we're talking basketball, absolutely destroyed that dude's ankles. Feigned that they were going to go forward, backed up, and just lasered them on the zap. Such a good play for them to just lose the zone on top of that. They were able to get the flip. It is just going to be Momo who's forced to jump out here. As, man, most of the map is still in the side of PXG. Finally, some signs of life from our top seed in the tournament here, as they're just trying to defend multiple people from Flow Dragon on the right side. Nice pick coming out from the leader here. Going to help with his defense.
Oh, and another one. I believe that name directly translates to vanilla, actually. So I'm just going to keep referring to E-Leader as vanilla. What a great pick from vanilla onto that zone. We are getting very close to getting some real points on the board for PXG. We are down into the 20s. However, taking out that forward, that is actually going to be massive. Noctis going down there as well. That last Fizzy going to be the last sign of life for them. 10 seconds left to go. They're going to have to run right at that zone. That Mini is the last person you want to see go down there. It's just going to be Forge running back in there, and a quick 10-0 in favor of PXG. It is great for them. They are now back on the board. They have the potential to come back into this, but like you said before this one started, they still have to win 2 of Flow Dragon's counter picks. The set is still anyone's.
Yeah, I mean, just phenomenal, man. If I am PXG, that is definitely what gets the wind back in our sails. Saying, look, we may have lost 3 games in a row, but we finally got one on Make or Mar. And I'm going to say pretty dominant game. Say, hey, we're still in this, but now, like you said, man, it's counter pick city from the side of Flow Dragons. And again, pretty much everything is available to them. They can take them to literally the most convoluted map, and they only have to win one more time. So, I mean, just great stuff if you're a PXG fan. I know there's some people that were sweating, bro, with their chat points on the line there. Gonna say, okay, maybe we're not out of this yet. Very curious to see where Flow Dragon takes them, especially from, again, really, really nice stuff from PXG to take that game in the way they did.
Yes, I think I accidentally spoiled myself just now, but now we do have it on the stream as well. It is going to be Humpback Pump Track that we go into here, and I think it's a smart decision. I don't really know how many more stages we have that aren't going to be good for that leader. When I think, you know, looking back on these other sets, we've had things. I keep forgetting the name of this stage, the really big one with the grates over top of the zone, and you have to drop into it. You know the one?
Are you talking about Crab Leg?
Yes.
Yeah, those. Yes, but also, man, I mean, you guys couldn't see it, but man, absolutely nightmare map for PXG. I feel like their E-Leaders playing so hot, and they've activated their ultimate trap card, man. It's gonna be Humpback, a notorious awful map for one-shot charger players. I feel like the world is their oyster, especially because this map is so interesting on zones because you have to drop into it. Like, it's really hard to shoot and actually cap the zone from your side. And it's not like Rainmaker or Clams where there's multiple paths into your side of the map. Like, once you're in the ring, you are in the ring. And so it's going to be really tough to try to support and keep everyone alive. But absolutely devious pick coming out from Flow Dragons.
Yep.
Yeah, this was my face, just so everybody can. I was hoping that you'd put the camera. I was like, ooh. Not a good map if you're a leader player.
I was just thinking as well, like, we've been talking a lot about like this E-Leader matchup, and my apologies to people who don't want to hear me yap about it, but ultimately when you're doing counter picks like this, you have to pick around the things that have been winning you games or losing you games in certain cases. And I think that's the main defining factor between both of these teams, is we have a crazy leader player who takes every angle extremely well. We saw on Mako there, them sitting in the zone and just getting two very, very integral picks on the bottom right side of the map. They cut off that entire area of Mako for entry for the members of Flow Dragons. So these things really do matter. We have to consider these things when we go into counter picks like this. Humpback Pump Track, you really only have a couple main angles that you might see a Charger player come from. If you're real crazy, you might go to the very far left or far right sides of the stage and try and pick from there, but everything is much, much riskier. So, again, it's going to be a blaster's paradise for sure. But then again, we do have players like SendouQ, and a vertical stage like this where the zone is kind of sitting on top of a lump. It's lump back pump track. SendouQ can really just sit on either side of the zone and is going to have height advantage. So yes, you might be removing pressure from that leader and you don't need to sweat and worry about that, but you have a whole other set of issues like SendouQ, which if we go back and we look at the beginning of the set, SendouQ was probably the reason they took that game on Inkblot.
Absolutely, and it's so funny as a bucket player. Like, I totally forgot about SendouQ, but I'm sure, I'm sure the VC's like I think it's Noah on the leader. They're like, oh no, and then SendouQ's like, oh yes, baby, I'm okay with this counter pick, and it's gonna be S Blast and Bucket coming out. Really great pick, and wow, Noctis on the gold Dynamo, saying absolutely too close, too much of a good thing to pick up. But wow, if you look at the side of Flow Dragons, that is going to be triple long range between the Dynamo, the Pen, and the Heavy Edit, saying we're just going to throw out as much paint as possible and hope it works, man. But right now, going to lose two players and probably going to lose that first fight there in zone is going to be Flow Dragons.
Yeah, a very interesting comp. I wasn't really expecting to see something so, I guess the best word for it would be clunky. A lot of pressure going to be sitting on the S-Blast on the side of Flow Dragons to really make things happen in the front lines. However, Noctis doing a really good job of at least funneling in the members of PXG to come in from certain angles that might be more advantageous for the other members to fight against. However, again, this is going to be a huge concern when you're dealing with a player like SendouQ, or you're dealing with this E-leader, which might stop you in your tracks before you're even able to get in, especially when you're playing something so slow like a Dynamo. Like, how do you avoid shots when they come out literally frame perfect?
You know, and also I think it's kind of a bold choice for, I mean, I'm sure Noctis is good at playing stuff, but particularly playing a Dynamo that you're probably not super comfortable into a like almost dedicated leader player as a former Dynamo main would not excite me, I gotta tell you. And especially not even picking the cooler one, going for the chump one, which does have its merit in zones. But I mean, look at that, those chumps are just deleted. Nothing happened there. And now, remember, going down to an unfortunate round there, they do get the cap, showing what Dynamo does best there. But man, I feel like this is kind of just an awkward, like you said, kind of clunky comp there, with maybe not everyone on their most experienced or most comfortable pick there, versus PXG, who is for sure playing what they know best.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this counter pick, if this is the weapons they were going to choose for this. You can see, because the other members of PXG have just opened the doors wide open for this E-leader player. Even they've been able to play very aggressively. They are not limited by those typical E-leader positions that we are used to seeing on Humpback Pump Track. We're seeing them all over the map, literally quite... Oh, I don't even know what thought I was going to have, because what just happened? I saw a bunch of chumps land down on the ground, and suddenly everyone from PXG is gone. Obviously, this is the opportune moment for the members of Flow Dragons here. You know this as a Dynamo player, that once you get underneath that ledge directly, it might be a checkmate situation if they're not able to clear you fast enough. As Dragon does have that Booyah Bomb, does not pop it in return towards the other one, but as these strikes come out from SendouQ, we're actually able to get the... What? How did we get the pick on him?
Man, this has just been just a crazy last 30 seconds from them just getting deleted to now Flow Dragons within striking distance of the lead. That is going to be the second to last member there. But hey, I think one more push should do it. About equal penalty on both sides. I can't believe what is happening in this match. This is just, after all the stuff that we've seen so far, all the battles these teams have had to play, that it potentially could go out like this if Flow Dragon gets another successful push in like that. And you're seeing, man, I was going to comment earlier that Flow Dragon, I feel like, has been kind of off the mark, pairing up with that Booyah Bomb with the chumps. They've just kind of been able to do it. But man, as I've been talking, they've eaten through that penalty. It's going to be PXG. Soldier on this left side of the map where I've seen him play so much with strikes at the ready, trying not to go down. That is going to be the Booyah Bomb. The strike's going to come out in response. They do get the cap, but they have inched ever closer towards zero, Siren, as the side of PXG.
Yeah, they were able to apply some penalty here, and unfortunately for them, the chumps were not the chumps of doom that we saw before. Noctis playing very, very up in their faces still, but I did think it was very funny earlier when Gray popped that booyah, literally just threw it at Noctis's forehead, and literally just jumped right out of that, treating it like a reef slider. But Noctis is able to get 2 picks underneath that ledge. Momo Dragon getting the pick onto the leader. That is actually huge. Are they going to be able to cap the zone? There's a couple painters coming out. Unfortunately, it's just going to be Noctis and the heavy on the side of it. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out. They need to cap it right now, and that's going to be the game for PXG. A very quick knockout for them, and now we are finally looking at that Game 7. PXG is still in this. Can Flow Dragon still clutch it out and dethrone PXG from their SendouQ Season 10 victory that was so predicted by so many people?
I feel like if you were looking at the live update stats for who was going to win that game in the last 10 seconds, it would have just gone back and forth like crazy. That was so ridiculous. I really thought after that the E-Leader player was unable to pick the Pen player off, that it was going to be curtains for that game. They're going to be able to hold there. But man, Soldier and the Zap player able to get it done there, find the pick on the 2 people that were closest to zone, and then the 2 backlines after that just were not able to outcap, especially against the Booyah Bomb. Really great stuff to PXG. And honestly, if I'm Flow Dragons, I'm going to say, dude, we threw that game, man. It almost worked out for them, but I felt like for most of the game, they were on the back foot because that comp was so long range, slow, and clunky. I honestly, if they go on to lose this next game, I would feel bad about that particular map. I mean, you had the golden opportunity to do whatever you wanted for that counter pick, and you decided to go Dynamo and Heavy and Pen. So hopefully that doesn't, but hey, y'all, the good thing is, y'all, we are going to game number 7. Can't ask for a better set in grand finals for the SendouQ Season 10 finale. Woo! Siren.
Woo, it is. Flow Dragons, once again, they have an opportunity to counterpick here. They still haven't chosen the stage that they're going to be going into that will perhaps decide their fate for this Game 7. As you said before, I really would have thought that they would have been able to close this out on Humpback Pump Track, so now they're probably scrambling thinking that they weren't going to be in this spot at the end of it. But yet, here we are. We're still in the building. And we still need to take another game off of PXG before we can finally rest and say, hey, we finally dethroned them. Yeah, what do you even do? I mean, I'm sure nerves are high for both of these teams, even if they feel like they might not be. These are very, very well seasoned players, but there is that part of your chest that goes, I am so close to taking this, and nothing feels worse than getting second place when you were so close to first.
Absolutely. And man, especially Flow Dragons, we had the world there. We had 2 separate times we could have closed out the set. And now to think, man, the win and the momentum is firmly back on the side of PXG after both of those very, very dominant wins there. You got to be feeling the pressure, like you said. It's Game 7. Especially, I feel like it's even worse coming from the side of we almost won. Like, go back 2 games ago, and we were talking about how hard it was going to be PXG to even force a Game 7. And now you're on Game 7, having given up arguably one of your strongest counter picks. I mean, what do you even do there? Hopefully, like you said, Siren, they're seasoned enough. They're able to find their calm, the momentum, and they ground themselves there. But man, this is quite the pressure going into Game 7 after the entire work of trying to grind out SendouQ with your buddies. We are going to go to Brine Water Springs for game number 7. Again, I hope this works out for them. My thought would be immediately going to, man, the E-Leader can literally shoot us from across the map, and there's really good ledges for the bucket player. But hey, clearly Flow Dragon's got something cooking.
I was just gonna say that is incredibly bold of a counter pick to go into brine water of all things. It is a very, very good comp for backlines, especially super long range ones like leaders. Other ones like ballpoints, I would say, even have a very good use case here, just because you can pop Inkjets. Obviously, I wouldn't use that into an E-Leader player, but I find that Inkjet has a much better situation post-patch, even if they didn't even touch the special at all. Because of those health bars, you can just better communicate where people are at, how weak they are, when you wouldn't really have a better indicator before of how strong that shot was that got towards that person. Going a little bit off topic there to talk about Inkjet just because I love it so much. However, they have to be cooking something, right?
I hope they're cooking something better than the last thing. Oh man, that's one where they were cooking so hard they burnt down the kitchen, bro. I hope whatever they got scheming up there. Honestly, if I was Flow Dragon, I'd go back to the double blaster thing. Like, I feel like that was working out really well for them, and especially on this map where people really want to stand on ledges. But hey, to quote Tomater from Cars, I'm happier than a tornado in a trailer park. Let's go to Game 7, Siren.
The fact that you have Tomater quotes on the back burner is just like crazy to me. Anyway, all right, well, very standard comps coming out from both teams. I don't think there's any surprises here. And like you said before, running that LDE comp on the side of Flow Dragon. So maybe that will come out here. After all, this game is their last-ditch effort in more ways than one. So, hey, very good start for PXG, but that hasn't really been promising in previous games and not really an indicator of how things will continue on. Getting out Soldier is going to be huge for them as that bubble comes out towards that zone. A lot more momentum, and we are spotting out people as they drop on this bottom right side here. So look, Flow Dragons seems very confident, very comfortable right now. Can they continue that for the next 80 ticks? Maybe not. We'll see.
Honestly, looking at the comp, Siren, I just want to highlight that Flow Dragons has decided to run a comp with a lot of objects to shred. I believe that is double bubble and Booyah Bomb versus a comp of an E-Leader, a blaster, and a bucket. Not going to be able to shred those things very effectively. This might be a pretty dang strong pick here. It's again, like, look, they pop bubble there. What is that E-Leader going to do? They're going to have to burn strikes for it, not use it at the zone, just to move the bubble there. And because of that, they weren't able to get the flip when it's kind of needed there. So again, kind of an interesting comp. I do think this is a much better idea than the last one we saw. And nice pick coming out from Gray. Just gonna jump back, get the cooler. Really good cooler usage from the side of PXG in this first part of the game.
Yeah, I don't know. The cooler is good. Is it going to be able to move them in? Is it going to be able to shred all these objects? I really like how you pointed that out, because it's given them this safety net for how they've played so far. They force a lot of people to give one person a lot of attention at any given time, and it puts them in a spot where they have to make a lot of very quick decisions. Are we going to allow this Booyah Bomb to go through? Are we going to shred it? Are we going to take care of that? Because the second that we apply more people to this one Booyah Bomb, that gives them an opportunity to come in from a different angle here. Two people going down onto the side of PXG, that is going to force them to have to run back a little bit, and maybe these jump-ins were not the decision they were looking for as people run towards. Soldier going to be making out of that with his life just narrowly as we spot Soldier running into the bottom right side of the stage. Is a little bit weak. That Booyah Bomb's going to be coming out and they're forced to jump back out, but look at this OBT. This stage is extremely purple. Flow Dragons is made everything their color, and I think this is where the pencil starts to really shine in their comp. When they get into a spot where they're forcing the E-Leader to move back, they can cover so much turf and give this Blaster player and this Forge player so much room to play with.
Yeah, and I feel like, man, those jumps were just, that was not it, bro. I'll jump into the leader who's getting jumped themselves, man. A really bad start, and that's why I think they were able to put so much color of the purple down on their side of the map, was just because they had to give up so much ground and so much time for this. And this is going to be the real challenge for PXG right now, is there's so many stalling tactics. Like you said, they have to look at you. This Booyah Bomb's going to throw them out and just force them back a little bit. But again, they're going to have bubble online soon, and it's going to be hard for them to try to shred on this. And again, it is multiple people up on the side of PXG, but the clock is ticking, Siren. They need to get to the zone and fast.
Yeah, it's getting worrying here. This E-Leader does have to make a choice. I'm going to help paint the zone. We do get the penalty applied once again, but that's the least I can say. This has happened a few times so far this game, but it hasn't really amounted to anything more than just applying penalty and maybe just delaying the inevitable. We do have Soldier climb inside that bubble, and not for very long as they get taken out once again. And when one bubble goes down, we do see that the blaster has another one at the ready. It is just a very consistent flow of these booyahs and bubbles, and it's just allowed them to get so much control of the ground here. I thought this ramp is where PXG was going to be thriving, but you can see that Flow Dragons has just colonized the space, taken it for themselves, and that has really forced PXG to just pop every single one of their specials towards the zone just to get another chance at moving in. But once we do that, we run out of the motivation, we run out of the space to do anything more. We really just need to get these picks to follow up with. And we do get a couple of them, but has the damage been done? It's 40 seconds left to go. PXG does not have that lead. They need to make this last push count.
They don't have the lead, but they also don't have any penalty to choose through, and now you're on the back foot. Flow Dragons kind of showing that when you do have two bubbles, it makes it a little challenging, but they also still have that Booyah Bomb, which they're able to send on the backside of the zone, which is going to cap that. But again, no real forward progress made. You still have the leader player fighting for their life, but still on their side of the map. It is going to be Trey that's going to try to bail them out. They do find that pick going out wide for it. 6 seconds left. It's going to go into overtime. They have to hold through two bubbles and a Booyah Bomb, but that's going to be 2 down for the side of Flow Dragons. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover fast enough, Siren.
Momo Dragon not in a really good position right now. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out. That's going to force the attention from PXG to go back towards that zone there. 4 seconds left to go. Are we going to be able to cap it? 12 seconds left. That's just going to be PXG on the zone. Just barely able to clench that out and proving why they've been the SendouQ season finale winners time and time again, and proving why they had that #1 seed going into this tournament.
You know, if I'm on PXG, I'm like, okay, we were really struggling at the beginning part, but we still locked it in, y'all. Congrats to PXG. They are your SendouQ Season 10 season finale. Oh, sorry, season finale champions on that one. But man, absolutely just crazy back and forth set there. Both teams did phenomenal. But again, Flow Dragons just did not have the gas in them to take it at the very end when it really mattered. And again, looking back, I feel like they could have done better on the Mako Mart and the Humpback game specifically. Hopefully they're not kicking themselves too bad. It's still really awesome to get second, but like you said, second is the worst when you are 1 game away from first.
Yeah, and for it to happen in the exact way it did, when you had match point in your favor, like 3 games in a row, you could have won any single one of them. And that one was so close. They were on the right track, but I think just risking it all on that specific strategy on Humpback, where you're playing super clunky into this super quick comp with an E leader that can just take you out in a moment's notice. It's risky, and I think they originally had that wiggle room for it, but unfortunately for them, it seems like PXG kind of got their act together when it really mattered.
Yeah, showing the fortified mental of those players, and also showing why this is game 7. I feel like, again, had it been a game 5, they would have won. Like, Flow Dragons would have won. But having to go that extra distance and get that 4th game proved to be the unreachable task for Flow Dragons there. They just weren't able to. And again, it's so hard when you have, like, yes, you do have those games to play with, but ultimately I think that cost them the momentum there. And also going for that kind of strategy with the double bubble thing, while good on offense, is just so hard on defense, especially when your best painting thing, the Booyah Bomb, gets taken out at the end like it did there. And then you saw them just get really desperate. And again, like, that had to have been the mental weighing on them for that. So, but man, what a absolutely just banger set to end off on Siren. I'm so glad they had us both out to commentate this. I'm so glad I got to share this with you, my amazing teammate and friend Siren.
Hey, my friend and teammate OBT, thank you so much for joining me in this. And once again, I know they didn't ask me to do it this time, but I will bring up the LCS League Championship one more time. It's going to be a great event. I think you guys should definitely tune into it and look into your locals. If you are in any of these areas, which I'm just going to quickly name off here, do some research, go to your locals. So Toronto, Ontario, that already happened. Irvine, California. San Jose, California. Gainesville, Florida. Chicago, Illinois. Ashburn, Virginia. Houston, Texas. Cary, North Carolina. New York, New York. Tempe, Arizona. Waltham, Massachusetts. And Seattle, Washington. If you were in any of those areas, I would strongly suggest going to your locals. Even if you missed the qualifier event, they all run very amazing events. You should definitely pull up.
Absolutely. And I heard that there's a new one, I think, happening in Minneapolis. That's pretty fun. So if you live in that area, definitely go give them a check out. But yes, Siren, where can the amazing people of the internet find you?
They can find me at Siren Banshee, CYRENBANSHI on Blue Sky. You can still follow me on Twitter if you're from the community, but it's definitely a difference. Just go to Blue Sky. Just make an account if you don't have one already. It's totally worth it. It's fun. Let's just move the community over there. It's worth it. I promise.
And you can find me at Obese Tyrese on just about everything, Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky. But yeah, please go to Blue Sky. That's the best thing. And you can catch both of us. We're playing our Ludi match in I don't even know how many hours, but we're playing later today. So come out. You can cheer us on. I don't even know our team name off the top of my head, but we'll be there. But again, thank you so much. Also, shout out for Pipe Dream, the person, and also the camera person that's been operating, helping us out. Really appreciate all the amazing staff that helped bring out this thing together. But I think that's going to be just about it. Do you have any closing thoughts, Siren?
Nope.
All right, sweet. Well, hey, this has been the Season 10 at SendouQ season finale. Thank you all for being here, and I will catch you on the flip side.
Yeehaw.